Reborn in Konoha as the Anbu torturer. Chapter 1. Hey! With a long breathing sound, the blonde boy lying on the bed silently accepted this cruel reality. I crossed over. The blonde boy felt the memory that emerged in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his pupils flashed with horror. The memory was emerging fast. This was the Konohagakure in Naruto world, and the timeline was year 36 of the Konoha calendar. The owner of this body was named Yamanaka Aoba, a member of the Konoha Yamanaka clan. He was born in year 23 and was currently 14 years old. Bang! Bang! Before he could read all of these body memories carefully, the room door was knocked hard, interrupting his thoughts. Creak! Along with the sound of the wooden door opening, a masked ninja walked in. Aoba, Captain Eden is calling you. The voice of this Anbu ninja was slightly hoarse like a robot without emotion. Okay. Aoba nodded hurriedly and immediately got up from the wooden bed. He walked out and followed the Anbu ninja. It seems this will become his life from now on. Must adopt as soon as possible. Aoba quickly read the memory in his mind as he walked along. His predecessor had very poor physical fitness and was always sick since he was a child. He was obviously a ninja. But he was slow. He has weak strength. And has weak endurance. In such a situation, there was no way for him to perform tasks with others. The Yamanaka clan was an old family in Konohagakure, and will not allow idlers to appear. After they discussed the problem with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he decided to send Aoba to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. This solved the problem of his weak physical fitness and unable to make a contribution. There was no need for him to run around to perform tasks, and he only needed to stay in the Konoha torture and interrogation force, read the memory of the interrogated person when required. His work was a complete information acquisition. And the interrogated persons were all in restraint, and their spirits were in a state of relaxation after being severely tortured. Extracting the memories of these people generally does not produce too much backlash. You only need to control your mental strength and don't overdo it. But no one thought of it. Just 3 days ago, his predecessor, after reading the memory of Asuna spy, excessive consume his mental power, and his body cannot bear such a load causing an arrhythmia, and suddenly died of a heart attack. This has ushered in the arrival of the new body owner. I roughly understand what's going on. It seems that reading memory is also a dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Aoba secretly thought in his heart that he had accepted his new identity and began to think about how to survive in this world. He has watched the anime Naruto and knows that this was a cruel ninja world. Now he was no different from a sickly person. If a war breaks out, he may die immediately after being punched. Fortunately, it's safe in the torture division. Aoba thought about it and followed the Anbu ninja in front of him to the torture division located in Konoha underground prison. The torture division was extremely dark, and only the faint candlelight reflected the blood-stained torture equipment. As soon as Aoba walked in, he smelled a very pungent smell, which is a little unacceptable for him born in a peaceful era. Aoba, you are here. At this time, a deep voice echoed. This person's voice instantly awakened Aoba's full vigilance, and his attention was raised to the extreme. He no longer paid attention to the environment's smell. Aoba immediately looked for the owner's voice. The speaker was a robust man in a black trench coat. The dark style of dressing makes him almost blend in with the darkness. The man wore a standard Konoha ninja forehead protector on his head. His face was firm, and his expression was calm, giving people a very reliable feeling. Aoba had seen this man from memory. He was the captain of the Konoha torture and interrogation force, Marino Eden. Captain Eden. Aoba hurriedly stood upright and saluted at Marino Eden, but he was secretly worried. He learned from the memory of his predecessor that actually, the Konoha torture and interrogation force was not as simple as it seems on the surface. Those willing to give information during the interrogation and will not come to the torture stage. Anyone who can be brought into the torture division to be tortured has basically not soft bones, and almost all come with the determination to die. Even when they were tortured, if the torturer were not careful, they would find a chance to commit suicide and directly end their lives. Because now was the era of war. Human life was like grass. All the ninjas who stepped on the battlefield had the consciousness of dying on the battlefield. If you want to take something out of these people's mouths, in addition to Marino Eden's horrible torture method, you have to use the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to read their memory. But, based on his predecessor's experience of reading the memory, Aoba understands one thing. Even if the other party was tortured and lost their spirit, they were still determined. If you want to successfully read the memory, you still have to pay some price. It was almost impossible to retreat without paying. The predecessor could not withstand the large consumption caused, and his body was fragile, so he died suddenly. Although his predecessor was told how much mental power to use before he came to the torture department. But things were not like that at all. Reading the memory itself was not so smooth. Plus, the expectation from Captain Marino Eden's stern face directly put him on that point. If he failed to read the memory, there was no way to end it. Not to mention, the people who needed him to read their memory were basically people who said nothing after being tortured many times. Aoba, I should have given you a few more days of rest, but this time something happened. Eden's tone was very serious, and the expression on that unsmiling face was very solemn. An Anbu found a Kumo spy planted in Konoha. They stared at him for half a year. Finally, just yesterday, they caught him passing intelligence to Kumagakuer. But when the Anbu was arresting, he committed suicide by taking poison decisively. The medical team failed to rescue him, and eventually, the spy died. Eden patiently explained what happened to Aoba. At this point, after he finished speaking, his face became serious. Your mission is: read the memory of this dead Kumo spy. But this time, the situation is a bit special. According to the medical team judgment during the rescue process, the Kumo spy poison taken has the effect of destroying nerves. His memory before his death. It was very likely that it has become very messy. You need to read useful information about the village in these chaotic memories. Good fellow. Aoba was really speechless. Was this really a task for a newcomer who had just arrived in the torture department? I'm going to read the memory of a mentally deranged dead person who took poison in committing suicide. Just my physical fitness. How can I bear it? I just crossed. Were you going to send me away again? Aoba's mouth twitched slightly, and he instinctively resisted, but he knew his identity. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. He has no choice at all. Yes. Aoba took a deep breath and answered. His face became heavy. There's no other way. He could only bite the bullet. Maybe there will be some turnaround. He is inside. Eden saw Aoba accept the task, and his face lightened a bit. He then bit the thumb of his right hand and let the blood tan across the palm of his left hand. Then he quickly forms a hand seal with both hands. A wave of chakras surged. Snapped. Eden patted his left hand on the floor of the torture department. Kukiyos, G, Monday Heya. Summoning, torture chamber. Rumble. Accompanied by a vibration. A black iron fence-like prison appeared in front of Aoba. In prison lies the dead body of the person Aoba will go to read the memory. Let's start. Eden opened the door of the torture chamber and signaled Aoba to enter. Yes. Aoba replied because there was no way out. While walking towards the torture chamber, Aoba was thinking quickly about how the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading secret technique was used. He walked into the prison-like torture chamber. And his gaze fell on the body that was already dead cold. Gulp. Aoba swallowed involuntarily. This was the first time he saw a corpse. He forcibly endured the tremor in his body and acted as normal as possible. Slowly began to control the chakra in his body. Then he reached out his right hand and touched the spy's head and performed the mind-reading techniques. Ding dong! Suddenly, a clear electronic notice sounded in Aoba's mind. The mind-reading system is loading. This sudden electronic sound made him stunned for a moment, and the movements of his hands became stagnant. System? I actually have a system. Aoba's eyes flashed with horror, and then he quickly suppressed his excitement. It's not the time to be happy yet. Pass through the immediate crisis first. Then go back and slowly study how to use the system on the body. Thought of this, Aoba refocused his attention on the dead spy in front of him. The mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan can read the living and dead people's memory. The downside was, it's just harder to read the memory of the dead. Suddenly, Aoba's right hand was placed on the spy's head. In an instant, Aoba felt his body tremble slightly. Before he could use his chakra and mental power, scenes of memory fragments flashed through his mind like watching a movie. So easy? Aoba stopped and stood still. He was taken aback for a moment because he hadn't performed the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan and had already succeeded in reading the spy memory. Ding! Successfully read the memory for the first time. Obtained, Sage Body. Chapter 2. After Aoba heard the system prompt, he immediately felt a warm current surging around his body. At this moment, every inch of his body was gleaming with brand new vitality. Hey! Aoba took a deep breath, then let it out slowly, concealing his excitement as much as possible. As a transmigratory who has watched Naruto anime, he knows how domineering the sage body was. Vigorous vitality. Super resilience. Physical strength beyond ordinary people. Chakra comparable to a Baijuyu. These are the characteristics of the sage body. The representative figures were Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto. But Aoba understands that the sage body has to go through arduous practice before it can bloom with brilliance. But he was already very satisfied with the current benefits. The mind-reading system changed his frail body to a sage body, causing a qualitative change in his physical talent. As for what he would develop into in the future, it depends on his own training results. Aoba, what happened? Eden's questioning voice sounded. He saw that Aoba only touched the spy's head, and his body trembled and stopped. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. No, it's nothing. Aoba shook his head and quickly pulled his thoughts back from his fantasy. He then quickly assumed a weak posture and said, I'm just a little tired. Why are you already tired before even starting? Eden frowned slightly and couldn't help but wonder whether Aoba was qualified for the job. I will start now. Aoba slowly closed his eyes and mobilized the chakra on his body, but only mobilized and didn't really perform the mind-reading technique. He already got this man's memory that the mind-reading system gave to him. There was no need to reread it again. The reason why he did this was just to be cautious, and he was just giving Eden a show. This time, there was no response from the system. So Aoba realized the memory reading could not be triggered repeatedly. Aoba just poses motionless for half an hour, making his arms almost numb. I have read it. Aoba exhaled heavily and retracted his hand, then he opened his eyes with a hint of relief in his tone. Speak. Eden's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Aoba turned around slowly and looked at Eden, trying to show an exhausted appearance. This person's real name is Furei, a Kumagakuer Chunin. 2 years ago, following the chaotic situation of the Second Ninja World War, he sneaked into the village and passed our village information to Kumagakuer. Aoba said. What kind of information? Eden narrowed his eyes slightly and flashed with cold light. He was surprised that Aoba could read his memory quickly, but he was even more concerned about Furei's affair. According to the memory, 90% of the information that Furay passed to Kumagakure was about the Hyuga clan Byakugan. The remaining 10% were about the internal structure and weak points of Konoha defense. Aoba said. Byakugan. Eden thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Is there any other information?" "Only these." Aoba replied. "Aoba, you have done well. Reading this person's memory was very tiring, so go back and rest." Eden's tone became much softer. He was a torturer and could also be regarded as a workaholic. He especially doesn't like incompetent subordinates. Aoba's performance just now had gotten his approval. "Yes." Aoba didn't say much and just saluted Eden, then turned around to leave the torture department and walked back toward the Anbu dormitory. If he guessed correctly, the spy whose memory he read just now should be the root cause of Kumagakure kidnapping plan for Hinata. According to the info he knew in the Naruto anime, Kumagakure has always coveted the Hyuga clan's eye and even wanted to get them by abducting Hinata. These inferences were based on the fact that he opened his heavenly eyes and knew the plot behind him before making inverse deductions. But just relying on the available evidence was not enough to make such a judgment. That's why he didn't tell Eden much. Konohagakure Intelligence Division was not a simple place. It might endanger Aoba if he spoke more. Unless it was extremely important. Otherwise, Aoba would only tell what memories he saw. No need to say your own opinion. As for what these memories represent, that's what Konoha's senior consultant duty to think about, and it has nothing to do with an insignificant ninja of Konoha torture and interrogation force. Aoba followed the route he had walked earlier and returned to the small room that belonged to him. After going in, he hurriedly closes the door. "Who?" Aoba took a heavy breath, looked down at his hands, and clenched his fists. This feeling. So comfortable. Is this the sage body? Aoba can clearly feel the vigorous vitality in his body. This was the feeling he didn't have when he first crossed over. When he first crossed over, he felt very weak, and just walking a little, he felt sick. Now he was very energetic as if he had inexhaustible strength, and the feeling of being in full control of his body was excellent. Overall, both his mental power and chakra have become vigorous. The sage body is not like the Rinnegan. It can directly enhance my body strength and also improvement of my body talent. After I tap the potential of the sage body, I am afraid that there will be a steady stream of chakras in my body. Aoba understands that tapping the sage body potential cannot be done overnight, and it requires constant exercise. Azura, who inherited the sage body, was not Indra's opponent in the early stage. But after a lot of training, he finally gained a foothold. Thinking of this, Aoba was full of expectations for the future. No matter what, his physical talent has already changed. Even if he doesn't gain other abilities just relying on the sage body, he can slowly gain a foothold in the ninja world. Correct. I rushed too much just now. I haven't looked at the predecessor memory seriously yet. Where in the timeline is it now? Aoba sat on the wooden bed, pressed his temples with his thumbs, and began to look at his own memories. In an instant, scene after scene emerged. His feeling right now was like watching a movie. All his predecessor had experienced quickly flashed back to his brain. Chapter 3. Hi. Aoba sighed heavily and slowly opened his eyes. After reviewing all of the memories, he combined them with the memories he had read on Furay. It is the 36th year of Konoha calendar, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. The second ninja war has just ended, so the third ninja war has not yet begun, and it is in a short period of peace. However, this is only superficial peace. Undercurrents are surging between the various villages. There are spies from other villages in Konoha, and naturally, there are Konoha spies in other villages. During the war, everywhere is dangerous. Although I got the sage body, it only changed his physical weakness. Without long and arduous training, I couldn't exert the sage body's true power at all. But he currently can't reveal any abnormality. People who know me that as long as there are no changes in my body, I will not be sent to the battlefield because of my health. This Anbu's torture division is a very safe place instead. Aoba carefully sorted out the timeline and the current environmental background in his memory. Ninja world was a very cruel world. It was far from being as passionate and idealistic as it seems in anime. A ninja would be sacrificed for the mission at any time. I don't want to be the victim at that time, and I also have the mind-reading system, so I have to plan carefully. Aoba moved his thoughts to the system. When he crossed over, he thought about whether he would get a system. He also looked forward to it for a while, but he didn't expect it to really come. I can read Furay's memory, which the system read for me. But earlier, I can infer that the mind-reading system can only read the memory of the same person once. The biggest problem now is the safe body I got just now was because I read the memory for the first time. So next time I read the memory, will there be another reward? Aoba pinched his eyebrows and kept thinking. The system came suddenly, and there was no manual. Aoba didn't even know the specific rules of use and could only slowly explore them. Never mind. I'll just wait for the next mission. When I read memory again later, I will eventually find out. After Aoba thought for a while, he couldn't help but want to read the memory again. He didn't even think of going out and staying still in this room. He was worried about what to do if he was called away to read memory earlier, but now he started looking forward to it. His change in life was so sudden. Aoba looked forward to it for 3 days. It feels like when he just touched a certain game and got addicted to it. But he was forcibly banned from using the internet for 3 days. He spent every day struggling. During these 3 days, he thought about secretly exercising, but he was afraid that there were eyes on him and discovered his abnormal behavior. Based on the principle of being cautious, Aoba decided not to do any risky things until he had completely figured out the situation and still maintained a sickly appearance. Konoha torture and interrogation force. In the dim environment, only candlelight brings a trace of light. Eden still wore that black trench coat, and his whole body looked extremely majestic. Aoba, you are here. Eden looked in Aoba's direction, and when his gaze fell on Aoba, the lines on his face became much softer. Captain Eden. Aoba said his greetings. Look at this person. Eden cast a look not far in front of him. The wooden cross frame in front of them has a person tied on it. Judging from its aura, he doesn't look like a ninja. This man claimed to be a vendor in Kuni, land of hot water. When he left the village, he looked panicked when a ninja guard stopped him, and from his luggage, the guard found a piece of information to be passed in Kirigakure. We have every reason to suspect that he is the person who comes to Konoha to spy some information. But no matter how we interrogated, he insisted that he didn't know anything. Even if he was threatened with death, he would still not admit it. The most important is. Eden bowed his head slightly, leaned to Aoba's ear, and said in a voice that only Aoba could hear. According to my years of interrogation experience, I don't think he was lying. He was likely caught in a genjutsu or some other way, which caused him to be regarded as a pigeon without even knowing it himself. I know you haven't rested enough yet, but this person is an ordinary person, not a ninja, and shouldn't be too tortured much. I want to know what he has experienced during his time in Konoha. Is he lying or someone using him secretly? I'll give it all to you. After Eden finished speaking, he patted Aoba on the shoulder again to show that he had handed the burden to him. Aoba hurriedly grinned his teeth, showing a painful expression. The change in his physical fitness must not be easily exposed. He wanted to stay in the torture division because it was the safest place. Ah, sorry. Eden saw Aoba's appearance and suddenly realized that his hand seemed to hit too heavy, so he should pay attention to it in the future. Highs. He couldn't help sighing inwardly. This kid was actually quite nice. It's just his body was too fragile. Captain Eden, I'll see what I can do. Aoba cautiously rubbed his shoulders, showing a painful posture, and walked to the bound person. He raised his right hand and began to mobilize his chakra while showing the appearance of using the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan. The moment his right hand touched the top of the person's head, his body trembled slightly, and memory fragments appeared in his mind. Ding dong! Successfully read the memory. Obtained, Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Technique. The crisp electronic sound rang in Aoba's mind, which immediately confirmed his thoughts, causing a burst of ecstasy in his heart. As expected. You can get rewards every time you read the memory. Hey! Aoba took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and showed as much as possible the complex emotions generated in reading the memory. Now he understands how the mind-reading system works. As long as you read the memory, you can get rewards. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to read as much memory as possible. If it were outside the torture division, no one would let him read their memories so easily. When you look at it like this, the torture division was the perfect place. After a while, Aoba made up his mind. He would stay in this torture division and quietly read the memories of the interrogated people while improving his strength. He will absolutely not waver in this kind of wretched development. Chapter 4. When Aoba had read this person's memory, everything was clear. Although this person was not a ninja, he still pretends to read memory for 5 or 6 minutes. Then Aoba retracted his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Captain Eden, I figured it out. Aoba spoke slowly, and his dark eyes looked at Eden. What happens? Eden asked immediately. This man is indeed a vendor from Yu no Kuni, land of hot water. As you said, he doesn't really know anything about everything happening. Aoba explained. Was that really the case? Eden looked at Aoba deeply and then asked, then why does he have our village intel? From the memory I read, even he himself doesn't know what's going on. I can be sure that what he said was true and don't know anything, but, Aoba said this, and his tone paused. Then he said solemnly, from his memory, I saw a Konoha ninja approach him. You mean? Eden frowned. He didn't finish what he would say, but Aoba knew what he was referring to. I'm not sure. Aoba shook his head and said, I didn't see clear evidence in his memory, and he really didn't know about this matter. Do you know who that Konoha ninja was? Eden asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Aoba still shook his head and then said, however, I can pass that person's appearance to your mind. Okay, give me his appearance. I will surely bring him over, so you can read his memory, and it will all be clear. Eden nodded and said this. He was thinking why a spy would reveal some of his traces. Captain Eden, pardon me. Aoba stepped forward and raised his hand to touch Eden's forehead. The moment his palm touched Eden's head, his body trembled, and scenes of cruel and bloody scenes poured into his mind. Ding dong! Successfully read the memory. Obtained, Katon, G, Keiki. No Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A clear electronic sound rang in Aoba's mind and made him froze for a moment. Accident. This was really an accident. He just wanted to use the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to transmit the memory to Eden and didn't mean to peer into Eden's memory. Fortunately, the system automatically read this memory without any chakras fluctuations. Otherwise, if Eden knows, I'm afraid that he was going to die today. At this moment, Aoba didn't dare to think about whether it was the rewards obtained from the system or Eden's memories. These were not important for the time being, and he must focus on what was happening first. Pass the memory over and don't pay attention to anything. Aoba mobilized the chakra on his body and performed the mind-body transmission technique to pass the Konoha ninja portrait the Yu no Kuni merchant has seen. I see it. Eden then said in a deep voice, Aoba, thank you for your hard work. When I get this person back, I will notify you again. There is nothing for you to do here. Yes. Aoba replied and retired wisely. He then left the small black room of the torture division. After Aoba left, he walked slowly toward the dormitory, feeling a little nervous in his heart, but there were more surprises. The nervousness was because he accidentally read Eden's memories. Those memory fragments that flashed across his mind for a moment caused his mind to fluctuate. The surprise was that he thought he could only read the memory once, but he read memory twice in a row today and received 2 rewards. The only problem was transformation and fireball technique. These were 2 completely different levels of ninjutsu. If my guess is correct, the reward for reading the memory is related to the strength of the person being read. The vendors in Yu no Kuni are not ninjas, they are limited in strength, so they only gave basic ninjutsu such as transformation. Captain Eden is an Anbu. Reading his memory, he obtained higher level ninjutsu, a fireball technique. It seems. If you want to get better rewards, you have to look for opportunities to read the memory of stronger existence. Aoba silently made his own judgment. But this was just a preliminary judgment, and he still needs to go through a large number of cases to draw the final conclusion. It didn't take long for Aoba to return to his dormitory. In this dark and narrow space, he dared not use such large-scale fire ninjutsu. But he can't help but want to try the ninjutsu. Then he put his attention on the transformation technique. I'll try this. Aoba makes the hand seal gesture decently. He didn't even know why he used such a hand seal gesture. It seems to be imprinted in the soul. This should be what the ability obtained through the system looks like. Transform to Captain Eden. Aoba's heart moved, and there was a heat rushing from his abdomen, and it should be the chakra in his body. Chakra passed the hand seal gesture to the right place quickly. Bang! With a burst in the air, Aoba's appearance changed. He turns into Eden's appearance wearing a black trench coat very accurately. This is the transformation technique. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. Although this transformation technique was the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja world, it was the first ninjutsu he has performed for someone who had crossed over. This made him realize everything was real. Bang! There was another burst of air, and Aoba changed back to his own appearance. Let's take a look at Captain Eden's memory now. Aoba sat on the wooden bed. He slowly closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in Eden's memory. In an instant, scene after scene flashed in his mind like a movie. Through Eden's memory, he saw the dark side of the ninja world that most people have never touched. Enemy. Betrayal. Spy. These different identities were intertwined with varying positions in the ninja world. Assassination. Trap. Sly fight. The ninjas stood in their respective positions and tried their best to fight each other, causing countless casualties. Just a year ago, the 8-year Second Ninja War officially ended. But in this short period of recuperation, the pain caused by the war did not stop the ninja from fighting. In order to steal information and fight for advantage, it can be said that they would do everything they want. The fragile peace agreement between the major powers was vulnerable to high people ambitions. The war may come again at any time. As the Konoha torture and interrogation force captain, Eden was exposed to the dark side between these great powers' struggles. This was something that ordinary people couldn't touch at all. Aoba saw these pictures indirectly through Eden's memory and realized something. The ninja world is so dangerous. It's still safe in the torture division. Aoba couldn't help sighing. He was even more confident that he would stay in this torture division before he had enough strength. Chapter 5. Aoba glanced over at the memory he had read from Eden. Except for those things buried deep in the dark, most of them were some warm pictures. Ibiki was already 5 years old. Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, and he saw in Eden's memory the heavy and silent love of a father for his son. Because he has no time to accompany his son to grow up, he could only care about his son in his heart. No wonder Marino Ibiki will embark on this road. Aoba saw Eden's memory of Ibiki's adoration to his father. The relationship between father and son was very harmonious. Ibiki regarded his father as a great hero and wanted to be as good as his father, an Anbu's torturer ninja. This can be regarded as his father's inheritance. Aoba can not only see the past and the present from Marino Eden's memory but also knows the future from the perspective of the transmigrator. Soon, Marino Ibiki will become the Konoha torture and interrogation force captain, also known as the best torture expert in Konohagakure. After browsing Marino Eden's memories, Aoba shook his head, trying to get those images out of his mind. But it was impossible to forget these memories. This kind of feeling was like a movie I had seen. It can be clearly distinguished that these pictures belong to other people's stories, but they were also deeply rooted in Aoba's mind. I don't know if I read more memories is good or bad for me. Aoba gave a helpless smile. Aoba knew that he would stay in the torture division for a long time and knew that he had to keep reading other people's memories if he wanted to become stronger. Actually, for me, the torture division is indeed the most suitable place. Aoba saw things thoroughly that he needed to read memory to get rewards. With his current strength, if it's not in the torture division, it was difficult to get a lot of opportunities to read memory, let alone read the memories of those powerful people. The torture division can send people over continuously, and they were all in a bound state. As for whether those people were prepared to destroy their memories or used stronger mental power to resist, these things were not important to Aoba at all. Aoba relied on the mind-reading system to read memory, not the Yamanaka clan secret technique, which was fundamentally different. If you change it to someone else, they have to perform mind-reading skills every few days. The impact on their heart will be tremendous. 3 days later, Aoba received Eden's call again. They have found Konoha ninja and have been sent to that small black room of the torture division. So Aoba immediately rushed towards the torture division. He was thinking about how to read more memories every day in these 3 days since he had nothing to do. The final answer was straightforward. Do nothing. Just wait patiently. Aoba was very clear that his current strength was not enough. If he takes the initiative to do something, he will probably backfire. So he still needs to stay in the torture division for his wretched development. He must be prudent and cautious in his action for continuous accumulation of strength. Aoba feels like he was a jungler. He can pretend to come out of the jungle from time to time so his teammates won't be suspicious. As long as the crystal doesn't explode, he can still come back. It didn't take long. Aoba came to the torture division with ease. His line of sight was attracted to the wooden cross and ninja tied in it wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector. Judging from the clothes, he did not wear the traditional Konoha ninja uniform. The overall image was the same as what he had seen in the no Kuni merchant memory. This one should be a Chunin. Aoba gave a preliminary judgment. After reading the memory of Chunin, the rewards obtained could only be said to be average. But no matter how small the legs of a mosquito were, it was still meat. He was not yet a picky eater, so he would not refuse no matter what the ninja's strength. After all, the more, the better. At this moment, this ninja was just in a coma, and there was no obvious trace of torture on his body. Aoba, is it him? Eden's voice sounded. Yes. Aoba nodded, his gaze focused on the face of this ninja, who was precisely the person he saw in the merchant memory. I just stunned him and didn't do anything else. Go and read his memory. Eden whispered. Yes. Aoba immediately responded, and he couldn't wait to read memory and get rewarded. If he has no problem, I will send him back unharmed. Eden narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone was somewhat low, and the pressure in the dark torture room became lower. He only said his word halfway, but Aoba understood it all. If this person really has a problem, then the next thing that would happen was not going to be that mild. Aoba said nothing and walked directly towards the bound ninja. His eyes were always watching this ninja. After a few steps, Aoba stopped in front of the ninja and raised his right hand to touch the ninja's head, then he slowly closed his eyes. Aoba's body trembled slightly, the mind-reading system suddenly activated, and a mysterious feeling spread throughout the body. Ding dong! Successfully read the memory. Obtained, Suir. No jutsu, water prison technique. The crisp electronic sound rang in Aoba's mind, and he was rewarded for reading the memory again. Accompanied by this clear system prompt, scene after scene flashed through Aoba's mind like a movie. It really was him. Aoba combed through the memory he had just read and instantly judged the identity of this person. But the memory fragments in my mind made him feel a little surprised and once again refreshed his understanding of the ninja world. How can this be? The expression on Aoba's face did not change in any way, as if nothing had happened, and he maintained this posture. Time to act. Aoba mobilized the chakra in his body and showed the appearance of using the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan. Eden was still watching behind him, so there could be no mistakes in this kind of thing. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Aoba thought that time was almost enough and slowly opened his eyes, putting his right hand away. He turned and looked at Eden, who was wearing a black trench coat. Who? Aoba took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and his eyes became firm. Captain Eden, I know the answer. Aoba's voice echoed in the dark room of the torture division and clearly entered Eden's ears. Chapter 6. Aoba, what did you get? The expression on Marino Eden's face looked a little nervous. He wanted to know not only the answer but also the information about the village's safety. They were in an extraordinary period. War may break out again at any time, and any information was very important. If a spy was found inside the village, then it must not be tolerated. This person's name is Kuri, and he was the one who gave the information on the Kuni merchant. His purpose is to pass the information from Konoha to Kiri. Aoba spoke slowly. After reading the memories for a long time, he still feels that this matter was a bit complicated and completely beyond his expectations. It made him even more deeply aware of the silent fighting in the dark of the ninja world. These memories were mixed in his memory, although they would not mix with his memory. But for a long time, even Aoba himself didn't know if it would influence him imperceptibly. Maybe the mind-reading system was more than just a reward triggered after each mind-reading. These memories also bring the experience and means. It really is him. Eden's face suddenly became gloomy and difficult to look at, his hands wearing black leather gloves clenched, and the joints creaked because of excessive force. Spy. A spy again. Since he fell on my hand, don't even think about seeing the sun again. Eden said fiercely with cold eyes gleaming in his dark pupils. He can't remember how many spies he caught this year. You know, Konoha village has barriers. It was almost impossible to obtain information from outside the village, so they must mix inside. Therefore, in order to obtain Konoha information, the most typical method that various forces could use was to send out spies. But Kuri's situation is a bit different. He is not a spy Kirigakuer planted in Konohagakuer. It's the eyeliner Kirigakuer bought. Aoba raised his right hand, pinched the center of his eyebrows with his thumb and index finger, and began to explain what happened. You mean? Eden narrowed his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes became more dangerous, and he said, is he our village traitor? Not even close. Aoba shook his head and pursed his lips. He then said, Kuri's situation is a bit complicated. What do you mean? Aoba's words confused Eden. I'll start from the beginning. Aoba took a deep breath. Ever since he saw the memory, he has been thinking about how to express it accurately for a while. Kuri is not from Konoha, let alone the country of fire. He is from Iwagakure of the country of earth. Before the Second Ninja World War broke out, he was trained in the Iwa's Anbu division and officially became a spy. Aoba began to introduce Kuri's background. He deliberately slowed down his speech to express himself more clearly. Wait, Eden was taken aback and stared at Aoba. He said, "Are you sure you are right? Isn't he Kirigakure's eyeliner? Why is he now related to Iwagakure? Captain Eden, I'm not wrong. You will understand after listening to me." Aoba shook his head, even he thought this kind of thing was outrageous, but there was no way to clarify it in a few words. Continue. Eden nodded. After training in IWA, when the Second Ninja World War broke out, Kuri infiltrated Konoha as an orphan and smoothly entered our village ninja school. He then successfully became Iwa's spy planted inside the Konoha. During the Second Ninja World War, Kuri kept sending information to Iwagakure and hid it very well. Until not long ago, when he was out on a mission as a Konoha ninja, he met a Kiri ninja and was threatened to become their eyeliner. Kuri did not resist and became Kirigakure eyeliner. He began to pass information to Kirigakure through the no Kuni merchant team and at the same time reported the matter to Iwagakure. According to the information I got in his memory, his purpose of doing this is to cause a war between Kirigakure and Konohagakure, and with the Kirigakure's help in reducing Konohagakure's fighting power, then Iwagakure who sit back become the fisherman. Aoba explained the memory he had read sentence after sentence. He did not even see this kind of complicated relationship in Eden's memory. In his cognition, the one who could fight against this one was only the multi-spy Kabuto. Kuri's level was still incomparable to Kabuto. This event could happen because of coincidence. The people in Kirigakure happened to catch the spy who Iwagakure had inserted in when they bought eyeliner. This. Eden was also stunned for a few seconds after hearing Aoba's explanation. When he listened and understood it all, it was not that complicated. It's just very strange. So. What we caught was a Kiri eyeliner ninja that IWA inserted. Ha ha ha. Eden laughed after he finished speaking. He thought that as the captain of the torture division, he had seen everything. But he hasn't seen this kind of thing before. Yes, that's it. According to the information he has passed in the past. He is constantly guiding Kiri, hoping that Kiri can send the 7 ninja swordsmen to carry out sneak attacks on Konoha. Aoba nodded and said, "I understand." The smile on Eden's face suddenly disappeared. He knew very well that the 7 ninja swordsmen were powerful in Kirigakure, and if such a combat force sneaked into Konoha, it would indeed cause them a problem. Then he asked, "Is there any other information?" "No more." Aoba shook his head. "Aoba, you helped the village a lot this time." Eden walked up to Aoba and patted Aoba on the shoulder. "It's my responsibility." Aoba flinched slightly in pain. "I have been looking for you for the past few days, and your spirit hasn't slowed down. You can take a few days off for you to relax." Eden's serious cheeks have softened a lot, and he has recognized Aoba as his subordinate. No, Captain Eden, I'm not tired." Aoba shook his head again and again. What a joke, what he wanted was to read more memories, so he suddenly said with a serious face, "I want to contribute all my power to the village." Very good. After seeing Aoba's almost instinctive reaction, Eden's eyes burst with appreciation. He most likes this kind of subordinates who were hard-working and willing to work overtime without shouting tired. "Aoba. Although you came to the torture division not long ago. But you already have the spirit of the torture division. I am very optimistic about you." Eden patted Aoba again on the shoulder. This time, he deliberately reduced his strength, showing his appreciation for his subordinates. Chapter 7. Yes. Aoba nodded. He has no change on the surface, but he couldn't help but want to complain. Good fellow. Who would dare love this spirit of the torture division? Which boss does not love employees who work hard and do overtime for free? Aoba, you can go back and rest, leave everything here to me. Eden took a deep look at Aoba. He knew that the latter had just used the Yamanaka clan secret technique, and both his chakra and spirit should be exhausted. He now needed some rest. Yes. Aoba nodded in response and turned around to leave here. For this little black room, there was no nostalgia. He was not a workaholic. He just wants to read more memories. Now that there's no need for him to read the memory, there's no more point in staying here, not to mention. Aoba felt that Captain Eden might have to use some cruel methods against Curry. Wait. Suddenly, Eden's voice sounded. Aoba, who was about to leave, just stopped and did not ask anything. He was just silently waiting for Eden's next order. This is for you. Eden took out a fist-sized black bag from the pocket of the black trench coat, and it looked heavy from the outside. He then threw it to Aoba. The black bag made a parabola in the air and fell precisely in front of Aoba. Aoba took the small black bag suspiciously, and when it fell into his hand, there was a sound of a metal collision. Anbu's diet is too vegetarian. Please have a good meal, and it is also your reward. Eden grinned. Thank you, Captain Eden. Aoba grabbed the black bag and realized that it was full of coins. He did not refuse and thanked him directly. Go ahead. Eden waved his hand and signaled Aoba that he could leave. Although the ninja named Curry in front of him made him very angry, he was still very pleased to catch such a person. He felt that he should not treat Aoba badly. Okay. Aoba stepped out of the small black room, holding the small black bag in his hand, and did not return to the Anbu dormitory. This was a chance to go out and eat in public, and it would not raise any suspicion. Of course, he must cherish it. You know. Since Aoba came to the ninja world, he has been very cautious for fear of revealing even a little flaw. Because he was always in the torture division room and Anbu dormitory, he had not really seen the whole Konohagakure yet. Going out now does not mean that he was free from suspicion. But since Captain Eden has already given him permission, it will be counterproductive if he doesn't go out. Based on the principle of caution, he needed to take the money and go out to eat something good. When Aoba walked out of the torture division, it was already a little late. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected the clouds in the sky, showing the appearance of burning clouds. The cool evening breeze blew on Aoba's face, making him truly feel the bright side of this world for the first time. Go to Ramen Ichiraku. Aoba thought of Ramen Ichiraku that he saw countless times in anime. Although it was 10 years before Naruto would be born, he learned from the memories of his predecessor and the memories he read that Ramen Ichiraku already exists. Aoba turned in the Ramen Ichiraku's direction. This was the first time he walked on Konoha Street after crossing over. However, he already obtained the map information of Konoha from various memories, as if he had lived here for decades and was completely familiar with the road. It didn't take long for Aoba to come to the intersection where Ramen Ichiraku was. The Ramen Ichiraku shop was located in the prosperous area in the center of Konoha. People come and go here, and judging from the light through the shop curtain, there were already quite a few people sitting inside. It's quite lively. Aoba's mouth slightly tilted, and then he stepped forward and walked toward the Ramen Ichiraku shop. It's rare for him to join in the excitement. Maybe there won't be such an opportunity in a few years. Aoba crossed the intersection and came to the Ichiraku ramen shop. He opened the curtain gently, and his nose was suddenly assaulted with a strong food scent. Ramen Ichiraku shop has a long row of tables with many round chairs. Welcome. A gentle and polite voice echoes into Aoba's ears. The person who spoke was wearing a white chef's uniform and a hat with the word Ichiraku in red. At this moment, this man was looking at Aoba with a smile. What do you want to eat? This man was the shop owner of Ramen Ichiraku. His looks were in his early 20s and not the Ichiraku uncle in Aoba's impression, but the younger Ichiraku uncle. Tonkatsu ramen. Aoba quickly scanned the menu on the wall and then added, I want a deluxe set meal, plus an egg. Okay. His eyes lit up slightly, and a smile flashed on his face. He immediately began to prepare Aoba's order. After Aoba's order, he began to find a place where not many people in the corner and sit down. He doesn't know if his Anbu mindset affected him, he obviously wants to join in the fun, but he feels a bit unpleasant. He just watched these lively people from a distance. Because there was no need to blend in. Tap tap tap. There were rapid footsteps outside of Ramen Ichiraku, and the sound was a little messy, obviously more than one person. Brother Toki, 2 ramen, the usual order. They haven't come in yet, their voice came in first. Judging from this person's voice, it seems that he can't wait to eat. Okay. Toki did not even look at it, and just by listening to the voice, he knew who came. This was his loyal customer. Aoba's brows twitched slightly, and he had some familiar feelings in this voice just a moment ago. But he couldn't think of the identity of the voice at all. Obviously, this was from his predecessor's memory and not someone he had known since he came. Just when Aoba was puzzled, the curtain of Ramen Ichiraku was opened. 2 young ninjas wearing Konoha ninja forehead protectors walked in quickly. Walking in front was a young ninja with yellow hair with a sunny smile on his face. Behind the yellow-haired boy was a red-haired girl with a ponytail. The hair colors of these 2 people were very bright, which immediately attracted the attention of other customers, including Aoba. Aoba. When the yellow-haired boy scanned the shop, his azure-blue pupils focused on Aoba's body, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Chapter 8. Aoba looked deeply at the yellow-haired boy. He knows this person. It was not the kind of recognition because of his predecessor's memory. He knew them even before crossing into the ninja world. He was the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The red-haired ponytail girl who followed behind Minato was Uzumaki Kushina. These 2 people were about the same age as Aoba, about 14 or 15 years old. Minato. Aoba nodded at Minato. When Minato called him, he knew that Minato and his predecessor knew each other. He never thought of it. He just came out of the torture division to eat a bowl of ramen. He hasn't eaten yet. He saw the parents of the original protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. Now, these 2 people just seemed to like each other. They were at a relatively early stage of love and had not officially confirmed their relationship to become lovers. I haven't seen you for a long time. It must be 3 or 4 years. Minato walked directly towards Aoba and sat down on the chair beside him. Judging from his action and tone, he was obviously familiar with Aoba. Kushina followed behind Minato, with doubts gleaming in her eyes. Because she didn't know Aoba. We haven't seen each other since you dropped out of school. Minato stared and looked at Aoba carefully in front of him with a smile on his face. I heard Inoichi said that you went to join Anbu. How did it feel over there? Minato chatted with Aoba like an old friend. Such a scene. Aoba was caught off guard. It seems that there were some omissions in the memory. At this moment, Aoba quickly reviewed the memories of his predecessor about the ninja school. When he was 10 years old, the predecessor had a heart attack during a competition. To be safe, he temporarily quit the ninja school and stayed at home for recuperation. But he didn't go back and went through the withdrawal procedures. But this did not prevent his predecessor from becoming a Konoha ninja, so he became an Anbu of the torture division. His predecessor didn't know many friends during his short time in ninja school except for the Inoshikacho trio and the passionate Minato. It's okay. Aoba pursed his lips and smiled slightly. No wonder he instinctively felt a touch of familiarity when he heard Minato's voice. It turns out that Minato was a friend of his predecessor. Although they haven't seen each other for 3 or 4 years. But the subconscious level of memory still remembers this person. He is. Kushina, sitting beside Minato, quietly tugged Minato's sleeves, showing a very ladylike appearance. This was when she was facing strangers. No one really thinks of Kushina as a lady. It's just for the first time. Kushina deliberately maintains her own image. Oh, I forgot to introduce him to you. I thought you knew each other. After feeling Kushina's doubt, Minato suddenly patted his forehead and immediately realized the problem. His handsome face suddenly put on a warm smile. His name is Yamanaka Aoba. He is Inoichi's cousin. Like Choza and Shikaku, he was in our class, and he is also a good friend of mine. Minato explained to Kushina. Kushina's beautiful eyes flashed with doubts again, and she used her eyes to ask questions at Minato but did not directly ask. It's like this. Minato still had a gentle smile on his face, and that smile seemed to tell Kushina not to worry. Aoba's body has some health issue. He was also injured while practicing at school, and because of that, he left the school. After Aoba left school, you transferred to our class, so you haven't met each other. Actually, it was precisely because Aoba left that the class has a vacant place, and you happened to come in. In a sense, we can get to know each other because of Aoba. Minato explained to Kushina with a smile. He was very patient when talking to Kushina. So that's it. Kushina suddenly realized that when she transferred, Aoba was no longer in the ninja school. No wonder she had never seen this person. Aoba didn't say a word and silently listened to Minato talking about the past. He didn't even think of it. Kushina transferred to the class where Minato was located because of the vacancy he left. The fate between people was really amazing. Aoba, her name is Uzumaki Kushina. You heard it just now. She was a transfer student to our class. Minato introduced Kushina to Aoba. Hello. Aoba nodded and said hello to Kushina. Hello. Kushina nodded in the same way. Your ramen is ready. At this moment, 3 bowls of ramen were served with a dinner plate. They were Aoba's tonkatsu ramen and Minoru and Kushina's usual order. After serving 3 bowls of hot noodles, Toka took out a few dinner plates with some side dishes, which were all side dishes in the deluxe set meal belonging to Aoba. Please enjoy. He smiled slightly and narrowed his eyes. Because of the arrival of hot ramen, its fragrance kept drilling into the 3 people's nostrils, stimulating their taste buds. That. Aoba, let's talk later. Minato looked at the ramen in front of him and casually clapped both hands together. Itadakimasu. After Minato finished speaking, he couldn't wait to start eating it. Itadakimasu. Kushina also picked up the chopsticks and ate the ramen on the table, but her movements were slower than Minato. Such a scene fell into Aoba's eyes and made the corners of his mouth slightly cocked inadvertently. Good fellow. He was the same as Naruto. Really worthy of being a father and son. It turns out to be. It's hereditary to like ramen. Itadakimasu. Aoba made a simple pre-dinner ritual and then picked up the chopsticks, ready to taste the legendary Ichiraku ramen. The noodles of ramen Ichiraku were firm, and the soup was extremely rich. Just one bite can bring a strong feeling of fullness. If you were hungry, it could instantly bring a great sense of happiness. It didn't take long for the 3 to finish the ramen on the table. After eating, their body felt better. Aoba, life in Anbu is very boring. I don't think you have any problems with your body now. If you want to return to the normal ninja team, I can help you. Minato said sincerely, he still cares about this good friend of his from ninja school. No need, I like being Anbu very much. Aoba simply refused. Minato took a deep look at Aoba. They hadn't seen for a long time, and it was hard for them to say anything when they met again. The work of an Anbu suits me very well. Aoba hurriedly added one more sentence. He was terrified of what Minato would suggest on a whim. You know. Minato was the future 4th Hokage. Although he was not old right now, who knows how much weight his word was. If he really was transferred, how could he read memory with peace of mind? He doesn't want to go to different places other than the torture division. Chapter 9. I understand. Minato nodded and did not force it. He added, if you get bored in the Anbu, just tell me anytime, and I will help you. Thanks. Aoba nodded, pursing his lips and smiling slightly. Minato's words made him feel the warmth of the ninja world. He has been working in the torture division since he passed through. Whether it's the environment or reading memory, they were all biased towards the dark side. And he was entangled with these negative emotions all day long. Even the most strong-minded person would be subtly affected. Aoba was not an exception. It's like, people who originally had positive personalities will gradually change in a negative environment. The appearance of Minato seemed to bring a ray of light to Aoba and made him realize. Ninja world has not only a dark side but also has a bright side. Why are you being so polite to me? Minato said with a smile. We haven't seen each other for a long time after all. Aoba also laughed. He gradually accepted Minato's friendship and recognized him in his heart. Where do you live now? I will often visit you in the future. Minato asked. I live in the Anbu's dormitory. Aoba thought for a while and said, because of my Anbu's work, you should stop looking for me. When I can come out, I'll have ramen. Let's meet if there's a chance. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect Aoba to propose such a way of meeting that was extremely demanding in luck, but he accepted it and nodded, okay. I will go back first. Aoba got up immediately. He had been out of Anbu for too long. Following Captain Eden's request, he came out to eat. Since he finished now, it was not good for him to continue to stay. After all, he was engaged in torture and interrogation work. A lot of information will be obtained while reading the memory. As the captain of the torture division, Eden would definitely consider whether his subordinates would spread the information outside. I'll pay the bill. Aoba took out the small black bag and poured out the coins in it. He didn't know what its face value meant, and he pushed them all directly in front. It doesn't take so much. Tuka smiled and stared at the coins on the table and took 4 coins from it. Both of them should be counted. Aoba has almost 20 coins in his hand. Based on the 4 coins taken just now, he has enough to invite Minato and Kushina to have a meal. Okay. Tuka took another 3 coins from it. Aoba, Minato did not expect Aoba to take the initiative to pay the bill. It's hard for me to come out, so let me pay. Aoba smiled at Minato. When he watched Naruto anime, he had a good impression of the 4th Hokage. Now that he came to the ninja world and had the opportunity to become friends with Minato. So, inviting a friend to have a meal was nothing at all. What's more, even Aoba doesn't know when he can come out again next time. According to the future information he knows, neither Minato nor Kushina has any security problems in the short term. So he has nothing to worry about. Aoba put the remaining coins into the small black bag, turned around, and left. Just as he passed Minato, he paused for a while. Minato, you have a good vision, and your girlfriend is very beautiful. Aoba lowered his voice slightly so that only Minato and Kushina could hear it. What? When Kushina suddenly heard such words and her cheeks blushed. Of course. Minato proudly said. After that, Aoba immediately left Ramen Ichiraku noodle shop directly, leaving the two of them and gradually blending into the dark night. Ramen Ichiraku noodle shop. What are you laughing at? Kushina's voice was filled with sullen anger, like a volcano that might erupt at any time, and the combed red hair had a faint tendency to float upwards. No, I'm not laughing. Minato suddenly put away the smile on his face and stood upright in an instant. He didn't dare make Kushina angry. Humph! Kushina snorted coldly, alleviating the embarrassment just now. Minato! What's the matter with that Aoba? Why do I feel that he has a gloomy breath on him? Kushina stared at Minato and said her doubts. She saw Aoba for the first time and this boy who looked about her age. Should have been a young and energetic person. But there was a gloomy feeling everywhere, and he seemed to have a calmness that didn't match his age. Minato looked deeply at where Aoba's direction left. The expression on his face was a little helpless. An Anbu ninjas had to take the weight they shouldn't bear, and they've been burdened with pains they shouldn't bear. They always walk on the edge of darkness, and over time, they will have this feeling. The other Anbu ninjas I've seen were also like this. Minato explained. Then why do you want to be an Anbu ninja? Kushina showed an innocent expression on her face. For the sake of the village, someone must always move forward. Minato exclaimed. Now he has begun to think about problems like a Hokage. Then why did you propose to transfer Aoba out of Anbu? Kushina was a little confused. Aoba is a good friend of mine, and I still hope that the person who bears these things is not him. However, I didn't expect Aoba to have such mindset. Minato said frankly. Perhaps, this is Aoba's way of life. Everyone has a mission to shoulder, and no one is an exception. Kushina's eyes dimmed slightly, and she inexplicably thought of herself as a new Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Where will her fate go? Even she herself doesn't know. Aoba returned to the Anbu dormitory. And on his way back, he could faintly feel the seemingly non-existent gaze in several places. As if someone was following him. But, he was not sure and did not dare confirm it. After returning to the dormitory, this feeling disappeared. If I guessed correctly, the person watching me should have been Captain Eden's arrangement. Aoba thought secretly in his heart. He did not hate Eden for this but very much agreed with Eden's approach. As the torture division captain, he must ensure that there were no problems in his torture division. Aoba has seen these images from Eden's memory. Everyone in the torture division had to undergo multiple screenings, and Aoba was not afraid of being investigated. The more you check, the more he can prove that he has no problems. This would make it safer for him to stay in the torture division. But, a special thought came up in Aoba's heart. The memory that he read and the system. Would they be seen when they read his memory? Chapter 10. Aoba stayed in the Anbu dormitory and never went anywhere in the next few days. That kind of being watched feeling never appeared again. If Aoba was not sure it was real, I'm afraid he would mistake it as an illusion of his own. I don't know when there will be more tasks. Aoba has been on standby these days, dying in idleness, just waiting for time to pass. This reminded him of certain occupations in his previous life that he needed to stick to. When there was no task, I would be a little more leisurely. But when something happens, I get very busy, even spinning around. Aoba feels this way now. How come there was not even a person to be interrogated? Tap tap tap. Just when Aoba was slandering in his heart, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the dormitory. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps stopped outside Aoba's door and then turned into a knock on the door. Creak. The wooden door opened and an Anbu ninja wearing a mask stood in front of Aoba. Captain Eden called you. After the Anbu said such a word in a deep voice, his body flashed and disappeared. Okay. Aoba silently responded with a blank expression, but he was happy in his heart. Finally. Aoba walked quickly in the direction of the torture division. He walks faster and faster. The torture division was a special department in the dark part of Konoha. The members were on standby on weekdays, and no one could stay for too long in the small black room. Soon, Aoba came to the small black room of the torture division. What was different from the past was, there was a straw mat on the ground of the small black room, on which more than 20 people were lying in a row. Everyone was young and looked around 5 or 6 years old. The age at which you can enter the ninja school. These little kids were all in a coma. Aoba, you are here. Eden walked out of the darkness wearing the black trench coat that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. His eyes focused on Aoba's body, and there was a look of appreciation in his eyes. Have you had a good rest this time? Eden asked with concern. Yes. Aoba nodded and said. I overworked you some time ago, and that was a vacation you deserved. It will not be so easy to get it in the future. Eden said in a deep voice. I'm ready, Aoba said firmly. He couldn't wait any longer. The more people to be read, the faster his strength will be improved. I like your attitude very much, so I won't talk too much nonsense and tell you about this mission. Eden took a deep look at Aoba. During this time, he carefully investigated Aoba's background and past. He was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Born in Konoha village and have never been out of the village. Since Aoba entered Anbu, he only went out once and went to Ramen Ichiraku noodle shop. The only people in contact with were Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. There was no tendency to leak information. Except that his body was fragile, he couldn't pick out any problem. He can be trusted. The most important was the Anbu members who were originally responsible for using the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to read minds were getting older. Aoba can take over this post. These people are spies selected to be sent to Uegakur and Tsunagakur. Eden spoke out the identities of these people straightforwardly without hiding them. In an instant, Aoba's pupils shrank slightly. A look of surprise flashed deep under his eyes. These people were still children and were going to be sent to do such a high-risk mission. Fate. Those born during the war could only go with the flow and couldn't decide their own destiny. He doesn't know how much of them would survive in the end. Aoba's heart fluctuated slightly, and then he immediately suppressed it. This was the fate of these people and had nothing to do with him. Aoba, this was our superior arrangement, and they accepted the order voluntarily. Even if they don't go, they will arrange for other people to go. We all do things according to orders. Eden seemed to see the change in Aoba's mood. As the veteran in the torture division, he explained it to Aoba. I understand. Aoba nodded and didn't say anything. The spy had to be inserted while he was young, and if he was older, he would not be able to get in. It's fine if you understand. There are 23 people in total here. Your task is to explore the emotional reflections of 23 of them in turn. I need you to pick out people who are absolutely loyal to the village. They will be unqualified even if there is a slight hesitation. We can't send unqualified people out as spies, because that would endanger their lives. Eden gave a very serious explanation, and his remarks also awakened Aoba. I understand. Aoba nodded again. His eyes swept across the 23 children lying on the straw mat, and his eyes became respectful. It turned out to be that these kids were not caught and forced to be a spy. Instead, they volunteered to be a spy. Now his job was to screen out those who were absolutely loyal to Konoha village here. Not everyone was qualified to be a spy. Now, you can start. Eden said in a commanding tone. Yes. Aoba responded, stepped forward, and walked towards the first child on the far left. In the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, there was a special perception technique that could detect the mood of the other party. Happy. Sad. Fear. All of them could be detected. What he had to do now was to find people who were determined and loyal among these 23 children. The mind-reading system can't do this, so he needed to personally do it. But this process does not prevent him from reading the memory. Aoba came to the first child, squatted down, raised his right hand, and gently stroked the latter's forehead. Aoba's body trembled slightly. Then the child's memories came to his mind. Ding dong! Successfully read the memory. Obtained, chakra increased. Aoba immediately felt that there were more chakras that he could use. This was different from an increase in potential. What increased was his current power. So that's it. Aoba now knew it in his heart. When extracting the memory of an obviously weak person, he won't get ninjutsu. It would only be a strength improvement, such as an increase in chakra. Aoba immediately mobilized the chakra on his body and clearly felt that it was easier to use. He began to explore the emotions hidden deep in the child's heart. Chapter 11. This was the first time Aoba has used the secret technique to probe the emotions of others. The chakra moved along his lower abdomen to the palm of his right hand, carrying his not-so-strong mental power and reaching a frequency synchronized with the spirit of the lethargic child. In an instant, Aoba felt a lot of complicated feelings. Bravery, fear, sacrifice, dedication. These emotions were intertwined with the memories he had just acquired, and Aoba could feel the child more deeply in a three-dimensional way. He has more courage than ordinary people, and he was willing to take risks to be a spy for the village. This child certainly also has a fear of belonging to this age. Fear of the unknown. Fear of death. It's just that these fears were all overwhelmed by courage. Besides, there was also the spirit of dedication to the village and the heart that had already been prepared for death. This was a very rational child. Aoba felt the child's emotions and couldn't help but awe. Captain Eden, I think he can. Aoba retracted his hand, and the expression on his face became very solemn. From the child's memory just now, he saw several other children lying here. Captain Eden did not lie. No one was forcing them. They volunteered to be spies and hoped to contribute to the village through their own strength. This spirit. Aoba does not have it, but he admired it very much. Okay. Eden nodded directly, without asking any questions, and agreed with Aoba's judgment on the spot. Aoba walked towards the next child, raised his hand, and stroked the child's forehead. Aoba's body trembled slightly. Ding dong. Successfully read the memory. Obtained, mental power increased. Aoba's mind resounded with familiar electronic sounds. But, this time, the increase was different from just now, and it became mental power. It also does not have any ninjutsu improvement. At the same time, a stream of memories flashed through his mind like a movie. Perseverance. Bravery. Decisive. Cautiousness. This child's emotions presented were stronger than those of the previous child. This completely exceeded Aoba's expectations. He thought that the last child was doing very well, but he still fears belonging to his age group compared with this child. This kid was absolutely fearless. Is there really such a person? Aoba took a deep breath. He had never thought that such a small child would have such a great mindset. Was this the ninja world? How many people were walking in the darkness, bearing the brilliant light on their backs? Captain Eden, he's fine. Aoba said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, he took a deep look at the second child and remembered the appearance of this child in his heart. Okay. Eden still just nodded without making any comments. Aoba walked to the third child with a heavy heart, raised his hand, and pressed it to the third child's forehead. Aoba's body trembled slightly, and at the same time, a crisp electronic alert sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Successfully read the memory. Obtained, chakra increased. A faint warm current erupted in Aoba's body, increasing the chakra that he could use. Aoba immediately used the secret technique to probe the child's emotions. This time, Aoba felt it clearly. The mood of this child was similar to that of the first child. He was very brave and prepared for sacrifice, but there was still a fear deep in his heart. After a while, Aoba faintly realized the problem. Maybe. The fear they're feeling right now was like a time bomb deeply buried in the children's hearts. If something happens in the future, it was very likely that they would do something very impulsive. Such as self-sacrifice. A way to keep Konoha secret. After all, he has already made up his mind to die. But, compared to the second child, Aoba feels that he was less cautious. In his opinion, if facing the same problem, the first child and the third child may sacrifice themselves when they cannot resolve it. But the second child may turn the danger into a breeze and continue to complete the task. Or, with such a cautious character as the second child, there would be no problem at all. After thinking for a while, Aoba raised his hand, said nothing and walked directly towards the fourth child. Is he not loyal enough? Eden looked at Aoba's behavior and suddenly became curious, so he asked. No. Aoba stopped and shook his head, staring at Eden. Captain Eden. I was sloppy just now. I take back my word that the first two are suitable. I will check all these 23 children after that. I'll make the final decision. It's not that they are not loyal enough. But I have to choose the most suitable candidate among them. Aoba said seriously. Since he was given such a task, he would be responsible for these children. Now I know that these children were willing and dedicated to being spies. He has to choose the most suitable person among them. This was also to protect those who were not suitable for spies. And loyalty was not enough to become a spy. Okay. Eden nodded, the corner of his mouth curled up with an imperceptible smile, and his eyes were filled with more intense appreciation. In the next time, Aoba read the memories and probed the emotions of these children in turn. This made him gradually discover a pattern. Those children who were very courageous and determined to die but had a bit of fear in their hearts, when he used the mind-reading system to read their memories, the rewards he got were chakra increased. And those children who were more cautious in their emotions were obviously more intelligent. When he read their memories, he was rewarded with a mental power increase. In a sense, the mind-reading system could determine whether a child could better engage in the spying work. Hey! After Aoba checked all 23 children, he took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood. After a few minutes, Aoba raised his head and focused his eyes on Eden. Captain Eden, I have someone to choose. Aoba's tone was very firm. The candidate were judged using the memory he acquired and their current emotion. Chapter 12. Eden's eyes were fixed on Aoba, and his face was smiling, as if he was watching students hand in their homework. Who do you pick? Eden nodded, and eyes were flashing with expectation. Aoba immediately responded and then pointed out 6 children among the 23 children. These 6 people are qualified. Aoba made his decision. These 6 people were all people who he gained spiritual power when he reads their memory. These children have one characteristic in common: they were cautious, and there was no fear in their hearts. Even Aoba didn't believe it. These kids had really no fear. This kind of feeling doesn't feel like you were going to perform a mission as a spy. It was more like they were just going to play a game. Oh! The expression on Eden's face has become richer. This state has never been revealed in front of Aoba. Aoba! Can I ask why? There is also this first child. You just thought he could. Now you think he can't do it. What is the reason for this? Eden narrowed his eyes slightly so that the light in his eyes became restrained, and coupled with the dim environment of the small black room, his whole body seemed to be hidden in the dark. Yes. Aoba responded again, and then his eyes swept over the children lying on the ground unconscious. Captain Eden. Each of these 23 children is voluntarily acting as a spy on a mission. And no one is absolutely loyal. If only loyalty is the standard. These kids can be spies. Aoba said in a deep voice. When he said these words, he couldn't help but sigh. The ninja world was very cruel. The major forces were not only fighting on the surface, but was also fighting each other secretly. The things he has come into contact with right now were not shown in the anime he has seen. The angle of the animation was warm and cheerful. The world of Anbu was the opposite of it. As for why I chose 6 people in the end, Aoba continued to speak and explain his decision. There is no fear in their hearts. Any trace of fear may cause mistakes to happen. For us, this is a task, but for them, they will become part of other villages. If you are afraid of living in the village, you might reveal your identity at some point. The most important is, the characters of these 6 children are more cautious. They are more suitable to be spies. That's why I removed the first child. Aoba explained his reason thoroughly, but he understood that what he said was only a suggestion for reference. Clap. 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 After Aoba finished saying these words, Eden directly clapped his hands and applauded. The crisp applause echoed in the quiet little black room and appeared even louder. This sudden applause made Aoba a little dazed. He looked at Eden in surprise. Aoba. As expected, I did not read you wrong. You did a great job. Eden's eyes suddenly burst into deep appreciation. Aoba was stunned for a moment, faintly feeling that this seemed to be a test. But from the memories of these children, he did not see any arrangements. Before I asked you to check the loyalty of these children, Eden slowly said, they have been already screened. Aoba was speechless for a while. No wonder everyone was very loyal and brave, and he thought this was a necessary attribute for children born in wars. These 23 children are the most loyal group selected. Eden continued. But among them, 17 children fluctuate slightly in their mentality. Compared to being a spy, they are more suitable to go to ninja school. They will become very good ninjas, and they will have the determination to die when performing village missions. But their overly aggressive character is not suitable for tasks like spies that require calmness. So, before you probe, I know who to keep. I just want to see if you can notice the question of what is appropriate. You really did live up to my expectations. Eden showed a rare smile, which was like the encouragement of the older generation to the younger generation. So that's it. Aoba nodded slowly. He understood why he didn't see the trace of the arrangement in their memory. Because there was no arrangement at all. None of these children knew they were selected. After they were influenced by the drugs, their memories stopped, and they didn't know what would happen later. So, these children did not know that they had been probed. Aoba was reading the memories of these children and did not get this information. There was no way for an unconscious person to have external memories. But it really makes sense if these children have already been probed. There were a lot of talents in the Konoha Anbu. The spies sent out in the past would definitely go through this kind of test. And except for him, the torture division itself has other Yamanaka people who can use mind reading. What he didn't expect was Captain Eden would actually use such a thing to evaluate him. He seems to be more cautious. He deserves to be the torture expert of Konoha. He has so many means. Aoba can be sure that this was the first time Eden has used this kind of routine because there was no such picture in his past memory. Aoba, don't blame me. There are many things you don't know about. Eden saw Aoba being silent and began to explain in a low voice. In addition to the torture division in Konoha Intelligence Division, there is also an analysis division. Although you came late and haven't contacted the people of that group, you belong to the analysis group of Konoha Intelligence Division. The leader of the analysis division, Yamanaka Yuta, was about to retire. Now we need to find a new team leader to succeed. Among the 11 perception ninjas in the analysis team, I think you are the most suitable. So, I am very optimistic about you. This time, it can be said that it is my test for you. And you did a great job. After Eden said this, his tone paused slightly, then the smile on his face was reduced, and he became serious. So, the team leader of the analysis division of Konoha Intelligence Division will perform more tasks than others and take the responsibility of the group. Because your physical condition is not very good, I decided to ask your opinion. Are you ready for a tougher challenge? Chapter 13. After Eden finished speaking, he stared at Aoba with scorching eyes, and there was a strong expectation in his eyes. Aoba was stunned. He looked at Eden suspiciously and suddenly became cautious. Something was wrong. There was absolutely something wrong here. Aoba himself was a very cautious person, plus he had done nothing during this time and was very conservative. After all, he was afraid of revealing something. Now he just explored the emotions of these children. Then you can be the captain? Was the captain position condition this low? After a while, Aoba immediately quickly recalls Eden's memory in his mind. These memory images read through the mind-reading system were like movies stored in Aoba's mind. As long as he wanted, it could be retrieved at any time. Eden's memories flicked through Aoba's mind like a movie scene after scene. And as expected, after Aoba carefully explored the memory, Eden has used this promotion-style temptation more than once. It can be said. This was also a kind of test, and according to the words in memory, people from the torture division shouldn't take things like promotion as an essential thing. Do every task steadily. If your mind was unsteady, if you miss a minor detail, you may miss crucial information during the interrogation. Aoba. At this moment, Eden's voice rang, pulling Aoba back from his thoughts. Why don't you speak anymore? Are you too happy? To be honest, I really like you. If you agree, then from today, you will be the captain of the Analysis Division of Konoha Intelligence Division. What do you think? Eden asked while squinting his eyes slightly, hiding the light in his eyes. Now, what he wanted was an answer. Only, the answer was not what he wanted. After hearing Eden's urging, Aoba raised his head and looked at Eden. There was no change in the expression on his face, and he appeared as calm as possible. Good fellow. Aren't you embarrassed to say this kind of thing? This old man was very bad and was full of routines. Aoba felt that a banner could be hung on the wall of the little black room in the future. The longest way a member of the Konoha Intelligence Division has traveled was Captain Eden's routine. The wave was followed by wave after wave. If it was a person who was not cautious enough, he really can't stand it. Cough cough cough. Aoba cleared his throat immediately and suddenly appeared a little nervous. Captain Eden. I don't think I am suitable. And I don't want to be a captain at all. Aoba said seriously. There was something in Eden's words that made him a little moved. That was, to become a team leader requires to bear great responsibility. This seems to represent the opportunity to read more memories. But after revisiting Eden's memory just now, Aoba found that these words were nothing more than clichés. Leaders don't have so much work. Leaders only need to distribute the work and let the people below do it. For Aoba, as long as he was the lowest member of the torture division, all the hard work was his. There was no need to be a team leader at all. Not to mention, the identity of the team leader was too eye-catching. Low-key. He must be low-key. My strength was not enough now. Any erratic behavior may lead to a tragic death in this chaotic ninja world. Oh. Eden expressed surprise at Aoba's answer and looked at him deeply. You don't want to be the captain? Eden asked, obviously not sure. He still didn't know whether this was Aoba's true thoughts or just his excuses. Captain Eden, please don't kid me. I know how much I have. Aoba directly shook his head without hesitation, and a wry smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Just now, to explore the emotions of these 23 children, I almost ran out of mental strength. You also know that my physical fitness was very poor. Right now, I just want to contribute my strength to the village. I have never thought about being a team leader. Aoba's tone was very firm, and what he said was what he wanted in his heart. Even if there was no Eden's memory as a foreshadowing. Even if Eden was saying all the truth, not testing him. Aoba didn't want to be a team leader either. He just wants to quietly read the memory in the torture division. Are you serious? Eden's look on Aoba changed repeatedly. He had not seen many people who could resist the temptation to get promoted. The vast majority of people were severely criticized by his routines, and then they were given some education to calm their minds. Now Aoba's performance, to some extent, also exceeded his expectations. Only, this makes him feel strange. It's not good for my subordinates to want to be promoted too much, but if they don't want to be promoted at all was a bit too sour. I'm serious. Aoba nodded firmly. Aoba. You can think about it again. You don't have to answer me in such a hurry. I really like you. If you don't become the captain of this team, then this opportunity will fall on others. At that time, it's too late to regret. Eden still doesn't believe that Aoba has no notion about the position at all. Who doesn't want to be a boss? Was there anyone willing to be just an ordinary member when there was a chance to be the captain? Eden decided to continue to test Aoba. I cannot. Aoba waved his hands, again and again. He shook his head and said, I just want to stay in the torture division. Eden did not speak any more this time but looked at Aoba seriously. After a while, the little black house fell into a silent atmosphere. Okay. Eden took a deep breath, then nodded. I respect your decision. But I still have to say. I will give you 3 days. In these 3 days, as long as you still want to be a team leader, come to me anytime. Eden decided to carry out the temptation to the end. With these last words, he plans to plant a seed in Aoba's heart. 3 days was the time for the seed to germinate. He wants to see it. Does this seed have a chance to grow after the precipitation of time? Thank you, Captain Eden. Aoba bowed to Eden and expressed his gratitude. He was carrying out a silent cursing in his heart. So bad. Ibiki must have followed you badly. One routine was not enough for you, so you used a chain of routines. You're too much. Chapter 14. You are welcome. Eden had already prepared a lesson and wanted to educate this newcomer who looked triumphant. But he didn't even think of it. Not only was this newcomer not floating, but he had a very clear understanding of himself. That's right. Aoba was not qualified to be a team leader. There were 11 people in the sensory ninja in the analysis division. Any of the 10 people ranked before Aoba was more qualified to be the team leader than Aoba. Although Aoba succeeded in finding 6 people who met the standard to be a spy from 23 children, this was a basic exercise among the sensory ninjas in the analysis division. Any sensory ninja that could do such a thing does not mean they were qualified enough. Besides, Yamanaka Yuta has no intention to retire at all. There is nothing else to do here. You have explored 23 children in a row, so I think you are exhausted. I will give you 3 days off. For these 3 days, you can think carefully about whether you want to be the team leader or not. Eden said in a deep voice. It doesn't take 3 days at all. I can answer you now. I just want to be a subordinate with peace of mind. Aoba replied without hesitation and added, Captain Eden, I don't need a holiday. I'm on standby at any time, waiting to be asked a task. Eden made a regretful look on the surface, but he began to truly appreciate Aoba in his heart. Captain Eden, I'm going back first. Aoba saluted to Eden, then turned around and left this small black room. Eden looked deeply at Aoba's back, not knowing why there was a certain feeling in his heart that he felt that this young man was exceptional. But he couldn't find anything unusual. Aoba has a poor physical condition and no self-motivation. He looks like a salted fish waiting to die. Eden muttered to himself, then shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Aoba will officially enter the sensory team after 3 days. Let's see if there is anything special about him at that time. Eden's face became cold again. Aoba has passed the preliminary examination in his heart, and he could get in touch with other Anbu. Aoba was in a state of almost isolation before. This was not only for Aoba to have an idea of accomplishing the task very well, but also not to let Aoba get any hints from those seniors. The most important was, a team member who has not passed his review cannot meet other Konohagakure Intelligence Division members. You know, everyone in the Intelligence Division holds vital information. So selection of any team member must be strict and serious. Aoba returned to his dormitory. After going in, he closed the door carefully. Hey! Aoba sighed heavily. What happened just now did not make him so nervous, and it was just a newcomer test. After clearly knowing Eden's purpose, he watched the latter set up a series of routines and couldn't help but sigh. The ninja world is too dangerous. Aoba even more deeply realized the intrigue between ninjas. He had to go through so many levels of tests just to enter an intelligence division, let alone those spies. I have passed the preliminary test now. I don't know what test is waiting for me after entering the team. I must be careful. If I rush it, it's over. I will do things steadily, don't want anything, and don't fight for anything. Aoba was more deeply aware of the importance of being patient and a supreme-level salted fish. No one should think of finding a flaw in him. In the next 3 days, Eden really didn't assign Aoba any task, and no one would bother Aoba. It was exactly in the little black room agreement. He was waiting for Aoba to change his mind and take over the captain position of the analysis division. But Aoba did not give any response at all. These 3 days, Aoba has been on standby in Anbu's dormitory and was no different from his usual performance. He didn't exercise, didn't try ninjutsu, and didn't do anything that might reveal any flaws. His most urgent task was to pass the examination of the intelligence division, become an official team member, and stay in the torture division for a long time. These 3 days, Aoba was not as idle as it seems on the surface. He looked at Eden's memories repeatedly in his mind, not knowing how many times. He carefully understands the nearly 30 years of torture experience of the torture expert. For him, these memories were his biggest golden finger. This was the power of intelligence. The 4th day. According to the normal agreement, Eden should send someone to look for him to perform the task. But this day was no different from the previous few days. Nothing happened. He was like a forgotten existence silently guarding the Anbu dormitory. The 5th day. Still the same. 6th day. No one still came. Captain Eden, you are really cruel. Aoba was sitting on the bed, his mouth curled up with a wry smile. Even someone like him who had memories to read felt that the waiting was too boring. If you change it to someone else, I'm afraid he would not be able to hold it anymore. But according to Eden's memory, he knew. This was testing the endurance of his subordinates. After all, he was very optimistic about you before, and then he gave you 3 days, but when the 3 days came, you didn't take the initiative to find him to accept the job. In that case, he won't be optimistic about you anymore. This was what you missed. Missed was a missed. This was the emotion Eden wanted to convey, and coupled with a long period of neglect, it was almost as cold as violence. Even Aoba can't stand this kind of meaningless time consumption, let alone those teenagers who don't know the situation. Every minute, every second, was constantly destroying their mentality. Until the 10th day, the sound of footsteps finally came from outside the Anbu dormitory where Aoba was. Knock knock knock. This was followed by a series of knocks on the door. Aoba has never felt that this knock on the door was so sweet, like hearing the best music. But, at the same time, he suppressed the excitement that came out of instinct and quickly calmed down. Be cautious. Aoba silently warned himself in his heart that he knew that what was waiting for him was the test from the sensory team of the Konoha Intelligence Division. Chapter 15. Creak. The door of Aoba's room in the Anbu's dormitory was pushed open. The one who appeared in front of Aoba was a ninja wearing a mask. He did not know how many times he had seen this Anbu's ninja. Every time he saw them, they were wearing a mask and did not know who they were. Aoba, Captain Eden called you over. The Anbu said in a deep voice. Yes. Aoba nodded. This is for you. After the Anbu finished speaking, he took out a mask from his ninja bag and handed it to Aoba. He added, put it on. Yes. Aoba took the mask and took a look at it. The mask was white in color and was painted with black and red to make the appearance of a cat face mask. Hurry up and go over. I have other things to do, so I won't bring you there. After the Anbu finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Yes. Aoba looked at the empty corridor in front of him and slowly replied. Then, he picked up the mask and put it on his face. After putting on the mask, Aoba finally had a feeling that he was an Anbu ninja. Except for his eyes. His entire face was completely hidden under the mask. This made him feel an indescribable sense of security. Looks like I have to wear more masks in the future. Aoba suddenly felt that this feeling of covering his face to hide his identity was very good. It was especially suitable for a person with a system like him. There was no time to waste. Aoba quickly arrived at the location of Konoha Intelligence Division's small black room. At this moment, the small black room had already become a bright room. The candles on the surrounding walls were lit up, dispersing the darkness here. This was the first time Aoba had seen the small black room being bright. The torture instruments hidden in the dark were completely exposed in his sight. There were more than a dozen people gathered in the bright small black room. Apart from Eden, who was wearing a black windbreaker, everyone was wearing masks and looked particularly formal. After Aoba came, no one spoke to him. He also did not speak to these people. The entire small black room was very quiet. The air pressure was a little low. Aoba found a corner at the back and stood there silently, waiting for the time to pass. 10 minutes later, Anbu ninjas came in one after another. There were nearly 30 people in this small black room. It's about time. All of a sudden, Eden spoke. The voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, all the ninjas in the small black room turned their attention to him. Today, I called everyone here to have an internal meeting. Eden's low voice made everyone feel the seriousness of the matter. Aoba stood at the back. His gaze focused on Eden through the mask. He listened carefully to the latter's words. All of Anbu's ninjas present were in the same position, listening to the leader's words. Almost half of the people present have experienced the Second Ninja War. Eden's gaze swept over Anbu's ninjas. Although everyone was wearing masks, these masks were not too big of a cover for people who were familiar with them for a long time. You people who have experienced the Second Ninja War know how our Konoha Intelligence Division operates during the war. But there are still half of the newcomers here who have not experienced the war and still in a state of lack of experience. That's why I'm here to give you a reminder. Make your body adapt to the state of war as soon as possible. And then, I'll reveal some more information to you. According to the intelligence we obtained through the spies and interrogation over the past few days, the war might come in the near future. Eden's voice became much louder. The content he spoke seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart, and everyone present couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Who? The ninjas in the small black room were all staring at Eden, and their breathing became rapid. War. Such a word. No one was willing to hear it easily. Whether it was those who had experienced war or those who had never experienced war, they all knew what this meant. That was pain. As long as there was war, there would be pain. It was unavoidable. For a moment, the atmosphere became serious. They all knew. Captain Eden would not joke about such things. I believe you all still have some doubts. Let me give you a simple explanation. During the Second Ninja World War, our Fire Country, Wind Country, and Earth Country all had varying degrees of consumption and damage. The decline in our combat strength forced us to stop and recuperate. But, according to the latest intelligence report, all signs indicate that the Kumigakure is constantly strengthening the military preparations and is eyeing the three great countries of the fire, wind and earth like a tiger watching its prey. Plus, we, the three great powers of the fire, wind and earth, are not on the same side. There are also conflicts between us. If this continues, I guess, at most 3 years, the Third Ninja World War is going to spread in the ninja world. Eden said with certainty. This was not his nonsense, but an inference based on the information he had and where he was. So, I called you here this time. The main purpose is for you all to be alert. No matter when the war begins. We, Konoha Intelligence Division, have to deal with the task of obtaining information. Do you understand? Eden's voice grew louder and louder, giving Aoba the feeling of a general mobilization meeting. Understood. All the people present immediately responded loudly. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, as if they were ready. Dismissed. Eden casually waved his hand, indicating that everyone could return to their respective posts. Yes. After everyone responded, they dispersed. Konoha Intelligence Division was already a mature department. There was no need for everything to go through Eden's instructions. It was completely normal. The members of the division each had their own duties, and everyone had their own tasks. All of a sudden, the audience dispersed. There were only 3 people left in the small black room. In addition to Aoba who had not left. There was also a ninja Anbu wearing a mask, as well as Eden, who was wearing a black windbreaker. You must be Aoba. The Anbu ninja who was wearing a mask turned his head and looked at Aoba. Through the eyes of the mask, he could see a pair of dark eyes, but he could not see any expression, and he could not easily detect the emotions of the latter. Chapter 16. This person's voice was slightly old. As soon as his voice came out, Eden's gaze also focused on Aoba. Yes. Aoba nodded and immediately became cautious. He knew that the test waiting for him was coming. Come with me. The masked Anbu ninja did not say any unnecessary thing. He directly turned around and walked out of the small black room. Yes. Aoba responded and followed behind the Anbu. The 2 of them were one in front and one behind. No one spoke along the way. They walked for about 3 minutes. And arrived at another room. It was quite spacious. He could see 2 cold iron beds, which looked like the bed in a morgue. Welcome to Analysis Division of Konoha Intelligence Division. After this Anbu ninja spoke, he raised his right hand. He could see many wrinkles and old age spots on his exposed hand skin. His right hand grabbed onto his mask. Then, he removed the mask. Immediately after that, an old face entered Aoba's line of sight. Let me introduce myself. I am Konoha Intelligence Division, Analysis Division's captain. Yamanaka Yuta. Whether it is in Yamanaka clan or in Konoha Intelligence Division, I am your elder. Of course. Seniority is seniority, position is position. You can just call me Captain Yuta. Yamanaka Yuta said with a serious expression. His tone was not as strict as his expression. It was still a little friendly. Perhaps it was due to the prestige of being in a high position for a long time that he was not angry when facing the younger generation. Captain Yuta. Aoba immediately called out. He was very clear that the person in front of him was his direct superior. Aoba sized up Yamanaka Yuta from head to toe. This person looked to be over 50 years old. His hair and eyebrows were already white. His cheeks were so thin that they were directly wrapped around his bones, making him look like a skeleton. You must be very curious why I brought you here, right? Yamanaka Yuta said. I'm not curious. Aoba shook his head. Oh. Yamanaka Yuta was stunned for a moment. He obviously did not expect Aoba to answer like this. This made him a little curious. He could not help but ask, why? I accept any task assigned to me. Aoba replied. Very good. Yamanaka Yuta's eyes suddenly lit up. The young man in front of him looked ordinary and simple. He didn't have much thought. It didn't seem very clever. But this was exactly the person that Konoha Intelligence Division needed. Whatever task I arranged for you, you will accept. And then carefully carry out the task. Don't ask anything. You don't need to know why I want you to do this kind of task. This was the basic quality that Konoha Intelligence Division's subordinates should have. After all, in Konoha Intelligence Division, even the subordinates with the lowest status, they also hold very important and secret information. Now I will tell you about the future work arrangements. You will work in this room with me. You will be responsible for reading the memories of the corpse that just died. Yamanaka Yuta paused for a moment and then looked at Aoba deeply. Logically speaking, this kind of mission should not be done by a newcomer like you. It is not that easy to read the memories of the corpse. But Captain Eden thinks very highly of you. I hope you won't let him down. I worked for Konoha Intelligence Division for nearly 40 years. I was here before Captain Eden came. I have never seen anyone like him. Do you understand what I mean? Yamanaka Yuta's face suddenly became serious. He stared at Aoba with burning eyes, wanting to see the feedback from the expression on Aoba's face. Understood. Aoba nodded. There was no change in his expression, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, at the current stage, he was dealing with corpses. He did not directly read the memories of the real person. There was no need to act too deeply. For other sensory ninjas, searching for the memories of a real person was far easier than in corpses. After all, it was a living person. However, Aoba was different. He used the mind-reading system to read memories, not the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Even if it were for a dead person, he could still read memories. Moreover, he would receive a reward after reading memories. Compared to reading a living person's sample that could produce spiritual energy backlash. The dead people were dead people, they're nothing to worry about. Aoba, aren't you curious why Captain Eden threw you here? Yamanaka Yuta stared at Aoba's face, completely unable to read anything. This made him a little confused. Was this young man proud or stiff? Did he understand the meaning behind it? I'm not curious. Aoba shook his head again. Even though he kept telling himself to be careful and cautious. However, this was not one of his curiosity. There was no need to suppress his character. He completely did not care where Eden arranged him. As long as he could read memories, it would be fine. The difference between different working places was nothing more than the different growth rates. Aoba did not want to be fast. He only wanted to be steady. This was also why he would rather be bored and wait in the dormitory than do any training. Slow but steady. One step at a time. Even if he did not take a step forward. But he definitely would not take a wrong step. This was what Aoba was thinking right now. He would rather not improve than make mistakes and not put himself in a dangerous situation. What an interesting young man. A smile appeared on Yamanaka Yuta's skeleton-like face, but it did not look good. Let me tell you. Captain Eden feels that war is coming soon. The state of war is different from that of peace. We don't have that many opportunities to capture ninja alive. Some things are often captured alive, which means that we have to pay a greater price. This requires our special sensory ninjas. We have to get information on the dead as much as possible. Yamanaka Yuta explained to Aoba. He originally planned to tell Aoba, but Aoba was not curious at all. He did not intend to keep these words in his heart. I understand. Aoba nodded and felt that what Eden said was very reasonable. Then the problem is, the look in Yamanaka Yuta's eyes changed again. He stared at Aoba and asked, do you think there will be a war in 3 years? I don't know. Aoba shook his head without hesitation. Even if he knew what would happen in the future and some news about the Third Ninja War, he won't say anything. No matter what he said. Right. Or something wrong. It would all represent his judgment. He would not easily say anything that could make people think that it was his subjective judgment. Aoba's idea was very simple. He just wanted to quietly read memory in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Other things, even if it were for war, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 17. Yamanaka Yuta looked at Aoba in a daze, not knowing what to say. He had been in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for more than 30 years. He had seen too many young people. However, this was the first time he had seen a young man who had almost no desire. This gave him an indescribable strange feeling. Then guess, do you think the war predicted by Captain Eden will happen? Yamanaka Yuta couldn't help but ask again. I can't guess. Aoba directly shook his head, not giving the other party any chance to doubt him. All right. Yamanaka Yuta did not make things difficult for Aoba. After the conversation just now, he had gained some understanding of Aoba's character. Moreover, he did not have the high expectations he had when he was first recommended by Eden. Right. Yamanaka Yuta seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Aoba again, his face becoming serious. Once a war breaks out, the workload here will multiply. I heard that your body is not very good. Take advantage of this idle time and try to exercise your body as much as possible. Yamanaka Yuta warned him like an experienced person. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded in agreement. This was what he had been waiting for. Before he received an official order, he had never dared to practice. Firstly, he was afraid that he would delay his mission while practicing and not be able to read memories. Not only would it cause his own loss, but it would also affect Eden's judgment of him. Secondly, he had obtained the sage body the first time he read memory. His physical fitness was no longer weak, but very strong. It was very likely that he would accidentally expose something during training. This could lead to him being transferred away from Konohagakure Intelligence Division, transferred to other Anbu Division, or followed the ninja team out on a mission. No matter what it was, it would not benefit him at all. As a newcomer of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he had to be cautious. He would never leave behind any gossip. Now that he had received Captain Yuta's personal request to train his body to support the increasing intensity of work that might appear in the future, Aoba was naturally very happy to accept it. This was also the reason he was waiting for. Aoba. Today, I'm guiding for you to recognize the way. You can come here to work starting tomorrow. You can go back for now. Don't forget to exercise your body. Konohagakure Intelligence Division's work is not as easy as you think. Yamanaka Yuta waved his hand at Aoba, and the expression on his face became serious again. He no longer had the same interest as before. Yes. Aoba responded, then turned around and left without any reluctance, leaving Yamanaka Yuta a quiet background. What a strange young man! Yamanaka Yuta glanced in the direction that Aoba had left in and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After Aoba left the room that was similar to a morgue, he directly walked towards the Anbu's dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Aoba took off the cat-faced mask on his face and heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! Aoba recalled everything that had happened just now. It seemed like a simple Konohagakure Intelligence Division meeting, but it had given him a lot of information. It seems like Konohagakure is not unprepared for the Third Ninja War. Aoba could not remember the specific time of the Third Ninja War. However, he understood a few important points of time. During the time when Uchiha Obito graduated from the ninja school, he was already in battle. According to the age of Minato, who he saw at Ramen Ichiraku that day, it should be about 3 to 5 years. Aoba felt that Eden's deduction was still reasonable. After all, it was combined with the information that the latter had obtained. It was just that he thought about it in his heart. He definitely wouldn't say it out loud. It's time to train. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of anticipation. He had been in the ninja world for almost a month. Other than the Yamanaka secret technique used when he was reading memories, he only tried the transformation technique that the system rewarded him with. He had not done any training at all. All of a sudden, he actually did not know how to train. Aoba thought for a while and felt that the current training still had to be focused on physical training. After all, his body was not good. Then there was nothing wrong with training his body. If he didn't train his body and practiced ninjutsu with all his strength, it would instead give people a very fake feeling. Let's go out and run 2 laps first. Aoba immediately made a decision in his heart. He had never felt the vigorous vitality and tyrannical physical strength brought by the sage body. He put the cat face mask in his hand in his dormitory. Then he left Anbu's dormitory. He walked towards the small forest near Konoha's prison. According to his memory and acquired memories, he knew that there was a forest with wooden stakes in the village. It was a place especially for the ninjas in the village to train. But there were too many people there. Aoba did not want to be seen by so many people. Even though those people might not notice him at all. When Aoba arrived near the small forest, he was just about to run when he suddenly felt a faint gaze. Something was wrong. Aoba controlled the expression on his face and tried not to show any change, but he was thinking in his heart. Someone was staring at him. Aoba could easily guess who was staring at him. There were only 2 possibilities. It was either Eden or Yamanaka Yuta. There wouldn't be a third person at all. Only. Aoba didn't know if they were staring at him for the sake of seeing his actual situation or to supervise his training. No matter what was said, he had to pretend that he didn't see it. Moreover, he had to show his weak side. After all, the other party's intention was unknown. He still had to be cautious. Thinking of this, Aoba deliberately took a deep breath, like an old man doing morning exercises in a park, feeling the fresh air in the woods. Aoba directly breathed for 3 minutes. After that, he began to do warm-up exercises seriously. Ankle joint, knee joint, wrist joint. Aoba had yet to officially start his training. He had only been preparing for half an hour, and he was secretly controlling his body, making him look pale and sweating. During this process, he could clearly feel the gaze that was staring at him was already a little impatient. It's about time. A hint of imperceptible craftiness flashed through Aoba's eyes as he started to take slow steps. Swish! It was at this moment. Aoba could clearly feel it. The gaze that was looking at him instantly became spirited. It was as if he wanted to see through him. When Aoba was doing the warm-up exercise, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Who? Aoba had just run an exercise in the small forest for 3 minutes when his face began to turn pale and he began to sweat profusely. His heavy breathing seemed to have reached its limit. Who? All of a sudden, Aoba let out an even heavier breathing sound. Then, his body trembled slightly. He directly bowed down on the ground and his entire body went limp. I can't take it anymore. Aoba kept shaking his head, and the sweat on his face fell to the ground. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his physical strength. Not far away, Eden widened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His face was full of disbelief. It's over. You didn't even last 3 minutes. You showed me this. Eden suddenly felt that he had wasted more than half an hour here in vain and decided not to come to see Aoba's training in the future. Chapter 18. I don't want to watch anymore. There was an indescribable disappointment in Eden's heart. He had personally seen Aoba enter the small forest full of passion, and he was doing the warm-up exercises carefully and seriously. But this was outrageous. He warmed up for half an hour. It ended in less than 3 minutes. This physical fitness. It was hard for him to explain. It's more exciting to see Utadano train than you. Eden's figure flashed and disappeared directly. In fact, he was not only monitoring Aoba, but also caring for his subordinates. Now he also understood. Aoba was not a person who could stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for a long time. This body. He could not even survive the Third Ninja World War. Not to mention entrusting a heavy responsibility. All of a sudden, Eden shifted his target elsewhere, no longer paying too much attention to Aoba. Aoba sat on the ground, panting heavily as if he was going to be exhausted to death. In an instant, he clearly felt it. The feeling of being watched was gone. The person who was staring at him had left. Hee. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly as he revealed a smile that seemed as if he had obtained a scheme. I've finally managed to muddle through. However, now is not the time to be careless. Who knows if that guy will retaliate? I will rest for a while. Then I will go back to the dormitory. Aoba silently made a judgment in his heart. Today, training could stop here. Bit by bit. Steady. After all, he had just displayed a state of near collapse, and then he became lively again. This was too fake. He couldn't just treat Eden or Yuta as a fool. Someone who had been in a high position for a long time. How many of them were fools? Caution. Cautious is the most important. Aoba sat on the ground for half an hour. The sweat on his body gradually dried up, but he still maintained a pale face. People who didn't know would think that he had done a great exercise. It's not that training didn't gain anything this time. It actually made me feel my sage body. A hint of confidence flashed through Aoba's eyes. This confidence came from the feeling that sage body gave him. It was almost perfect control of the body. Through the control of the body just now, he could produce characteristics similar to collapse and sweat freely. Go back to the dormitory. Aoba got up from the ground and walked back to the dormitory. He was in a good mood. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with training's progress. He was advancing step by step. This was what he wanted to do the most. Now it was only year 36 of the Konoha calendar. When Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected, it was year 64 of the Konoha calendar. As long as he was good enough to survive, there would be enough time to slowly develop. Now was the early stage of development. The most taboo thing was to rush. Aoba was very clear that he had the label of having a weak body, and it was precisely because of this label that he could not go to the battlefield and stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Then he absolutely could not easily tear off this label. This was his protective cover. Aoba leisurely returned to the dormitory and directly washed up and went to sleep. He did not seem to spend any more time on training at all. He looked like a salted fish waiting to die. The next day, early in the morning, Aoba arrived at the office that looked like a morgue early in the morning. At this moment, Yamanaka Yuta had not arrived yet. There was only Aoba in the room. He waited for about an hour. And finally Yamanaka Yuta came. Morning. Yamanaka Yuta only greeted Aoba and did not say anything else. It was completely different from yesterday's enthusiastic appearance. Morning. Aoba also greeted him. Then, the room fell into a deathly silence. However, this silence only lasted for 2 minutes before the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Someone was coming. And it was a lot of people. Aoba instantly made a judgment through the footsteps outside the door. All of a sudden, the door of the room opened. More than a dozen ninjas wearing Anbu masks walked in carrying corpses. These people directly placed the corpses on the ground. Nothing was said. They turned around and left. Let's begin. Yamanaka Yuta's voice slowly rang out. He bowed his head and lifted the corpse at the top, placing it on a cold iron bed. Our job is to find as much information as possible from the memories of these dead people as possible for the village. Okay. Not every dead person has information on them. Just do your best. Be careful. Don't miss anything important. Yamanaka Yuta slowly explained, and then began to search the memories of these corpses. He did not make too high of a request to Aoba. The main reason was that these corpses were all Konohagakure's people, and most of them were dead prisoners. These people were people who had been interrogated and imprisoned, searching for memories after death. It was just a supplement for interrogation. It was rare to find anything meaningful, but this kind of work still needed to be done. Of course. In his opinion, the biggest significance of this job to Aoba was to let him practice as much as possible. This would provide valuable experience for the future exploration of the memory of the Death Ninja. Yes. Aoba responded and looked at the corpses on the ground. His eyes lit up slightly. It's getting better. So many treasures that he could read. Aoba immediately squatted in front of these corpses and raised his right hand to touch the head of the top corpse. Wang! Aoba's body trembled slightly. Images of memories appeared in his mind, as if he was watching a movie. In this person's memory, most of the scenes, they all spent their time in Konohagakure's cell. It was obviously a prisoner. The long-lost electronic prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Doton, Dori. Hiki, Earth release, Earth-style wall. Arrived. It finally arrived. Aoba felt a special feeling in his mind. Right now, as long as he wanted to, he could use the Earth-style wall at any time. Moreover, he could carve a few dog heads on it to save his life. Aoba put the corpse on the iron bed and carefully investigated it. When Yamanaka Yuta saw Aoba squatting on the ground as if he was checking memories, he frowned slightly. He felt that this young man was not as steadfast as he looked. Yes. Aoba responded, but he did not stand up. Then, he added softly. Let me count how many corpses there are first. After saying that, Aoba raised his right hand. He touched the head of the second corpse. What he needed to do now was to read the memories of everyone here. First, he would collect the benefits given by the system. Otherwise, there would definitely be some corpses that would be searched by Yamanaka Yuta, and it would be very difficult to read them if he missed them. Chapter 19. All right. Yuta shook his head helplessly. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He was ready to investigate this dead person's memories in front of him. In his opinion, Aoba was completely a newbie. What everything he saw was new to him. There were only a few corpses piled up here. If it were in the time of war, there would be a lot of corpses and prisoners of war. No matter if it were corpses or prisoners of war, there would be a lot of them. They were so busy that they did not have the mood to look at these things. He simply did not care about Aoba. Seeing that Yuta did not object, Aoba immediately pressed his right hand on the head of the second corpse. In an instant, scenes after scenes flooded into Aoba's mind. In these scenes, most of them were scenes in the prison cell. Ding dong! Memory reading is successful. Obtained, Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique. A clear electronic notification rang out in Aoba's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. Good fellow! It was a dead person. And it actually gave him a clone technique. After that, Aoba did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. Squatting here for too long would definitely arouse Yuta's suspicions. The next moment, he pressed his right hand on the head of the third corpse. Accompanied by a subtle tremble, another memory poured into Aoba's mind. Ding dong! Memory reading is successful. Obtained, Katon-ri, Ka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. A clear electronic prompt sounded. Aoba once again mastered a kind of ninjutsu. Continue. Aoba looked down at the corpses that had not been read before. There were 4 more corpses. He reached out his hand. And then quickly reached for the heads of the remaining corpses. Ding dong! Memory reading is successful. Obtained, ton, rap, sh, wind release, gale palm. Ding dong. Memory reading is successful. Obtained, Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. Ding dong. Memory reading is successful. Obtained, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique. Ding dong. Memory reading is successful. Obtained, throwing technique. A series of electronic prompts sounded in Aoba's mind. Along with these prompts, there were also the memories of these people. Scenes came one after another. They kept appearing in Aoba's mind. It was done. After Aoba read through the memories of these corpses, he began to lift up the corpse on the bed. So heavy. When Aoba was moving the corpses, he deliberately muttered. Then, he put on an exhausted appearance and placed the corpses on the iron bed. Aoba's actions and words did not cause any changes to Yuta. However, Yuta saw everything and listened to it. This boy's body had to be trained. Yuta couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had never seen such a weak ninja before. Then, Aoba came to the side of the iron bed. He closed his eyes and placed his hands on the head of the corpse. And mobilize his chakra. Aoba put on an appearance of wanting to search for memories. Just like that. It lasted for almost 20 minutes. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Yuta, who was next to the iron bed, had already finished searching 2 corpses. Aoba was still reading his first corpse. There is no information. Aoba said lightly. He did not search for this person's memories because this person's memories had been completely loaded into his mind through the mind-reading system. The scenes of that scene followed one by one. It appeared before his eyes. Just like a movie that had been downloaded, he could adjust the progress bar at will, forward or backward, or pause. In the memories of these corpses, most of them were in Konoha's prison. They were all ninjas who had committed crimes. Not long ago, they all died in prison. However, Aoba did not find any information in the memories of these people, but he found something special. The time of death of these people was similar. It was all a week ago. In other words, it happened to be the time when Aoba was waiting in Anbu's dormitory without a task. If they were released simultaneously, it would be nothing strange, but dying in the cell at the same time seemed abnormal. For a moment, Aoba faintly felt. The task of searching the memories of the corpses was related to the cause of the death of these prisoners. Of course, he would not take the initiative to say it. He completely pretended not to have guessed it. After all, Yuta did not tell him anything. If there is no information, there is no need to say it. Continue to investigate the next person and report when you find information. Yuta said indifferently. Yes. Aoba responded. He was also happy about such a rule. He had read through the memories of the few corpses behind him. He found nothing. The memories of these people were all in the prison cell. Moreover, there was no special information. As for how they died, this was something that could not be clearly seen from his memories. It required time and energy to deduce. As long as he carefully compared it, he would definitely be able to find something in common with these people when they were alive. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer. It was just that Aoba was too lazy to search. The Naruto anime plot that he had seen did not mention this kind of segment at all, and it was obviously not a big deal. One more thing. It was better to have nothing. Since Yuta did not say anything. In that case, there was no need for him to take the initiative to bring it up. After a short period of thought, Aoba decided to stay low until the end. Then, he began the entire process of imitating and searching. Half a day passed quickly. Yuta and Aoba worked together to complete the search for 7 corpses. Among them, Yuta searched for 4 corpses. Aoba searched for 3. The continuous work caused the subsequent search time to be extended, and it consumed a lot of energy for these sensory ninjas. It only took Yuta 10 minutes to search for the memories of the first corpse. But the second corpse took more than half an hour. After all, the consumption of chakra and spiritual energy was getting bigger and bigger. Because of this, Aoba followed his example. He controlled his speed, making himself much slower than Yuta. Aoba. Yuta glanced at the corpse on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on Aoba, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. It's time for the lunch break. I suggest that you eat a lot. Then have a good sleep. There's still a mission waiting for us in the afternoon. Yuta said to Aoba before turning around to leave. Clearly, he had no intention of eating with Aoba. Yes. Aoba responded back to Yuta. It is indeed time to rest. Aoba twisted his waist. This morning, he pretended to be standing like he was being punished, and his waist was a little sore. I wonder if the corpse in the afternoon will give me a surprise. Aoba shook his neck. He felt that his whole body was extremely stiff. Then, he walked towards Anbu's canteen. He was still very satisfied, and the harvest from reading memories in the morning was still very good. Chapter 20. Aoba had a simple meal at Anbu's canteen before returning to the morgue. At this moment, Yuta was already here. He didn't go to rest. Instead, he carefully searched through the memories of the 3 corpses that Aoba had searched. He was afraid that this newcomer who did not seem to be so reliable would miss out on any details. You're back so early. Yuta frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure on his face. What's wrong with this newcomer? Why did he not follow his order? Didn't I agree to let you rest? Yuta was full of complaints in his heart, but he did not say it out loud, and he just felt that the situation was a little awkward. It was not only because Aoba did not do as he suggested. It was also because he allowed Aoba to see that he was searching for the 3 corpses Aoba had searched, revealing his distrust of the latter. Aoba was stunned for a moment. He did not mind this, and it was understandable for the old man to be more careful. I just want to see what I can do. I don't want to waste my time resting. Aoba said. With your current physical fitness, taking a serious rest now is the most responsible for your work. Yuta said in a bad mood. All right. Aoba nodded. He wanted to take the opportunity to see if there was a chance to read more memories, and it seemed that it was not easy to grasp. Go and rest. There is still a mission in the afternoon. Yuta urged, and he had a feeling that he wanted to kick Aoba out. Yes. Aoba nodded and was forced to leave the room. He casually lay down on the straw mat in the corridor. After that, he closed his eyes. He started to sleep. He should rest when he needed to. He shouldn't mistreat himself. Aoba fell asleep as soon as he said so. This state gradually gave him the feeling of going to fishing work. After an unknown period of time, Aoba was woken up by a voice. Aoba, it's time to work. Yuta's voice entered Aoba's ears and immediately woke him up. Okay. Aoba's face immediately revealed an excited expression. He could read more memories. This process of constantly receiving rewards made his mood extremely good. I told you that resting is useful. Look at you. Your mental state is much better than before. Working in Konoha Gakure Intelligence Division, you must learn to take good care of yourself. Yuta looked at Aoba and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was good to be young. Next. Aoba followed Yuta back to the room. At this time, there were more than a dozen corpses piled up on the ground in the room. The number was more than double that in the morning. When Aoba saw the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but frown. So many people died? What on earth happened? Aoba had never seen anything related to the death of many people in Konoha's prison in the memories of anyone. He was not sure what had happened. Moreover, there was no apparent reason in the memories of these dead people. The mystery was stuck in the memory blind spot. Do you feel that the workload has increased significantly? Yuta took a deep look at Aoba and said, these few days are just for you to practice. If the war breaks out and the living and dead come together, there is no time to rest. Let me count how many corpses there are here first. Aoba immediately squatted on the ground like he was counting heads. He raised his right hand and touched the heads of these dead people. Yuta was suddenly speechless. He didn't know what to say, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Hadn't he seen it once in the morning? It was actually a new experience for him too. He really was a remarkable youth. Aoba's hand quickly touched the heads of these corpses. It could be said that he moved to the next corpse after a touch continuously. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Suten, Suri, Dan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Raiden, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Shadow Clone Technique. Ding dong! A dozen or so notifications rang out in Aoba's mind. Because the strength of these dead people was average. There was no existence that was too strong, nor was there any existence that was too weak. It could be said to be average. The rewards obtained through the mind-reading system were all 5 attribute ninjutsu. This ninjutsu was directly engraved into his soul. As long as he wanted to, he could use them later. After that, scenes after scenes of memories flashed in his mind. It was as if he was downloading a movie and began to pour into Aoba's mind. However, Aoba did not immediately look at these memories. I'm going to start. Aoba laboriously picked up the corpse and placed it on the cold iron bed. Then he pressed the head of the corpse with both hands, closed his eyes, mobilized his chakra, and began to stand. Seeing that Aoba was on the right track, Yuta did not say anything and carefully examined the memories of these dead people. Just as Aoba guessed. Yuta had a mission. A week ago, a large number of prisoners died in Konoha's prison. According to the medical ninjas, the cause of death was poisoning. And every prisoner was poisoned with the same poison. It was obviously the same person or the same group of people. But there was no evidence in prison. There was nothing found in the statements of the prison guard who guarded the prison. This matter was like a pending case. It was stuck here. In the end, they had to give the body to Konohagakure Intelligence Division to search for memories. They hoped to find some clues from the memories of these people when they were alive. However, these things Yuta did not tell Aoba. First, he did not fully trust Aoba's ability, and he did not think that the latter could replace or help him complete the task of memory searching. Second, he hoped that Aoba would not have the framework shackles imposed by the task in searching for memories and could fully exert his thoughts, and maybe he would find something unexpected. Aoba pretended to search for memories, but he did not use a secret technique but went through the memories he had just read. The memories of more than 10 people. All of them were in his mind. He wanted to see. Was the situation as he had guessed? 30 minutes later, Aoba moved the corpse on the iron bed away and began to move the next corpse, preparing to continue to stand. During this period of time, he roughly looked through the memories of these people. Everyone died a week ago. The time of death was exactly the same as the group of people in the morning. With this, there was indeed something going on. Aoba didn't say anything, and he didn't want to show off. However, he had nothing to do during this period of time. He might as well just take a look. What exactly was going on? For a moment, Aoba put on a posture of searching for memories, and then, like playing a puzzle game, he seriously picked up the memory fragments of these dead people. This also made him feel a little funny. He had clearly transmigrated to the ninja world and had yet to experience being a ninja, but he had developed a sense of déjà vu. This made him recall a very brainwashing sentence in his mind when he was flipping through his memories. The truth. There was only one. Chapter 21. Time ticked by. Unknowingly. An entire day passed. On the surface, Aoba and Yuta searched the memories of these corpses together. But in reality, Aoba was fishing. Did you find anything? Yuta separated his hands from the head of the last corpse and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. His skin and bones had already revealed a deep look of fatigue. No. Aoba shook his head. He was not keeping a low profile, and he really did not find any unique information from these people's memories. These people were all criminals. They did not know anything either. You did well today. Go back and rest. Don't be late tomorrow. Yuta didn't say anything more and directly got off work for Aoba. Yes. Aoba responded and left without hesitation. After he left the room, Yuta began to search for the corpse that Aoba had just searched. Aoba did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he walked out of the underground and walked towards the small forest near the prison cell. This time, there was no one spying. After watching Aoba for a while, Eden no longer had any interest in him. In addition, he was busy during this period of time, so he was too lazy to observe Aoba. Yuta was still busy searching through the corpse that he handled earlier, checking if he had missed any clues. As a result, Aoba, on the other hand, was in a state of freedom. At this time, Aoba was wearing a black and grey ninja outfit, a white cat mask on his face, and his entire body dives into the small forest where night fell. This kind of outfit. Except for Eden and Yuta. Even if Anbu's people saw it, they would not be able to recognize him. After all, there was no way to confirm Aoba's identity in this kind of outfit. I can finally be serious in my training. After Aoba entered the grove, he started to run around it. According to the content of the Naruto anime he had watched before, he came to a very important conclusion, that was, physical techniques were essential. Aoba had already obtained Sage Body through the system, and now training his body was the most significant benefit. As for the method of training the body, the first thing that came to Aoba's mind was the training methods of Guy and Lee. Running. Push UPS. Squat and jumped up. Wait. Although it was very primitive, the effect was excellent. In a moment, it was as if Aoba had turned into a shadow in the dark night, quickly shuttling through the small forest. Is this Sage Body? Aoba maintained his fast running movements and kept balanced breathing while wantonly running, but there was no trace of exhaustion. It was as if he had endless energy. This made Aoba somewhat understand why Naruto was so energetic. Of course, Naruto's physical fitness was very strong, but he does not have a pure Sage Body. In terms of physical talent, looking at the entire ninja world, only the 6 paths of Sage could be compared to Aoba. Aoba quickly shuttled through the small forest. It was as if all the pores on his body were able to breathe air. He had a feeling of being particularly close to nature. This was an exceptional feeling. It was like a person in the water could feel the existence of water. Normal humans lived in the air and would not feel the existence of air, but Aoba now deeply felt the energy of nature. This energy of nature. It continuously drilled into the pores all over his body. It replenished the stamina that he had consumed. Unconsciously. 2 hours passed. Just like that, Aoba ran for 2 hours. The moment he stopped, his body was covered in sweat. The sense of fullness after the exercise made him feel very comfortable. Immediately after, Aoba began to do push UPS crazily. The muscles of his arms were stretched strongly. He did a total of 3,000 push UPS. Only then did Aoba stop. The muscles in his arms also became exceedingly sore. But he did not stop training. Instead, he started to squat and jump. The muscles of the thighs and calves were fully trained as he kept squatting and jumping. When Aoba completely finished his exercise, it was already very late. Aoba took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He felt refreshed. This could be said to be the most satisfying exercise he had ever had in the world of ninjas. That's all for today. Let's continue tomorrow. We have plenty of time in the future. Aoba knew that he could not rush things. If he was anxious, he would not be able to eat hot tofu. No one could become a fat man in one bite. It was even more so when he trained his body. It required a lot of time and effort, and there was no way he could do it in a short time. Now, there was no feeling of watching. It was obvious that keeping a low profile played a role. In that case, the following days had to be more cautious. He had to be more cautious. Aoba stepped onto the path back to Anbu from the small forest. After this exercise, his body was covered in sweat. The ninja suit was already stuck to his body. As a gust of cold wind blew by, there was more or less a trace of chill. He felt this cool feeling. Aoba could not help but sigh in his heart. If he did not get Sage Body, with the physical quality of his predecessor, he would probably catch a cold when he went back. Just as Aoba walked to the side of Konoha's cell and entered the entrance of Anbu dormitory, he happened to meet Eden, who came out from inside. At this time, Eden was still wearing the black trench coat, but his face looked tired as if he had finally gotten off work after working for a day. Aoba did not expect this. He could still see Eden like this. All along, he thought that Eden was a passionate workaholic. He wouldn't feel tired. Aoba. Eden also noticed Aoba and sized him up. When he saw that Aoba was wet, a hint of doubt flashed through his eyes. Did you fall into the river? Eden asked doubtfully. There were many small question marks in his head, and he had no idea what had happened to Aoba. I went to exercise just now. Aoba answered truthfully. Exercise? Eden looked at Aoba with a doubtful gaze. The corners of his mouth and could not help but twitch slightly. Could it be that he was just warming up? The sweat on his body. I'm afraid it was the result of 3 minutes of training. And do half an hour of warm-up that day. Yes, I went to exercise, and I did a very good warm-up. Now I feel very comfortable. Aoba took off his mask and said with a smile, and what he wanted to do was to let Eden continue to misunderstand him. That, you have to pay attention to your body. Eden wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't say that he had peeked at Aoba's training, so he could only probe. Yes. Aoba nodded, then revealed a high-spirited attitude and said, I will definitely work hard to exercise my body and maintain my health. I will strive for 80 years in Konoha Intelligence Division's career. Chapter 22. 80 years. The corners of Eden's mouth twitched again. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Aoba, you can do it. Eden raised his right hand and wanted to pat Aoba on the shoulder. All of a sudden, he remembered that Aoba was not in good health. He had just experienced a fierce warm-up exercise. Then, he finished the 3 minutes training. He was probably in a weakened state. Suddenly, his hand stopped in mid-air. He did not dare to slap it down. He doesn't want to cripple such a good subordinate. After that, Eden didn't say anything. He withdrew his hand and left, brushing past Aoba. After leaving, Eden recalled what Aoba had just said. He couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. 80 years. This kid really dares to say it. How many ninjas can live to 80 years old? Eden thought while shaking his head. He felt that there was something wrong with Aoba's knowledge of life, let alone in the Konoha Intelligence Division. It seemed that he felt that he was not on the battlefield. But in fact, he was on an even more harsh battlefield. Seeing that Eden had put down his guard against him, Aoba felt much better and directly returned to Anbu's dormitory. After going back, Aoba began to wash up. He washed away the sweat on his body. Then he washed his ninja clothes. After all, this was over, he finally felt a trace of exhaustion. This was the first time he felt tired after coming to the ninja world. Sleep. Aoba did not hesitate at all, lying on the bed and entering a state of slumber. If you want to exercise well, you have to rest well first. Tomorrow, you still have to train and read memories. The next day, Aoba arrived at his workplace earlier than the appointed time. Just like the day before, the corpses had already been placed on the ground in advance. These corpses had been dealt with by the medical ninja. The body had undergone a special process, greatly slowing the decay speed and not emitting any strange smell. I'll count first. Aoba grinned and found that this excuse was very useful. Although Yuta had not arrived yet, it did not stop him from using this reason to read memories. 1, 2, 3, 12. There were a total of 12 corpses. Aoba touched them one by one. Memories flooded into his mind one after another, like a downloaded movie, stored in one file after another, waiting for him to watch. At the same time, the system's electronic sound continuously sounded in his mind. One by one, ninjutsu emerged into his mind. As long as he wanted to, it could be used at any time. For these ninjutsu, Aoba gradually got used to it. He hadn't read the memories of any big shot for the time being and had not received any high-quality rewards. They were all just the 5 attribute D rank or C rank ninjutsu. Let's start working. Aoba said this for himself and also to the air. He lifted the topmost body. He placed it on the cold iron bed. Then, he stood. He slowly closed his eyes. In the process, he did not use the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan but went through the memories of these people from the system in turn. Half an hour later, Yuta walked in. He saw that Aoba had already started working, and his face revealed a gratified expression. He did not disturb Aoba. He picked up a corpse and began to search for memories. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was lunch break again. However, at this time, Yuta was still searching through the dead memories. He still had the last corpse in his hands, and he needed to finish searching before he could rest. Aoba was the first to open his eyes. As expected, a flash of understanding flashed through Aoba's eyes. In the memories of these people, there were many commonalities. These people were all prisoners of Konoha. These prisoners were all prisoners who were about to be released. In all the memories, the latest one, it will be released in half a year. Moreover, in everyone's memories, there were no abnormalities at all. They did not argue with anyone. They did not become enemies with anyone in prison. Before they died, nothing unusual happened. It was a sudden death. It was a sudden death within a period of time. These were all the problems. Aoba summed up the problem, but he could not find out who was the one who did this in these memories. Who poisoned them? How did he poison them? He could not get the answer to these questions in their memory. Aoba was sure that it was not a problem of food and drink because the prisoners in the cell all had the same meal, but only these people died, and the rest did not die. Strange. Aoba vaguely felt something, but he just could not identify it. Who? At this time, Yuta exhaled heavily and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of fatigue. Did you find anything? Yuta looked at Aoba and asked in a low voice. There was no expectation in his tone. He searched through the memories of these corpses. He found many suspicious points. However, there was no substantial breakthrough. Thus, he did not think that Aoba would discover anything. He just asked in a normal manner. No. Aoba shook his head. He maintained the posture of knowing nothing as long as Yuta did not tell him what the mission was. Go and rest. Yuta waved his hand. After this chain of memories searching, he was also very tired. He immediately went out and did not search for the corpse that Aoba had searched. Yes. Aoba looked at Yuta's back and silently responded. Lunch break. Aoba returned to the dormitory. He sat quietly on do push ups and squat. He did not run into the woods. After all, it was daytime, so he could not be too conspicuous. When Aoba came back in the afternoon, there were no corpses in the room. Is there nothing else? Aoba asked Yuta doubtfully. According to what he had learned from the prisoner's memories, there should be more than a few people who had died. Our mission is over, Yuta said in a deep voice. Aoba was stunned. His instinctive reaction was that someone had solved the case. This aroused his curiosity. What exactly happened? What was going on? He hesitated for a moment. So Aoba pursed his lips. What are we going to do next? Aoba still did not ask about the corpses. After all, it had nothing to do with him if it ended, and curiosity would kill the cat. Aren't you curious? This time, it was Yuta's turn to be puzzled. He looked deeply at Aoba and felt that this young man was a little too innocent. I'm not curious. Aoba shook his head directly. He had already suppressed all the curious thoughts, and he was very clear that he was working in Konoha Intelligence Division. There were some things that he could not ask about. The more things he knew, the more dangerous it was. He could secretly know. But he absolutely could not let others know that he knew. Chapter 23. When Yuta heard Aoba's words, he was speechless. This newcomer was too dull. It felt like he had no motivation at all. Or he had no sense of curiosity at all. After searching through the memories of so many corpses, did he not find anything special about them? Wasn't he curious about how these people died? Yuta looked at Aoba in a daze. He felt like he had punched cotton. Every time he chatted with Aoba, he would feel this way. This was the feeling. No matter what happened, Aoba was not interested. The work here is over. Yuta shook his head helplessly and waved to Aoba. Come with me. After saying that, Yuta took a step forward and walked out. Yes. Aoba responded and followed behind Yuta, looking very calm. However, his heart was not completely calm. There were several small question marks on his head. What happened during the lunch break? They were still searching for the corpse's memories in the morning. So why does it suddenly end in the afternoon? Had the mystery really been solved? Or had something else happened? After all, things had happened too suddenly. Aoba did not expect that the matter he had been investigating for the past 2 days would mysteriously end. Of course, he would not reveal the doubts in his heart. On the surface, he was a person who was not curious about anything and did not care about anything. Not long after, Yuta brought Aoba to a small compartment next to the small black room. The area of the compartment was very small. It could only accommodate 3 or 4 people standing. Moreover, it was very dark. In the corner, there were some torture instruments stained with blood. Aoba. From now on, this compartment belongs to you. When there is no mission to search for memory, you interrogate the prisoner who was sent to Konoha's prison here. Yuta said to Aoba. Even he did not expect that things would change so quickly that the work of searching the memory of the corpse stopped. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded and did not say anything unnecessary. He had no objections or doubts and completely listened to the arrangements of his superiors. I know that your ability is not enough. When you are here, train your interrogation skills well, and it will be useful in the future. After Yuta finished speaking, he turned and left. The moment he turned around, there was a lonely expression on his face. Things had deviated from their original plan. It was to the extent that they did not have any corpses to search for their memories. At least after discussing with Captain Eaton, they would transfer a portion of the sensory ninjas to Interrogation Division. They would wait until they had a mission to read memory before going back. After all, Torture and Interrogation Force had limited personnel. Sometimes, they had to adjust their positions. Moreover, through this opportunity, Yuta also wanted to make Aoba more comprehensive. After all, continuing to search for memories would consume a lot of energy. Currently, among Konoha Intelligence Division's members, Aoba did not have any special characteristics. But he was the one with the least ambition. Aoba watched as Yuta left, feeling even more puzzled. Something was wrong. Just 2 days ago, from Eden's performance, he was obviously ready to go all out. But the change was a little sudden. This was definitely not arranged in advance. If Eden wanted him to develop in the direction of the interrogation, he would not let him follow Yuta to search for the corpse's memories. All of a sudden, Aoba found it very strange. He seemed to have overlooked something. For the time being, he had not thought of it. About 20 minutes later, at the door of the compartment, a few guards approached with a prisoner. In front of Aoba, they tied this person to the wooden column very skillfully. He stole from the market and refused to admit it after being caught. Think of a way to make him confess everything. The leader of the guards gave a simple explanation to Aoba and then left with the other guards. The whole process was cold and indifferent. It could be seen. This was the daily routine of the guard. Steal. Aoba's dark pupils focused on the bound man through the peephole of the cat's face mask. This man looked to be around 40 years old and wore coarse linen clothes. One could tell that he was just an ordinary person and not a ninja with just a glance. The man seemed to have not heard Aoba's words, and he did not say a word and remained silent. Interesting. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly behind the mask. He never thought that there would be a time when he would interrogate a person. Konoha Intelligence Division was really a magical place. He could not even think of it. Wait until he stays here for a few years. He will definitely become Konoha Intelligence Division's all-powerful ninja. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Aoba shook his head and walked towards the middle-aged man step by step. His tone was very calm, without any threat, and it did not seem like he was interrogating him. It was just through the tone. The middle-aged man confirmed in his heart that the masked Anbu ninja in front of him was a rookie. In addition to the tone of the voice, he was not old. I'm afraid he hasn't even grown a single hair. Instantly, he was as if he had taken medicine that could calm his heart. His heart was calm and unhurried, and he didn't put Aoba in his eyes at all. I wonder if it's luck or misfortune for you to be assigned here. Aoba walked in front of the middle-aged man, his pitch-black pupils flashing with a bright light. You won't suffer any physical pain. But you can't hide anything you have done. Because memory won't lie. As Aoba spoke, he raised his right hand and pressed it on the middle-aged man's head. In an instant, Aoba's body slightly trembled. This person's memory was like a movie downloaded into his mind. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increased. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. At the same time, there was a warm current in his body. The amount of chakra he could mobilize had increased. Matsuda Kenichi. Male. 42 years old. Not married. Living in Konoha number 109 Street. This morning, you first stole 2 boiled eggs from the old granny at the market. Then you stole a string of candied haws from the stall when the owner was unprepared. In the end, you were discovered when you were stealing money from the pork shop in the market. So you were a repeat offender. Aoba said slowly and almost reported the identity number of this middle-aged man. You. When the middle-aged man heard what Aoba said, his face suddenly changed, and his round eyes were full of shock. You what? Let's change to another cell more suitable for you. Aoba said casually. Chapter 24. After Aoba finished reading this person's memories, it could be said that this middle-aged man had no secrets to speak of in front of him. It was not only about today's stealing. All of his previous stealing had been discovered. Now I will write out what you have done, and then you sign it. Our interrogation will be over. According to the process, Aoba took out a scroll and wrote the crime of this middle-aged man on it. Rustle rustle. The tip of the pen and the scroll rubbed together, producing a subtle sound. These sounds were not loud. But at this time, it was as if a megaphone had been added to it, greatly stimulating the middle-aged man's heart. You. How are you, sure that it was me? The middle-aged man had an unwilling expression on his face. He had never expected that the person he had treated like a rookie would know everything he had done. The 2 boiled eggs that he had taken away in the morning. Even the old lady might not have discovered it. How could anyone know? It was as if they were watching him do it. It was really inconceivable. Oh! Aoba stopped writing and looked up at the middle-aged man. You won't admit it? Aoba immediately asked. This was a very important matter. He had read through all of his memories. If the other party cooperated and signed it directly, this interrogation would be considered to have ended and he would be able to deliver the report perfectly. However, if the other party does not admit it and refuse to sign it, then he had to find a way to get the other party to sign it. Aoba did not want to waste time with this middle-aged man. For now, this was the place where he would work in a short term. This person's interrogation was over. The next person would be arranged. The crime rate in troubled times was quite high. In fact, it was not just a chaotic world. Even the Konoha military police force in a peaceful era came and went every day. At this time, after all, more people came. Aoba would be able to read more memories and would obtain benefits from it. Although the strength of these prisoners was not that strong, and they might not even be able to use ninjutsu, but directly getting chakra or spiritual increase would also shorten the time for him to become stronger. No, the middle-aged man shook his head and said with a wry smile, I admit it. I was just curious. How did you know? The middle-aged man was also helpless. He also did not want to admit it. But the other party had already said things to this extent. There was no point in continuing on. As the saying goes, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. He had already seen the coffin. So admitting it was not that shameful. I used mind reading on you and read your memories, Aoba said indifferently. Too extravagant. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He had heard of this secret technique before. It existed in Konoha's Konohagakure intelligence division, but not everyone was worthy of using it. He was just a market thief. But he used the mind-reading technique just to get his information. It was too exaggerated. In particular, he didn't even follow the process of interrogating him. He directly read her mind. Even he knew that the mind-reading secret technique was usually used when interrogating stillborn ninjas. Sign it. Aoba ignored the middle-aged man's shock and directly wrote the crime committed by the latter on the scroll. Then he took it in front of the middle-aged man. Okay. The middle-aged man helplessly took the pen. He signed it and his face suddenly became very ugly. He instantly aged several years. After that, Aoba called the guard over. He handed over the interrogation confession and the middle-aged man. In the next 3 days, Aoba spent his days in this dark compartment. It was more than an interrogation. Rather, it was better to say that he was quickly reading through memories. Even Aoba couldn't remember how many people he read. Most of these people gave him an increase in chakra, and only a few of them increased his spiritual energy. Coupled with the training after Aoba finished his work. In a short 3 days, it made him feel a clear improvement in his own strength. After 3 days of reading memories, Aoba found that the efficiency of the Konoha military police force catching people was quite high. These people who had their memories read, more or less, they had all committed a crime. No one was innocent. On this point, Aoba thought of the conflict between Konoha military police force and the village residents in the next few years. It seems the conflict was not something that could be achieved overnight. Their capturing of criminal was so accurate. Then the success rate of being sent to prison would be high. This way, over time, wouldn't they offend some people? In addition, the group hidden in the back added fuel to the fire, causing the conflict to intensify, finally causing the collective riot of the Uchiha clan. Through the dark side of the Konohagakure intelligence division that Aoba saw, he gradually realized that many things had reason. The things that happened. It was not as simple as it seemed. It might have been planted a long time ago. However, Aoba felt that maintaining the security of the village was the right thing to do. At least from his current point of view and position, the Konoha military police force did not do anything wrong. It was just that whether the Konoha military police force had done other excessive things or not, whether they would arrest people or not, he did not know. This person has randomly made up truth and slander higher UPS. I'll leave it to you. The guard leader brought a few people to escort a man and tied him to a wooden stake. He then nodded at Aoba. In the past few days, the guard captain had seen the speed of Aoba's interrogation. This made him first send the people who felt difficult and the people who needed more urgency to Aoba when he was escorting the suspect. He had a very good impression of Aoba. He vaguely felt that this young Anbu ninja might have a good future in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. After the guard captain tied the person up, he took a deep look at Aoba and turned to leave. Aoba looked at the man who was tied. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He was not much older than him. He was wearing thin white clothes. His clothes were very dirty, and there were some traces of his arrest. I didn't slander. What I said was the truth. I heard everything with my own ears. Why don't you believe me? You even arrested me. The man shouted hysterically. He took the initiative to report the case, but he was caught instead. At first, he didn't think much of it. But now that he was sent here, he finally panicked, especially when he saw the torture instruments. He was in a bad mood. I don't need you to tell me the details. I'll take a look myself. Aoba was too lazy to waste his breath. He had come to a conclusion over the past few days. Every prisoner brought here said that he had not committed any crimes. Suddenly, Aoba raised his right hand and pressed it on the man's head. Aoba's body trembled slightly. Then, a stream of memories gushed into his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, spiritual energy increased. A clear electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. This was one of the few rewards that could be obtained after reading the memories. The increase in chakra and spiritual energy could only be obtained when reading the memories of ordinary people. Most of them were chakra increased. Only some people with firm conviction would have spiritual energy increase. Looking at his memories, Aoba began to check what this man had said. Almost in an instant, Aoba widened his eyes and his pupils shrank. Then, he quickly returned to normal. So that's how it is. Aoba suddenly realized the truth. He understood the truth about the deaths of the prisoners in the prison cell. Chapter 25. Aoba had never thought of this. He would know in this way about the collective death of the prisoners. Don't say these words anymore. Aoba stared at the man who was tied up with his dark eyes and said meaningfully. I was really not lying. The man shouted, unwilling to give up. I said this for your own good. Don't be stubborn later and openly admit the slander. Your crime is not big. You will go out in a few days. Aoba said lightly. You. Is this how you interrogate? The man's face showed dissatisfaction, and he did not ask anything and directly came to a conclusion. He immediately felt that this Konohagakure Intelligence Division ninja was too hasty. I know everything about you. Aoba's tone was still very light. He took a step forward and whispered to the man, what you see and hear, you know best. The problem now is that you won't get any benefits if you continue like this, and you might even die. The man's eyelids jumped. After hearing the word die from Aoba, his heart suddenly trembled, and he calmed down. His emotions were not so excited anymore. Understanding the identity of the other party and knowing your own ability is the best choice for you, Aoba said lightly. After speaking, he spread out the scroll and picked up a pen to write on it. Rustle, rustle. As the tip of the pen touched it, lines of text fluttered on the scroll. Sign it. Aoba handed the scroll to the man, and the latter's crime was written on it simply and crudely. Slander Konohagakure's higher UPS. It was a simple line of words. Although it seemed to make the man feel wronged, it was the best solution that Aoba could think of. This. The man stared blankly at his crime on the scroll. The expression on his face changed from unwillingness to loneliness. In the end, it turned into deep helplessness. I can sign it, but I have a question. You have to answer me. The man did not move the pen. Instead, he raised his head and stared at Aoba with a solemn gaze. His eyes flashed with determination. It seemed that if Aoba did not answer his question, he would not sign. Aoba nodded. Tell me. You really know what I saw? The man was still skeptical. I read your memories. Aoba nodded again. Then, the man took a deep breath and became nervous. He said, Do you know that I am innocent? If you say something, you will not be innocent. Aoba shook his head and handed over the scroll in his hand. He said, Sign it. Should I pretend that I didn't hear it? The man asked helplessly. Your strength doesn't match that person's status. Aoba said lightly. I understand. The man immediately wilted. In fact, when he was caught, he more or less had an idea in his heart. It was just that he still wanted to attract the attention of the Anbu ninjas by making a fuss to clear his name. But now, he understood something. In reality, he was so helpless. There were things that could not be said easily. The man took the pen that Aoba handed over, signed the scroll, and admitted the crime of slander. After that, the man was taken away by the guard in the cell. Aoba's gaze passed through the hole in the mask and watched the man leave. I'm sorry. Aoba said in a low voice that only he could hear. Right now, his identity was that of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, a newbie who had no sense of presence. He had to keep a low profile. The scene that the man saw. He could not say it out. Suddenly, Aoba looked at the man's memory in his mind as if he was watching a movie. 10 days ago. This man was taking a walk in the woods behind Konohagakure's cell. It had been a long time. He felt sleepy. The man sat directly under a tree and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, a weak voice entered his ears. This is the list of people who are about to be released from prison. The crimes they have committed should not allow them to see the light again. However, according to Konohagakure's laws, they will be released soon. This is a scene I do not want to see. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, revealing a cold and gloomy feeling. I would rather kill wrongly than let them go. You know what to do, right? When the man heard this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He moved slightly. His line of sight went around the tree trunk and looked not far behind. He immediately saw a person wearing a green robe with bandages tied around his body. This person. Aoba recognized it at a glance. Zhiken Danzo. The Konohagakure Root Organization leader. The person standing opposite Danzo was the warden of Konohagakure's prison. Understood. The warden nodded and disappeared in a flash. It was just a few short sentences. It was enough to determine the death of these prisoners. Ha! Aoba gently breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he did not see any signs from the memories of these prisoners. They did not provoke anyone. There was no special contact with anyone. They were suddenly poisoned to death. So these things were done by the warden. He instructed the warden. Shimura Danzo. The one who used his own methods to maintain Konohagakure's stability. No wonder Konohagakure Intelligence Division stopped investigating. Maybe it received an order from his superior. Aoba never thought that he would be able to see the so-called bureaucracy in this dark Konohagakure Intelligence Division in the ninja world. Even though he knew that what the man had just said was not a lie, that man would be in danger if these continued. Be it Danzo or the warden. None of them were people that civilians could afford to offend. This was also why Aoba chose not to seek justice for this man. You have to know. Danzo was someone who would be forgiven even if he sent someone to assassinate the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, he had only killed a few prisoners. This kind of thing. Even if Aoba managed to convince others, he wouldn't be able to do anything as long as the third Hokage was in position. It wouldn't have any effect. Moreover, it would bring even more trouble to this man. Not only that. As a person who spoke for this man, Aoba would also be implicated. Aoba only wanted to quietly read the memories inside Konohagakure Intelligence Division. As for what happened to those people, he did not care at all. After all, he was not God. It was impossible for him to feel injustice for everyone. Next, there would be a third ninja war in the ninja world. Countless deaths and injuries would occur. He couldn't always act like a saint. After Aoba found out the cause of the prisoner's death, the confusion in his heart was completely solved. So it was Danzo's fault. Then everything made sense. Chapter 26. When Aoba found out that the prisoners in Konohagakure's prison had all died, he was shocked. He was still very puzzled in his heart. After all, he had never seen such a scene in the original plot. Even some of the ordinary ninjas' memories did not have such memories. Konohagakure had always been full of sunshine and bright scenes. There were almost no criminals. The people in the village were extremely harmonious. It was completely an anime version of the world where there was no evil. However, when Aoba stayed in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for a while, he understood. It was not that Konohagakure had no darkness. Instead, the darkness was covered by the light. People only needed to live in the light. Now, it seems. Danzo was not only Konohagakure's pot king, but he had also dealt with many things in secret. Relatively speaking, Aoba had never heard of the deaths of prisoners, nor had he heard of the release of prisoners. There was no specific explanation regarding the matter of Konohagakure's prison. He only knew that there was such an organization, but he did not know what kind of prisoners were imprisoned inside. After this period of time reading the memories of these prisoners in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division, Aoba gradually had a clearer understanding of the ninja world. Although this was only Konohagakure, the other villages should not be too different. As for Danzo's way of doing things, he couldn't tell if it were right or wrong. But now was definitely not the time to provoke Danzo. Moreover, Aoba did not want to provoke Danzo at all. More than 10 minutes later, the leader of the guards brought his subordinates over to escort another suspect. During this period of time, the guard leader was getting familiar with Aoba. Although the two of them did not know each other's names, while Aoba was still wearing Anbu's mask and did not show his face, they were inexplicably familiar with each other. The guard leader felt that Aoba was very efficient. Among the interrogator ninjas he had come into contact with, it was rare to use such a short time to make the criminal confess. Aoba was very efficient. The guard leader's efficiency was also high. This also made him more willing to send the suspect to the small compartment that Aoba belonged to. Especially when he felt that the suspect was a stubborn one. This person is a stubborn one. The guard leader motioned his subordinates to tie the suspect, who was escorted over to the wooden stake, then turned around and left with relief. Okay. Aoba nodded. His gaze passed through the hole in the mask and looked at the suspect who was tied up. His dark eyes seemed very indifferent. He did not know that the guard leader was secretly giving him an extra meal. Instinctively, he thought that Konoha had a high crime rate. "Let me see what happened to you." Aoba walked directly to the person who was tied up and raised his hand to touch the latter's forehead, ready to read his memory. Unconsciously. A month passed. During this period of time, Aoba stayed in Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment every day to interrogate the prisoners and read their memories. He also spent his free time training in the woods behind Konoha's prison. After Eden observed Aoba that day, he had never again observed him. However, there was one thing that made Aoba a little confused. For this period of time, the people assigned to him for interrogation were all ordinary people of Konoha. Not a single one of them was a ninja. Such a data sample. Was it Konoha Intelligence Division higher UPS who arranged for the people sent to him to be ordinary people? Or was it that the crime rate of ordinary people was higher? After all, ninjas were not always in the village. The village would issue a task, and then they would carry out the task. Most of the time, they were in contact with other ninjas. Another morning, Aoba first ran around in the small forest to exercise for a while. His control over his body was getting more and more powerful. In addition, the people whose memory he read were ordinary people, and because of this, his chakra had increased a lot. His whole body was full of energy. Aoba came to the familiar compartment. Before the guard leader came over, he saw a familiar figure. Yamanaka Yuta. The old man who had not been here for a month. Just like this, he suddenly came in front of Aoba. From the looks of it, his face looked more like a skeleton. "Captain Yuta." Aoba immediately greeted Yuta. He vaguely realized that something had happened. Otherwise, Yuta would not have come here to find him. "Come with me." Yuta took a deep look at Aoba and simply said this. Then, he turned around and walked towards the dark corridor. "Yes." Aoba responded and quietly followed behind Yuta. He didn't ask anything along the way. Until they reached the end of the corridor. Yuta stopped. Aoba also stopped. "Aoba, do you know why I am looking for you?" Yuta asked in a deep voice. "I don't know." Aoba replied indifferently. "You definitely don't know." The corners of Yuta's mouth twitched slightly. This was the way he spoke. He suddenly recalled the simple and direct way of chatting with Aoba. He couldn't help but reorganize his words and say, "What I mean is, aren't you curious about what I'm looking for you for?" "Not curious." Aoba's tone was still very indifferent. His face was covered by a mask, and he looked like a machine that had no feelings. Yuta was suddenly speechless. This boy. He was not interested at all. He doesn't know how to chat. How am I supposed to talk to you like this? Sigh. Yuta sighed helplessly. He understood more deeply that he had to speak to Aoba clearly and directly. "Aoba. I have a mission. I need your help." "What I mean is..." Yuta paused for a moment, then habitually paved the way. "This task is my task, not yours, so it doesn't matter if you don't help." When Yuta said this, he suddenly realized that he had misspoken. "You shouldn't have said so much. You should have learned your lesson earlier." This young man did not play according to the rules. His way of thinking was different from that of a normal person. Just as he was feeling vexed, Aoba's pair of black eyes, which had no fluctuations at all, met his gaze. "Then I won't help you." Aoba directly said the words that Yuta did not want to hear the most. He still stood where he was, like nothing had happened. He didn't look uncomfortable at all. If he just said rejection casually, but he uses this reason to back down? Such a person. Yuta had never seen many of them in his life. "You, really won't help me?" Yuta's eyelids jumped up. "Don't be so cruel. At least you should first ask what the mission was." "I won't help you." Aoba shook his head and has a determined eye. He was not joking at all. Chapter 27. Aoba's answer stunned Yuta. He couldn't say that he was heartless, he was simply indifferent. No matter what, he was still a captain. He was also an elder of the Yamanaka clan. He had just said that to be polite. How could he take it seriously? This was not the first time Yuta had asked someone to help him complete his mission, and it would definitely not be the last time. In his previous experience, no matter which newcomer he found, they would agree on the spot without hesitation. They even repeatedly expressed their willingness. Only Aoba rejected him so straightforwardly, and there was no other person. In the past, the newcomers were eager to seize this opportunity to get closer to him to perform well in Konohagakure Intelligence Division and get promoted as soon as possible. How could Aoba be like this? After saying those polite words, Yuta immediately realized that Aoba might not be able to tell that this was a courtesy word. It was just as he had expected. He rejected it on the spot. This was no longer just a matter of the mission, and it made him feel a little embarrassed. Aoba, I have to remind you that helping me complete the mission will be very helpful to you in the future. Yuta said in a low voice. He was still in the stage where he hoped that Aoba would change his mind. I see. Aoba responded with a bit of concern. So you really won't help me? Yuta frowned slightly. I won't help you. Aoba replied firmly. He would not easily change what he had decided on. Most importantly, according to what Yuta said, Aoba could feel that this mission was not simple. It was very likely to put him in a very awkward or dangerous situation. Although it was possible to read memories or get some reward from Yuta. But, in Aoba's opinion, even if this was true, it was not worth the risk. Aoba was a very cautious person. During this month of reading memories, he increasingly understood that the ninja world was not so simple. Not only were there wars between ninjas, there were all kinds of things between ordinary people. This world was not a utopia. It was an incomparably realistic and cruel world. Right now, he had the mind-reading system to read memories. As long as he quietly read memories in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he could slowly become strong. Even if it took a bit more time. As long as he stabilized and continued to read memories. There was no need to take risks for such things. Aoba was more open-minded about these things. Even if this mission could allow him to read a few more ninjas' memories, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, there would be more opportunities. Cough, cough, cough. Yuta cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment of being rejected. Then, he pretended to be profound and said, Aoba, this is a secret mission. It is a great opportunity for you to train. I think highly of you, so I found you. If I go to find the others in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, they will definitely agree without hesitation. Captain Yuta, thank you for your support. I feel that my strength is not enough to help you, and I think it is better to give this opportunity to those who will agree without hesitation. Aoba said seriously. You really don't want this opportunity? Yuta could clearly feel that Aoba was not being polite to him but really did not want to. He could not help but add, this mission can help you get a better position in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. I think this position is quite good now. Aoba was completely calm. So, Yuta immediately changed his mind and took out his trump card. As long as you help me complete this task, I can recommend you to another Anbu division. You know, Konohagakure Intelligence Division consumed too much energy, and I don't want you to become like me when you get old. Captain Yuta, I like Konohagakure Intelligence Division very much, and I don't want to go to another division. If I can stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for decades like you, it will be a great honor for me. Aoba's words were to avoid the possible troubles and from the bottom of his heart. If he left Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he would not have this kind of natural memory reading paradise. You. The expression on Yuta's face suddenly collapsed, and his current feeling right now was not good. This was his mission, and it was not necessary for Aoba to complete it. As he said, he wanted to give Aoba a chance to train. However, he was rejected. Logically speaking, after refusing, he would just look for someone else. Only, no one liked the feeling of being rejected. With a feeling of unwillingness, he told Aoba so much. In the end, he found that there was still no way. For a moment, he felt a little depressed. This was like he said many things, but clearly, the opposite did not care so much. But he was very unwilling after being rejected. In the end, what caused him to care was not the matter itself but the feeling of being rejected. Then that's good. Yuta pursed his lips, and a wisp of resolution flashed in his eyes, and it seemed as if he'd made a decision. Aoba, wait for me to go apply for it with Captain Eden. I want you to complete this mission with me. This way. This is not my mission alone, but our mission. Yuta felt that the reason for Aoba's refusal might be that this mission was not Aoba's, and he did not want to make a wedding dress for others. Of course. It was not that Aoba was unwilling to help him. Instead, he did not want to get involved in any troublesome matters. With his keen sense of smell, Aoba could faintly sense that the mission Yuta had mentioned earlier was not that simple. As for the reason to find him, Yuta did not think highly of him, and he simply felt that he was dull and had a closed mouth. He would also say anything. Otherwise, there would be so many people who he could choose. It was also a very important secret mission. There was no need to look for this cutie pie. Aoba made his own inference in his heart. He was not a victim of paranoia, but there was a basis for it. His basis was the collective death of the prisoners in Konoha. Now that he thought about it, this was probably purely Yuta's task. He was just a newcomer who was pulled over to help. The truth of the matter was pointed at Danzo. In doing this mission, Aoba was not curious at all. He thought that it might be this cautious way of doing things that Yuta found him again. Captain Yuta, I haven't been feeling well recently. You know, I have a weak body, and I sometimes do not feel well, listless, and impatient a few days in a month. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my body doesn't allow it. Aoba immediately began to act miserably. He knew that if Yuta went to look for Captain Eden, he would definitely agree, so he had to use his weak body as a reason. Is that so? Yuta raised his eyebrows even higher. He knew that Aoba was not in good health, but why did his words feel that something was wrong? Chapter 28. My body is relatively weak, and I have a few days every month that I feel quite uncomfortable. Aoba braced himself and said this. In order to not participate in these missions that might cause him danger, it can be said that he was being shameless. You have this kind of body problem. The corners of Yuta's mouth kept twitching. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never believe that such words came from the mouth of a young man. What was he? A female ninja? But even Anbu's female ninja could overcome this when faced with difficulties. Yuta was speechless. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded. He realized that Yuta might have accepted this setting, so he quickly added, it's quite hard these few days. Yuta's face was full of black lines. He could no longer look straight at Aoba. Cough, cough, cough. A moment later, to ease the awkward atmosphere, Yuta cleared his throat. Aoba, I understand. If it's not convenient for you, I'll switch to someone else. Take care of your body. I'm leaving first. After finishing speaking, Yuta quickly left. He did not want to continue talking to Aoba. If he continued to talk with this person for a while, who knows what he might say? If he forcefully dragged Aoba to do the mission, he might get pregnant in a few days. The uncomfortable feeling of being rejected suddenly disappeared after hearing Aoba's last words. He even wanted to laugh. Forget it, forget it. Since Aoba did not want to do this task, he might as well not make things difficult for him. Yuta was ready to change his target. He thought of another candidate in his mind, the tool man he always looked for many times. It was as Aoba had guessed. The most important reason why Yuta found Aoba was that he would not tell anyone about the secret. Only, he never expected this. The first time they worked together was pretty good. Why did the second time did not go smoothly? Could it be? Was Aoba's experience with him not that great? Maybe Aoba's body is really that weak, and that time was too intense. I have to be careful next time. Yuta silently analyzed the reason and summed up the failure of inviting Aoba. Though Aoba emphasized that his body was weak, he thought that it might be because of him. After all, in his opinion, Aoba did not have any other reasons to refuse. My old body can withstand the torment, but Aoba can't take it. In the future, when I look for him again, I will try my best to care for him. Yuta thought of those 2 days in the morgue, searching for the memory of the prisoner's body by the cold iron bed every day. They work for a whole day. Maybe it was that experience that gave Aoba a bad experience. The more Yuta thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He gradually felt more comfortable and prepared to look for Aoba next time when there was a mission. No matter what, his impression of Aoba was still very good. Ha! Aoba watched as Yuta's figure disappeared into the dark corridor and let out a heavy breath. I've finally gotten rid of him. When Aoba was faced with this so-called secret mission, every cell in his body was telling him to reject it. Who knew what the mission was about? He was neither curious nor concerned about it. The more he knew, the more he would die. Especially now that he was still in the developmental stage, he was at most could do an A-class mission. What's more, Aoba faintly felt something. In this huge Konoha, the end of all the conspiracies and plots would be pointed at that old man standing at the top of Root Organization. Aoba returned to the small compartment and began to repeat the daily memory reading and interrogation. It had to be said. The Konoha military police force efficiency was very high. There were no problems with the people they caught. But most of them were minor problems. Who stole something? Who fought with whom? Who smashed whose glass? There was inevitably little friction among the people. If it were in modern society, it might be more mediation and reconciliation, and the compensation would be in place. But in the ninja world, it would be a punishment of imprisonment. Over time, Aoba could clearly feel dissatisfaction towards Konoha military police force from the memories and emotions of these arrested suspects. Maybe this is the seed of the Uchiha clan disaster. Aoba read the minds of many ordinary people of Konohagakure and had a deep understanding of the basic situation of the village. Moreover, the things he understood, they were all from the memory level. It could not be faked. These scenes were something that even Third Hokage would not be able to see even if he personally went to the basic level. However, Aoba believed that Danzo could see them. This contradiction is because the higher UPS of the village did not carry out the correct guidance and education, which led to the resentment of the people and pointed at Konoha military police force. Now that I think about it, it is really ironic. The Konoha military police force has made a great contribution to the security of Konohagakure, but the village people have a very bad impression on them. Aoba shook his head helplessly. He was in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, which happened to be the mediator between the Konoha military police force and village people. The people arrested were sent for interrogation. After the final result was achieved, the sentence was carried out. Then they were sent to Konohagakure's prison. The degree of sentence that Aoba came into contact with these ordinary people was basically a few days of imprisonment, and those who could reach a month were few. It could almost be said that it was a few days' trip to Konohagakure's prison. As for the regulars in prison, they were ninjas who had truly committed a major crime. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. It had been 8 months since Aoba had been transferred to this small compartment. When he first entered Anbu's Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he had been a sensory ninja. He had initially been responsible for reading memories after interrogation. However, during this period of time, he took on the interrogation work. It could be said that he was demoted. But for Aoba, it was a good thing. After all, many people had confessed after interrogation, and they did not reach the point of reading memories. In this place, he could read more memories. In this half-year, Aoba had already become the ninja with the fastest interrogation speed and was the first choice for the guard leader to send a suspect. As for Eden and Yuta, they never come here even once. Another day. Early in the morning. Just as Aoba arrived at the small compartment, an old man was already sitting inside. The old man suddenly looked at Aoba with a smile on his face. Is it that time of the day? Chapter 29. This meaningful word clearly entered Aoba's ears. The owner of the voice was Yuta, whom he had not seen for half a year. In a split second, Aoba's gaze focused on Yuta. Captain Yuta. Aoba could clearly feel that Yuta had become thinner. The vitality of his body was already feeble, as if he could die at any time. Aoba did not expect this kind of change. In just half a year, he had actually grown so old. However, think about it carefully. It was not a surprise. After all, Yuta had been using the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, which consumed a lot of his body and mind energy. This burden was already painful for young ninjas. Not to mention, Yuta who was already an old man. I came here to ask for your help. Yuta went straight to the point and no longer beat around the bush. He stared at Aoba and said seriously, I hope you can help me. What is it? There was no expression on Aoba's face behind the mask. This time, he did not directly refuse. Instead, he asked. He did not know why when he saw Yuta. He faintly felt that the other party did not have much time left. Plus, it was different from half a year ago. In this half a year, Aoba trained his body, and his physical fitness was constantly rising. Moreover, the memory reading reward that he obtained increased his chakra countless times, and it was no longer the same as before. However, Aoba didn't have any plans to make a fool of himself. Right now, he was just asking. If it were a troublesome matter, he would still not help. I am investigating the case of people's disappearance in Konoha. Yuta said very frankly. This time, he did not hide anything. In his heart, he believed that even if Aoba did not help, he would not tell anyone about it. In the past month, people are constantly disappearing in the village. It's like disappearing into thin air. There is no trace at all. I suspect that there is a conspiracy behind this. This is not a mission. I just want to find out what is going on and contribute the last of my strength to the village. Yuta clenched his fists tightly. His fists trembled slightly, showing that his body was not as good as before. Good fellow. The people in the village went missing for no reason. He knew about this. Wasn't that Orochimaru's human experiment? He was either studying Hashirama cell or studying the living corpse reincarnation. First, it was Danzo. Next, it was Orochimaru. They were really the two most dangerous existences in Konohagakure. Captain Yuta, I can't help you. Aoba directly shook his head and refused. What kind of joke was this? Orochimaru, who was in this period, had just obtained the reputation of a Sunin and has a cage-level strength. He could not afford him to provoke. Absolutely not. If it were a small matter that was not a big problem, Aoba might have helped out, but this was not a small matter at all. Are you still feeling unwell? Yuta was stunned for a moment. When he heard Aoba ask what it was, he thought that Aoba was willing to help. But he didn't expect that he would still refuse so straightforwardly. It's not a problem with the body. Aoba shook his head. Then, he took a deep breath and stared deeply into Yuda's eyes through the hole in the mask. Captain Yuda. This case. It's better not to investigate. Aoba could not help but advise. This was not a matter of justice or philosophy. The final result of this case was Orochimaru. Looking at the present Konohagakure. Who could fight with Orochimaru? With Yuda's strength, he was like an egg hitting a rock. Perhaps he hadn't found the result, yet he had already been killed by Danzo. You should know. All the human experiments that Orochimaru conducted in Konohagakure, Danzo supported it all. This was already not just the problem of facing Orochimaru. You know about this case? The look in Yuda's eyes became doubtful. He heard a trace of a different feeling from Aoba's words. It seemed. Aoba knew something. I don't know. Aoba shook his head and immediately said, because Captain Yuda said that this is not your task, so I think you should stop investigating. It's that simple. Yuda could not believe it, and he still felt that Aoba was hiding something. It's that simple. Aoba nodded and continued, we, Anbu, have to focus on our task. Since it's not your task, then don't do anything unnecessary. This. Yuda was stunned again. He didn't expect Aoba to say this. To his knowledge, Aoba didn't like doing missions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected it last time. Wait a minute. Yuda suddenly felt that he was wrong. Aoba clearly carried out the task strictly. Every time Eden gave Aoba a task, he would do his best to complete it. The last time was his mission, and it had nothing to do with Aoba. He did not even apply to Eden to let Aoba join the mission, so he really did not join. That's right. It was all like this. This boy did not say anything nonsense. Indeed, as an Anbu, you should focus on your given mission. Ha! Yuda could not help but sigh and shake his head helplessly. This matter. If I report it to Captain Eden, he definitely won't let me investigate it. So, he won't approve this mission. This is why I have to secretly investigate the truth. Yuda and Eden had known each other for many years, and he knew very well what kind of character the latter had. The disappearance of village people. This matter had caused a sensation in the entire village. And it had caused a huge negative impact. The higher UPS of the village even personally intervened in the investigation. Under the orders of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, this case was fully handed to Root for them to investigate it. It had nothing to do with Konohagakure Intelligence Division. If he wanted to investigate, he could only do it on his own. Aoba, I think there is an inside story about this case. If you help me, we might be able to find the truth of this matter. Yuda said in a deep voice. Captain Yuda, let me ask you something first. How many cases have you investigated over the years without any inside story? Aoba asked. This, ha! Yuda sighed. When he thought of this, he felt very uncomfortable, and he felt that Konohagakure Intelligence Division's career was a little depressing. He knew a lot of things, but in the end, he could only let them go. I just want to solve this case before my life ends. Yuda said unwillingly. Don't worry. This case will be solved soon enough, but it should not be solved by you. Aoba said indifferently. He secretly complained in his heart, you were already dying, and yet you care about this kind of thing. He was still young, so he didn't want to follow along like this. Chapter 30. After hearing Aoba's words, Yuda stared at Aoba for a full 3 seconds. Aoba, you are the same as half a year ago, and there are no changes at all. Yuda sighed. Half a year ago, when he first met Aoba, the latter was just like this. He was always focused on his own mission. And other than the mission given, everything else seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was a mission-oriented ninja. And he was not curious, not asking, and did not talk nonsense. Such a strict personality was rare even in Anbu. This was also the reason why he had a good impression of Aoba. Captain Yuta, half a year has passed, and you have changed a lot. Aoba replied in the same format. Is it? Yuta was stunned for a moment. He did not realize that he had changed and felt that he had always been like this. Then tell me. What did change? What did I become? Just like that, Aoba raised Yuta's curiosity. If it were someone else who said this, he might just laugh it off. But these words came from Aoba's mouth. He wanted to hear what Aoba had to say. You're starting to pursue the truth. Aoba said indifferently. Isn't our Konoha Intelligence Division purpose is to pursue the truth? Yuta asked back. No. Aoba shook his head and said meaningfully, I think what we, Konoha Intelligence Division, want is not the truth, but the answer. The answer. Yuta narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that the youth in front of him was not as simple as he thought. He then asked, Isn't the truth the answer? The truth is the truth, the answer is the answer, and the answer may not be the truth. Aoba shook his head again. Interesting. Are you saying that the answers we, Konoha Intelligence Division, give are not necessarily true? Yuta began to re-examine the youth in front of him. The answer does not need to be true, but it must be right. Just like when you were leading us subordinates to do things, you do not want us to get to the bottom of certain things. The higher UPS of the village also do not want you to investigate the so-called truth too much. Aoba said a very awkward sentence. I understand what you mean. Yuta was a very smart person, and he understood these principles better than Aoba. But because of the obsession in his heart, he had been stubborn. Captain Yuta, if there is nothing else, I will go back to work. Aoba expressed his thoughts of leaving. I'll treat you to tea. Yuta took the initiative to change the topic. His skeleton-like face squeezed out a smile and said, I won't investigate this matter anymore, and I just want to talk to you more. Forget about it. I am just an ordinary and simple little Anbu ninja. Aoba shook his head decisively. I will request for your leave. Yuta said directly. Do I really need to come? A helpless smile appeared on Aoba's face. You have to come. Yuta said with a smile, and he didn't dare to say anything. If he said that, it was fine if you didn't want to go. This kid would really refuse it. Half an hour later. In Konoha tea shop. Yuta and Aoba were sitting opposite each other. In the middle, there was a small table. The table was covered with white cloth, and there was a delicate teapot. The air was filled with the fragrance of tea. After Yuta asked for Aoba's leave, he brought Aoba here. You don't drink tea usually, right? Yuta held the tea in his hands. His movements were slow, as if he was doing handicrafts. Aoba nodded. Can't you say a few more words to me? Yuta looked up at Aoba. He found that when he talked to Aoba, he always asked, and Aoba always just answered. Aoba kept answering his words and did not take the initiative to say anything. Sure. Aoba nodded again, but he did not say anything. Ha 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 ha. Yuta looked at Aoba and suddenly laughed. He poured a cup of tea from the teapot in his hand for Aoba and said, Have a taste of the green tea I made. Green tea is good. Aoba took the slightly hot teacup, stared at the tea in the cup, and said, I like green tea. Oh? Have you tasted green tea? Yuta started at Aoba in confusion. Didn't he just say that he doesn't drink tea? Why does he seem so familiar now? I haven't tested it, but I have heard of it. It is said that green tea is pure and refined, gentle and considerate. Unfortunately, I am mediocre and have never been favored by green tea. Aoba sighed and said. Aoba's words confused Yuta. What the hell was that? He understood every word. But why can't I understand them when they were connected together? Was this how you describe green tea? Forget it. Yuta quickly discarded the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He had already learned to automatically filter out the random words that Aoba occasionally said. Aoba. There's something I can't figure out. Why are you so cautious? Yuta took a sip of green tea and asked doubtfully. He could feel that this youth from his clan was not as ordinary as he appeared to be. Ninjas of this age often gave him the feeling of a young lion. Their strength was clearly not enough, but they just thought they were kings. They always scrambled to express themselves to attract attention, get to know more companions, and be recognized by them. However, the feeling Aoba gave him was completely different. He felt that Aoba was more like a turtle. When he shrank his body into the turtle shell, he was low-key, cautious, restrained, and he had an almost invisible existence. However, a turtle could live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. But, this was not the kind of personality that a young man of this age should have. Perhaps I am content with the current situation, Aoba said indifferently. As he spoke, he took another sip of tea and used the teacup to cover his face, not revealing any expression. Yuta clearly felt that Aoba took another step back as if he had shrunk his body into a shell, taking a defensive posture. Although Aoba was still sitting opposite him drinking tea, but he could clearly feel the vigilant aura coming from Aoba. After all, he was a sensory ninja for a lifetime. In an instant, he saw the vigilance under Aoba's indifferent expression. This young man was too calm. Yuta had never seen such a degree of steadiness in a young man of this age. He didn't say much, didn't do much, didn't make mistakes, didn't leave any evidence, didn't give any reason or opportunities. Facing Aoba, even if he wanted to pick a fight, he doesn't know what reason he needed to use. All of a sudden, Yuta suddenly felt that Aoba was very terrifying. Chapter 31. Those young ninjas with flamboyant personalities, with a person like that, he could instantly see through their depths. What kind of personality? What kind of ability? Was it a bluff or a well-thought-out plan? At least 80 to 90%. But the Aoba in front of him, Yuta could not see anything at all. Right before he found Aoba this time, he once thought that Aoba was a tight-lipped honest man. Now, he realized that it was not the case. This was a smart person. A very, very smart person. Aoba, have you ever thought of leaving Konohagaku's intelligence division? I feel that with your ability, you might have a greater future when you return to the clan. Yuta asked in a deep voice. How could I have any ability? Aoba shook his head. He waved his hand and said, it's enough for the family to have Inoichi. I see. Yuta did not say much. He just thought in his heart. If he had said it before today, he would definitely believe it. But now that he heard it, he felt that it was quite strange. Looking at the entire Yamanaka clan, almost everyone felt that Inoichi far surpassed Aoba. Oh, no. The people of the clan might have forgotten about Aoba. In their hearts, Aoba did not even have the qualifications to compare with Inoichi. This was terrifying. There was actually someone who could keep a low profile to such a degree. The more Yuta thought about it, the more his gaze towards Aoba gradually changed. He began to plan more things in his heart. Captain Yuta, if there is nothing else, I want to go back to work. Aoba felt that the look in Yuta's eyes was gradually becoming anxious, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if staying here would be harmful to himself. Don't worry. Yuta waved his hand. He was in the stage of being curious about Aoba, and how could he let Aoba go like this? Then he asked, why did you advise me not to care about the case of village people's disappearance? Because that is not your task. Aoba really wanted to leave, but Yuta refused to let him go. If he forced himself to leave, it would arouse suspicion, so he could only continue to ask and answer. What if it is? Yuta's eyes suddenly lit up. Then go investigate. Aoba felt that the topic had changed. He did not want to continue this topic, but he could not ignore Yuta. Then, Yuta said meaningfully, "What if it's your mission? What are you going to do?" Aoba's pupils contracted slightly. Then, he recovered in an instant. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. He felt that this old man was very bad, and he definitely had bad intentions. "I was just asking out of curiosity." Yuta stared at Aoba with a burning gaze and asked, "What will you do? Escape? Or investigate?" "Investigate," Aoba replied in a low voice. As an Anbu ninja, he had to complete the task when he received it. If it were for his task, he would find a better solution, but escaping was definitely the worst way to deal with it. "Good. Good. Good." Yuta said good 3 times in a row, and a smile bloomed on his tense face again. "Captain Yuta, I don't want to," Aoba hurriedly said. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Yuta. "I don't have the ability to issue such a task to you," Yuta said. Aoba instantly fell silent. That was the case. However, he felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. He seemed to have been tricked. "Ha ha ha." Yuta looked at Aoba's appearance and suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was bright and clear. He finally got an advantage in their conversation. Finally, he wasn't feeling aggrieved. After that, Yuta chatted with Aoba for a while. Their conversation was completely meaningless. His purpose was to distract Aoba and to let Aoba relax his vigilance. "All right." Yuta looked at the teapot and saw that there was no tea left. He looked at Aoba with satisfaction. "We had a good chat today. That's it then. If there's a chance in the future, let's drink tea together." Yuta no longer asked Aoba to stay. Instead, he took the initiative to end the tea session. "Yes." Aoba nodded and got up. Without any courtesy, he turned around and planned to leave. There was a special feeling in his heart. It seemed that Yuta was setting him up to scheme against him. However, he just couldn't tell what the problem was. Just as Yuta had said, he didn't have the qualifications or ability to issue a mission for him. However, he still felt that he might still have something to do with this missing person case. "Can't I just stay quietly in Konoha Intelligence Division?" Aoba complained helplessly in his heart. "Oh right." Right at this moment, Yuta's voice sounded out once more, and it stopped Aoba, who was about to leave. "Just half a month ago, I officially left Konoha Intelligence Division. I am no longer Konoha Intelligence Division's ninja. I am old. My body can no longer support me to use mind reading. I don't know how much time I have left. If I die one day, don't be sad." Yuta's voice suddenly softened as if he was leaving his last words. He told Aoba about the recent changes. "Okay." Aoba nodded, then stepped forward and left directly. In a split second, Aoba's figure disappeared from the tea house. There was no trace of nostalgia at all. What an emotionless fellow. Yuta looked deeply at Aoba's back as he left. The emotional scene on his face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. "But even if you are so cautious, compared to me, you're still inexperienced. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Let me, a senior of the family, teach you another lesson." At this moment, the expression on Yuta's face changed. It was as if he had changed into a different person. His temperament had also changed, and he was no longer as old as before. "Captain Yuta." All of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside the tea house, and it was accompanied by steady footsteps. Aoba returned to the place where the two of them were drinking tea. "What's wrong?" Yuta seemed to have changed his face again, instantly appearing like an old man, as if taking a step would consume a lot of strength. "When I left just now, I saw something on your head and felt that I should help you remove it." Aoba walked straight towards Yuta, his pitch-black pupils focused on the latter's head. Aoba's movements were very decisive. He had no intention of asking. He directly raised his right hand and slapped it towards Yuta's head. "There's something." Yuta frowned. He instinctively wanted to reject Aoba, but Aoba had killed too suddenly this time. He had no time to prepare and could only allow Aoba to hit his head. "Pa!" Aoba gently patted Yuta's head with his palm and picked up a green tea stalk with his fingertips. "All right." Aoba grinned, opened his palm, and showed the tea to Yuta. At the same time, memory scenes came one after another, accompanied by the crisp sound of the system prompt appeared in his mind. Chapter 32. Ding Dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, Katon, Carry, Dan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A clear electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind, indicating that he had obtained a fire release ninjutsu. This was the first time in half a year that he obtained ninjutsu. And it was no longer a simple increase in the chakra or spiritual energy. It could be seen that Yuta's strength was still good. "Captain Yuta, goodbye." Aoba was in a much better mood. He turned around and walked outside, leaving Yuta, who was confused. "Goodbye, goodbye." The aura that Yuta had just grasped was already gone. He stood there in a daze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What the hell? What did this person come back for? Just for this tea leaf stalk? Yuta raised his right hand and looked at the green tea leaves quietly lying on his palm. His mind was dizzy, and he felt as if he had missed something. It was just a refreshing feeling. But he felt something was wrong. What is it? Even now, Yuta still felt that it was very outrageous. This young man couldn't really have come back just for this. Something seemed to be really wrong. But he can't say for sure. He didn't lose anything. Nothing changed at all. Besides, as a sensory ninja, when Aoba approached him, he had already raised his perception to the limit and confirmed that Aoba did not use any chakra. Could it be that I was overthinking? Yuta frowned. After this exchange just now, his whole person was not good, and the relaxed and proud expression on his face could no longer be found. "Who are you showing off your skills with?" Aoba muttered to himself as he walked out of the tea house with steady steps. If not for Yuta's last words, Aoba wouldn't think much of it. There was a saying that people who were dying shouldn't talk too much. Yet you were still thinking about the missing people case? Hurry up and prepare your funeral and find a suitable burial place. Aoba was cautious not because of the environment but because he was a cautious person before he transmigrated. In the past, his friends had always been jokingly said that he had a paranoia problem. It was precisely because of this vigilance. It made him not have complete confidence, take any risks, and be more careful when examining various things. If it were someone else, he might be touched by Yuta's acting, thinking that the old man in front of him was about to enter a coffin, and his heart was filled with compassion. Aoba was different. It was precisely these words that instantly ignited the flames of vigilance in his heart. This did not conform to common sense. This was not something a dying person should want to do. Because of this, Aoba decided to kill his way back. When he saw Yuta's slightly surprised expression and flustered eyes, he immediately realized that he had not guessed wrong. This old bastard was showing off his acting skills here. Who didn't know how to act? Aoba immediately acted in reverse and patted his head to get the tea leaves. He also took away Yuta's memories and went back to study them carefully. Yuta successfully stirred up his curiosity and wanted to see what exactly this old man was planning. Aoba did not go anywhere else. Instead, he went straight back to Anbu's dormitory. He had already taken a leave today, and there was no need to go back to work. He wanted to go back and carefully read Yuta's memories. According to the memory stored in his brain right now, this was the first time he had read a large number of memories. After all, Yuta was already old. Not long after, Aoba returned to the dormitory. He sat down quietly and began to carefully read through Yuta's memories. In a split second, scenes after scenes appeared in his mind. Aoba sat by the bed and checked the memories he had read. Time passed by. After a long time. Ha! Aoba exhaled heavily. Then, he opened his eyes, and a trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Even though he was only looking up memories that had already been read, it was still quite difficult to flip through such a vast life of several decades. Naratetsu. Aoba's thin lips parted as he spat out this name, and this was something he had read from Yuta's memories. Naratetsu was an old senior of the Nara clan. He was the same age as Yuta and had a very close relationship with him. Moreover, Yuta followed his lead. It could be said, Yuta was Naratetsu's aide and boss. Hey, you guys from the older generation, don't take yourself too seriously. Aoba's expression turned cold. It doesn't matter what you guys do. But if you guys want to drag me down with you, it's impossible. I won't give you this chance. Aoba's tone was very determined. After reading Yuta's memory, he had already guessed what the latter might do and the means he had to use from the latter's behavior and conversation. 20 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo became the leader of Anbu and established his own organization, Root. Konoha stepped into a new chapter. But there was a small group of people in the village who disagreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. They began to discuss some things in private. Yuta was one of these people, and Naratetsu was the leader of this group. These people were relatively old, and they had once been bathed in the glory of the first Hokage. They thought that the third Hokage was extremely muddle-headed. So they always wanted to find the weakness of the third Hokage and push him down from his position. For this purpose, these people left the family and went deep into different divisions in Konoha. They wanted to investigate and collect the black materials of the third Hokage and take him down with evidence. But, things are much more difficult than they imagined. In these 20 years, the higher UPS of Konoha eliminated the dissidents and stabilized their rule. Even the families they belonged to changed their heads. The Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, and the Akimichi clan all became direct followers of the Sarutobi clan, causing them to lose their foundation. If that was all, they would not be so helpless. The most important thing was, in the past 20 years, countless big and small incidents have occurred in the village beneficial to Konoha higher UPS. However, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a pure white lotus. There was no mud on his body at all. He appeared in the people's eyes with an absolutely bright image and was deeply loved by the people. As for those incidents that can't be exposed to the light, they all pointed at another man. He was decisive in the killing. His methods were ruthless. He was extremely cunning. He did things without leaving any evidence. Of course, even if they got the evidence of that man, it would not affect third Hokage's position. This made them very uncomfortable. So Naratetsu focused on the case of the Konoha people's disappearance. He wanted to use this matter's social influence to force third Hokage to step down. Chapter 33. You guys! What a one-track mind! Can't you use your brain more? You can't even find an ally. Not everyone in the Nara clan is that smart. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. These people actually still needed to pay attention to evidence when they were doing things. What era was this now? A peaceful era? A democratic society? You actually want to use evidence to overthrow the third Hokage? Don't you know that the third Hokage has a pot king as a shield? Why don't you turn enemies into friends? Don't you know that the king of the pots also wants to take down the third Hokage? It really was. Aoba didn't know what to say. From the memories, he read from Yuta. They hadn't done anything else for the past 20 years and constantly competing with Danzo. I have to find a way to get myself out. Aoba raised his right hand and pinched his chin, putting on a pondering posture. His thoughts began to run quickly. He understood through reading the memories. Yuta did not want the truth, and he also did not want the answer. He only wanted to expand the influence of this missing person case so that the third Hokage would not be able to clean it up. Yuta came to find me because he felt that I would not speak nonsense. His goal was not to investigate the case, but to find a way to guide the case to the third Hokage, or to create more cases. Through the memories, he saw in the contents of the meetings that these people talked about. Aoba gave a preliminary judgment. Based on this judgment, he realized even more deeply how this muddy water and he absolutely could not get involved. If I were Yuta, how would he pull me in? What is the purpose of pulling me in? Let me think. Aoba frowned slightly. He could not think of anything from his own perspective, and he wanted to put himself in Yuta's perspective. Aoba calmed his mind in an instant, and Yuta's memories kept flashing back and forth in his mind. Scenes after scenes, he quickly absorbed and analyzed them. The idea was displayed in Tetsu's quotations. The experiences and habits of handling cases over the years. The core topics discussed in recent meetings. And the scene that Yuta saw every time he saw him from the other perspective. If I were Yuta. Aoba rubbed his temples with both hands. This was the first time he had brought himself into the memories of others as much as possible to use other people's methods to make judgments and decisions. Yamanaka Aoba, this kid, is very tight-lipped. He can be used. I won't worry about our plan being exposed, but this kid is too cautious. I need some methods to use. The look in Aoba's eyes gradually became sharp. If it's not this kid's mission, this kid won't accept anything. If I want to use this kid, I have to let him have a mission. The key to having a mission is Konohagakure Intelligence Divisions, Captain Eden. I have to give a mission through Eden. Eden doesn't have the qualifications to investigate the missing person case. Then I have to investigate other cases to attract the missing person case. That's why we need to commit the crime. We need to do a case that is different from the people disappearance case so that this case can enter Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Then, through my Yuta's qualifications, if this kid doesn't know, let Eden hand the case over to this kid. As long as there is a mission, this kid will investigate. The mission can't be designed too hard so that he can find the person who committed the crime without too much effort. Then how do we connect the culprit with the missing people case? Aoba has begun brainstorming. He started to calculate from the root organization, and at this point, he hesitated for a moment. Yes. Let the culprit go missing. This way, the person who committed the crime will become a part of the missing people case. But if it's just this, it's enough to be directly caught by the root. That kid is useless. Then let's be a bit more ruthless. Point the missing clues to root and spread rumors among the people, claiming that the people at root are suspects. When that time comes, that silly boy will investigate root and the missing people case. As long as we reveal some false evidence, we can directly point the spearhead at third Hokage. Aoba's eyes became clear again, and his eyes were full of caution and calmness. Good guy. Such a good guy. Maybe there are some minor details that are different. That should be what they think. I will become the gun they used to snipe the third Hokage. In this way, no matter what the final result is, I will thoroughly offend Danzo for third Hokage or even Orochimaru. This is the human heart. Aoba, relying on his near paranoia and his deduction based on memory information and had almost seen through Yuta and Tetsu's plans. I'm sorry. Whoever wants to do this gun can do it. I won't do it. I won't offend Danzo. I won't offend the third Hokage. Including you, Yuta, and Tetsu, I will not offend them. This kind of political struggle. You guys can play by yourselves. Aoba's eyes became determined, and he immediately recovered from his thoughts. He immediately got up, opened the dormitory door, and walked towards Konohagakure Intelligence Division's small black room. The whole thing had a key to breaking it. It was a mission. As long as there was no mission, everything would be in vain. Since he found the key, let's start with the key. 10 minutes later, Aoba arrived at Konoha Intelligence Division's small black room. Before he could walk over, he heard screams coming from inside. At this moment, Eden was interrogating a man. The man was tied to a wooden stake. His skin was torn, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, he did not say any words to beg for mercy or reveal any information. Captain Eden. Aoba walked to the door of the small black room and immediately saw Eden, who was holding a small whip in his hand and wearing a black trench coat. Aoba. After hearing the voice, Eden turned to look at Aoba, his eyes flashing with doubt. He asked, "Didn't you ask for leave? Why are you here? I have something to discuss with you." Aoba whispered. "Okay." Eden rubbed his wrist. It just so happened that he was tired of whipping people. He threw the little whip in his hand on the ground and then walked towards Aoba. "What is it?" Eden asked curiously. In his impression, Aoba had always been a very worry-free person. After entering Konoha Intelligence Division, he had never looked for him because of personal problems. "Captain Eden, it's like this. I have been carefully interrogating prisoners for the past 6 months, and my head is full of negative things, which makes me very tired." Aoba put on a pitiful look. After reading Yuda's memory, he had awakened the talent for acting. "So I want to ask for leave from you to rest for a few months. I want to help the village do some charity in this period of time, purify the heart, and feel the warmth of the world. Moreover, I want to have more time to exercise my body so that I can fight for Konoha Intelligence Division's career for 100 years with a more full and energetic appearance." Chapter 34. Ah! After hearing what Aoba said, Eden was stunned, and he stared at Aoba with a strange look in his eyes. 100 years? Do you want to struggle for 100 years? Then you would live more than 100+ years old? What kind of joke was this? Eden automatically ignored Aoba's last words and felt that those words were completely unrealistic and had no practical meaning at all. However, vacation. It had been such a long time. It was not very consistent with Konoha Intelligence Division's rules. Aoba, Konoha Intelligence Division personnel can't take a long vacation. As you know, the ninja world is not peaceful now, and there is a high possibility that there will be a war. At this stage, it is in a very special period. Eden stared at Aoba. There was no fluctuation in his pupils, giving people a very deep feeling. "Captain Eden, it is precisely because the war is about to begin that I want to rest for a period of time before the war begins. In order to cultivate better essence, energy, and spirit, I want to deal with all kinds of situations that may happen in the future." Aoba replied. "I can understand your thoughts, but Anbu's long vacation is not so easy to give. Generally speaking, it is only when the female ninja is pregnant and about to give birth," Eden said meaningfully. Then, he waved his hand and said, "How about this, Aoba? I'll give you a week of rest time. Is that okay?" "Yes." Aoba nodded. He knew very well that he did not have any status in Konoha Intelligence Division. It was already very difficult for him to get a week of vacation. However, this was still very different from his goal. 1 week. It was far from enough. Not to mention whether Yuda and the others would immediately start committing the crime. Just those deployments alone would take a lot of effort. In the end, it was very likely that this week's vacation had just passed, and he had returned the case would happen. He had to think of another way. "Aoba, since you are here, you have to take a vacation anyway. I will let you handle this person." Eden raised his hand and pointed at the man who had been tied to the wooden stake. It was obvious that he had been interrogated and had not confessed. "Okay." Aoba nodded without hesitation. Reading memories was a good thing for him. If it were any other ninja, he would have been killed. He might feel a headache. He was on leave and had to work overtime on the day before the holiday. There was no way. No matter who loses, the boss can't lose. But Aoba didn't care at all. All he wanted was to spend the whole holiday reading memory. However, he couldn't be too hasty. There were people outside who opposed the third Hokage, like Yuta, who wanted to use him like a gun. He had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. He only wanted to slowly read memories in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. He wanted to develop in a wretched way and stabilize himself. Aoba walked to the front of this ninja and swept his gaze over him. Although blood dyed the latter's skin red, it could still be seen that the color of this person's skin was darker than that of a normal person. He was not from the country of fire. With just a glance, Aoba made a judgment in his heart. Now, his experience had reached a terrifying level because of people's memories added to his mind. This person is a secret spy of Kumagakure. Eden slowly opened his mouth and told Aoba about the background identity of the man who had been beaten to the point that his flesh was split open. 3 days ago, the village's barrier team sensed this person outside the village's barrier. We suspect that he is using a special method to crack Konohagakure's barrier. But no matter how I interrogate him, he won't say anything. If you didn't come, I will also call the sensory ninjas to search his memories. Eden told this ninja's background story in a low voice. To be interrogated to this extent, he already had the idea of calling Analysis Division Ninja to come. But coincidentally, Aoba was here. Of course, when he knew that Aoba was here, he did not intend to let Aoba search for his memories. However, when he learned that Aoba was going to take a leave of absence, his thoughts changed. Since it's a holiday, it wouldn't be a problem for him to work a little more. After all, there was a week of rest. Okay. After hearing Eden's explanation, Aoba had a general impression of him and understood what was happening with this ninja. He was a ninja from Kumagakure. He was secretly studying Konohagakure's barrier. Just based on these 2 points and in addition to the degree of familiarity Aoba had with the events that followed, he immediately had a rough conclusion in his heart. If he was not wrong, this ninja was sent to study Konohagakure's barrier. His goal was to secretly invade Konohagakure and then kidnap a child from the Hyuga clan who had Byakugan. Thinking of this, Aoba could not help but be puzzled. Why? Why was Kumagakure so obsessed with Byakugan? Wasn't it good to change it to the Sharingan? But they always stared at them. Aoba raised his right hand, and his palm slowly landed on the ninja's head. In an instant, Aoba's palm touched the ninja. Aoba's body slightly trembled, and then scenes of memories flooded into his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Shadow Clone Technique. A clear electronic prompt echoed in Aoba's mind. This. Aoba was stunned for a moment, and he tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart. B-Class Ninjutsu. He actually got B-Class Ninjutsu. This means. Aoba stared at the man in front of him who had been beaten to a pulp. This person was at least at the level of a superior ninja. Or, it was already very close to being a superior ninja. This time reward for reading the memories was even higher than the fireball technique of Eden, who was a special Jonin ninja. For Aoba, the ninjutsu he obtained this time was already the best and most practical reward other than the first time he read the memories. Careful. Low profile. Calm down. Steady. Aoba immediately kept reminding himself in his heart that now was not the time to be happy. Captain Eden was still staring at him from behind, waiting for the result of searching his memories. In an instant, Aoba mobilized the chakra in his body. While circulating his chakra, he used the secret mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. It's just that. This secret technique was just for show. After all, the mind-reading system had already transmitted the memories to him. Just like this, Aoba maintained this posture for a full 15 minutes. Phew! Aoba heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He withdrew his right hand and opened his eyes. A trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Captain Eden, the searching was over. Chapter 35. Aoba put on a tired posture and walked toward Eden. From Eden's perspective, Aoba's face was pale, and his steps were weak as if he could fall at any time. For a moment, Eden recalled the scene of Aoba sprinting crazily for 3 minutes in his memory. Good fellow! This physical quality. Perhaps a week's rest time was not enough. Captain Eden. Aoba slowly opened his mouth. His tone was weak and tired, and his weak voice seemed to have gone through a baptism of a great battle and used up all the power on his body. This person is called Rushi. He is Kumagakure's special Jonin ninja. He is responsible for the research of the enchantment and seal techniques. This time, he came to Konohagakure under the order of the Third Raikage to investigate Konohagakure's barrier and find a way to break it. There are currently 3 other ninjas that came here besides him. All of them are ninjas who specialize in barrier and seal. Their field of work is in the 4 directions of the village, east, west, north, and south. Now, I will tell you the appearance and hiding place of the other 3 ninjas. As Aoba spoke, he raised his right hand and gently patted Eden's head. All right. Eden nodded. He had cooperated with Aoba once, so he was still willing to believe the information Aoba had given him. Aoba instantly touched Eden's head with his right hand. Sure enough, there was no reaction. The mind-reading system could only read memories once and could not read them again. This was understandable. Otherwise, if a person kept reading the memory for reward, there would be a bug. In a split second, Aoba mobilized the chakra in his body. This time, he used the mind transfer technique of Yamanaka's clan, sending the scene he saw from Rushi's memory into Eden's mind. Hum. 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 A few pictures were forcibly poured into Eden's head, and they gradually became clear from the initial blur. Very good. Eden looked at Aoba with a hint of praise in his eyes. Then, he suddenly patted Aoba on the shoulder and said, "Happy Holi." Damn it! His last word, "day" had yet to come out. But he saw that Aoba had already fallen to the ground. His entire body was twitching, his mouth was foaming, and he looked like he was about to die. This. Eden's eyelids twitched violently. He suddenly realized that he had been careless and used too much strength. However, Aoba's reaction was too scary. Someone, send Aoba to the medical room. Eden said to the other masked Anbu ninjas. Then he turned around and left the small black room. He wanted to immediately mobilize Anbu ninjas to capture the 3 Kumagakure ninjas cracking the barrier enchantment. Yes. An Anbu ninja responded. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Aoba. Then he directly gave Aoba a princess hug and ran in the direction of the medical room with Aoba in his hands. Cough cough, cough. Aoba seemed to be awakened by the jolt. His entire body trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes in a daze. Where is this? Aoba seemed to have no control over his balance. He raised his hand and accidentally slapped the head of this Anbu ninja. Snapped. In his panic, Aoba slapped the Anbu's ninja head with his right hand. Hum. A series of memories instantly appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, Nawanuk no Jutsu, rope escape technique. A crisp electronic sound rang out in Aoba's mind. Then, a special thought flowed into his soul, as if he was born with this technique. Rope escape technique can quickly break free from ropes. This. Aoba did not know what this technique was used for, and he was not bound by someone. After all, he was interrogating others in Konohagakure Intelligence Division and not being interrogated. You're awake. The eyes of this Anbu ninja looked at Aoba through the hole in the mask, his eyes flashing with questions and doubts. Put me down. Aoba nodded. His face was still extremely pale, giving people the feeling that he might faint again at any time. "Are you sure?" the Anbu asked hesitantly. "I'll be fine." Aoba waved his hand. Of course, he was fine, and he was just putting on an act. After all, acting had to be done in full. This way, it would not appear too abrupt when the latter steps were carried out. "All right." Anbu thought for a while and put Aoba down. "Go back." "I'm fine. Captain Eden slapped me too suddenly," Aoba said weakly. Are you really okay?" This Anbu ninja could not see his expression because he was wearing a mask. However, one could imagine how wonderful his expression would be without looking at it. "Just now, Captain Eden's slap was clearly a great encouragement to you." "I'm really fine. I don't need to go to the medical room, and I know my body very well. I'll be fine after I go back and take a rest," Aoba said lightly. All right." This Anbu ninja looked deeply at Aoba. Today, he has gained a lot of knowledge, and he had never seen such a weak ninja before. Immediately after that, this Anbu ninja flashed away and instantly disappeared. Aoba was left in the dark corridor. However, Aoba did not return to his normal appearance. Instead, he still maintained a weak appearance. Who knows if people were watching? What if he meets someone at the next intersection? Cautious. He must be careful, especially at this critical moment. Aoba trembled as he slowly walked back to Anbu's dormitory. Along the way, he did meet a few Anbu ninjas, and the way these ninjas looked at Aoba was somewhat strange. When they saw Aoba from afar, he looked like Yuta. But why did he look like that at such a young age? After Aoba returned to the dormitory, he immediately sat on the iron bed. He slowly closed his eyes and began to look through Eden's memories again. This time, what he wanted to find was the memory of Konoha Intelligence Division personnel taking a leave of absence. "I was a little hasty just now." Aoba was silently reflecting on himself. After deducing the situation from Yuta's perspective, his first reaction was to find Eden to avoid the danger of this matter, and he had forgotten to analyze Eden's memories. Now it seems that I am still not cautious when doing things. I have to be more cautious in the future. I wonder if there is still room for maneuver for this holiday. If it's only for a week, then he can only think of other ways. Aoba searched through Eden's memories and soon found the holiday issue. Sure enough, Konoha Intelligence Division Captain could only give him 1 week of vacation time at most. Captain Eden did not deliberately lie. However, in the past, there was a precedent of resting for more than 3 months. The person who rested directly asked 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for leave. "But I don't have a relationship with 3rd Hokage." When Aoba thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately thought of a person. Perhaps he had a way. Chapter 36. Aoba got up and left Anbu's dormitory, appearing in the village and bathed with sunlight. At this moment, it was the afternoon. The hot sunlight shone on the leaves of the forest, emitting a lazy light. "It's a little early. Why don't I practice for a while first?" Aoba looked up at the angle of the sun and felt it carefully for the first time. He now had a plan in his heart. Now he had a week of vacation. Not only did he have to solve the problem of the follow-up leave, but he also had to take advantage of this time to train. After leaving Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment, Aoba would spend dozens of minutes training his body almost every day. But he has never practiced seriously. He learned a lot about training's chakram method by reading all kinds of memories, but he had not practiced it. This was not a big problem. Aoba focused on caution. When he had just entered Konoha Intelligence Division, he mainly focused on reading memories to obtain rewards. There would always be time to practice this kind of thing, and he shouldn't hurry. "Let me try the shadow clone technique first." Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out 2 fingers, crossed them, and made a hand seal gesture. This was ninjutsu he had obtained after reading the memories of that Kumagakure ninja. Aoba mobilized the chakra in his body in a split second and directly created another Aoba beside him. The two Aobas stood together and looked exactly the same. Moreover, Aoba could clearly feel the chakra in his body was evenly divided into two halves. Shadow clone technique can create a physical clone. The experience and information obtained by the shadow clone can be feedback to the caster when the ninjutsu is removed. The experience will be accumulated to the caster. I can try this method of training. In the memory that Aoba read, he did not get too many ways to use the shadow clone. However, as a transmigrator who had watched Naruto anime, he understood the characteristics of the shadow clone technique. In the past 6 months, I have received a lot of chakra rewards. Adding on the fact that Sage Body gives a thick amount of chakra, it is enough to support me using this method of training. The only regret at the moment is I don't know how to use multi-shadow clone technique. Aoba knew that multi-shadow clone technique was written into the Book of Seal as S-level ninjutsu and was classified as a forbidden technique. However, multi-shadow clone technique was more suitable for him. There would be a chance in the future, so there was no hurry for these things. Aoba and the shadow clone instantly looked at each other. The two figures flashed simultaneously and disappeared into the forest to carry out their respective training. After a few hours, the sun was setting, and the heat in the air started to fade. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, Aoba didn't know how many times he used a shadow clone. The shadow clone training experience also feedbacks the gains when they were released. It really is a training accelerator. After half a day, Aoba had already tasted the sweetness of the shadow clone. Although the consumption of chakra was massive, it was like eating double experience buff. The unit time training speed became faster, which made him feel very satisfied in his heart. This gave me a lot of ideas. Aoba suddenly thought of a question. If his teal body could train together with the shadow clone, then it was double training. But even if his real body could not train, he could still achieve a single-fold training effect as long as he secretly used his shadow clone to train. It was better than not being able to train. However, this process must be done with caution. He must not let anyone find out, and caution was the key. It was better to keep a low profile. He can't be reckless. Aoba was very clear that his situation was different from the other ninjas. The other ninjas needed to put all their efforts into training to gain strength, and taking the initiative to show strength would buy more resources. But he didn't need to do this. As long as he continued to read memories in Konoha Intelligence Division, he would continuously improve. Therefore, it was not a problem to increase his training speed. Stability was stability. If he wanted to become strong, he had to survive first. When Aoba came out of the small forest, his face was full of exhaustion. It could be seen that he had done a very intense multi-person exercise. After all, every time he used the shadow clone technique, it would take away half of his chakra. Even though Aoba had obtained such a powerful physique like Sage Body, his physical strength would still be exhausted under the premise that he had not fully developed and trained. After leaving the small forest, Aoba walked straight to the ramen ichiraku noodle house in the center of Konoha. Give me a set meal. Aoba lifted the curtain of the ramen ichiraku noodle house, his eyes focused on Tuki, and his tone was a little tired. Okay. Tuki squinted his eyes at Aoba, and a smile appeared on his face. I haven't been here for a long time. Tuki started to knead the noodles with his hands and heat the soup. It was still early, so Aoba was the only one in the noodle house. I'm busy with work. Aoba said casually. You look very tired. Tuki said to Aoba. I'm not in good health. Aoba's tone was a little indifferent. Oh. Tuki immediately stopped kneading the noodles in his hand, and he narrowed his eyes and looked at Aoba deeply. Then he smiled again and said, Today I will give you a big meal. Consider it my treat. How can I accept this? Aoba was stunned. He had been working for so many years, but he had never encountered such a thing as being treated by the shop owner. It's okay, it's okay. You are not in good health, so you should eat more. He waved his hand and did not care at all. Just like this, Tuka chatted with Aoba for more than 10 minutes, and the hot noodles were ready. The noodles are ready. Tuka brought the steaming hot ramen to Aoba and urged, eat slowly. Don't get scalded. Thank you. Aoba nodded to Tuki. He sat in the corner of the long table and quietly looked at the ramen in front of him, but he did not start eating. Time ticked by. About half an hour later, Ramen Ichiraku's customers began to increase, and Tuka has also become busy. It was just that Aoba, who was sitting in the corner, was like an invisible person. He had no sense of existence at all. No matter if it were the people who came here to eat noodles or Tuka who had been busy cooking noodles, no one noticed that Aoba had been sitting in the corner the entire time. The noodles in front of him were already a lump, but he had not eaten it yet. Gradually, the flow of people dispersed, and night fell. Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house closing time arrived. When Tuka cleaned up the panel that had experienced a great battle, he suddenly found that Aoba was still sitting in a corner. You? Tuka looked at Aoba doubtfully. He had never encountered such a scene, and a big question mark could not help but appear in his head. Is the ramen not delicious? Chapter 37. It's very delicious. Aoba sat there for an entire day. Now that Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house was about to close, he knew that the person he was waiting for would not arrive. Then why don't you eat it? Tuka's tone became somewhat unhappy. He was very confident in the noodles he had personally cooked, and he said it was delicious, but all the noodles were in a lump. This was simply a humiliation to him. What's more, he was the one who treated this person to a large meal. Preposterous. Tuka's expression turned ugly. If there was no reasonable explanation, he would not forgive Aoba. I was too tired today and wanted to regulate my breathing before eating. Now that I have regulated my breathing, I am going to eat. Aoba immediately clapped his hands together, making a gesture of prayer. After that, Aoba quickly picked up his chopsticks. With a few quick moves, he directly swallowed that lump of dough. This is so good. Aoba's eyes lit up as if he had just eaten something delicious. His expression revealed a sense of longing. Ah, so good and delicious. The corners of Tuka's mouth twitched slightly, and he had been completely fooled by Aoba. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be angry or happy. However, he made a decision that he won't treat Aoba again in the future. After Aoba finished eating, the Ramen Ichiraku noodle house had closed its shop. He walked alone on the street illuminated by the dim yellow street lights, walking towards the direction of Anbu's dormitory. Perhaps other people would be afraid of this kind of night road, but for Aoba, who had spent half a year in Konoha Intelligence Division, it could be said to be a very bright road. After returning to the dormitory, Aoba directly fell asleep. He was not joking. This half a day of training was indeed very tiring. On the second day of the holiday, Aoba got up early and ran into the small forest. Then, he summoned his shadow clone and began to engage in an intense multi-human training activity. It was close to dinner time that Aoba came to Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house again. Give me a set meal. Aoba's faint voice echoed in Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house, and then he sat directly in the corner of the bench. Okay. Tuki replied instinctively. Just as he was about to start kneading the dough, his gaze focused on Aoba's face. It's you. When Tuki saw Aoba, he immediately stopped what he was doing. Yes, it's me. Aoba nodded. Are you also tired today? Tuki pursed his lips and asked. Tired? Aoba said. Are you going to regulate your breathing first? Tuki asked tentatively. Yes. Aoba answered seriously. Then I'll cook noodles for you after you regulate your breath. Tell me when you think it's okay. As a professional ramen chef, Toka cannot accept the already lumpy ramen for the customers to eat in the store. Thank you. Aoba said indifferently. After that, he did not speak, and he had an aura of a stranger not allowed to disturb him. Remember to tell me. Toki reminded him one last time and stopped talking to Aoba. After a while, it was the peak of dinner time for Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house. People came and went, and the atmosphere was noisy. As the noodles were continuously cooked, the air was filled with the fragrance of noodle soup. As time went on, it was time to close the shop again. Toki put his hands on his waist and stared at Aoba. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask. Do you still want to eat? Toki vaguely felt that this youth had come to the noodle house for something else. However, he had no evidence and could only suspect. Eat. Aoba sat there silently for the entire night. Knowing that there would be no more guests, he said, I'm okay now. Okay. Toki began to quickly cook the last bowl of noodles before closing the shop. Soon, steaming hot noodles were cooked. Then, Toki added a few side dishes, and an ordinary set meal was presented in front of Aoba. I'm going to eat now. After Aoba made a prior ceremony, he immediately finished all the noodles in front of him as fast as he could. It's good. Aoba praised Ramen Ichiraku very much and then left under Toki's surprised gaze. In the next 4 days, Aoba repeated the same thing. During the day, he and his shadow clone were having an intense exercise in the small forest. At night, he sat in the corner of Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house and waited for the shop to close before letting Toki cook for him. After the initial confusion, Toki was already used to Aoba's actions, so he did not ask any more questions. It was the 7th day of the holiday and also the last day of Aoba's vacation. After a day of training, Aoba came to Ramen Ichiraku's noodle shop again. Give me a set meal. Aoba instructed indifferently and then sat down in the corner. Understood. Toki said this without any action. He had already tacitly accepted Aoba's words as leave a set meal. He would eat that set meal when it was closing time. He would not eat it now. Because he would regulate his breath for now. Gradually. It was just like the scene from before. People came and went. After the noise, it was quiet. It was getting late. It was almost closing again. It seems that I can only use plan B. Aoba thought silently in his heart. He was a cautious person and would never let himself gamble on everything, and he would always leave a way out for himself. However, right at this moment, a voice came from outside Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house. Brother Toki, give me 2 bowls of noodles. The usual. The voice came in first, followed by a series of detailed footsteps. Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Toki immediately agreed. He knew that it was an old customer through the sound, and his hands began to move. I'm finished regulating my breath. Aoba's low voice rang out, clearly entering Toki's ears. Toki couldn't believe his ears. Don't you have to regulate your breathing until closing in the past few days? You can give it to me to eat. Aoba said seriously. Okay, okay. Toki was puzzled, but he did not hesitate to prepare 3 portions. At this time, Ramen Ichiraku's curtain was pulled open. A yellow-haired teenager ran in first, followed by a red-haired girl. After entering the Ramen Ichiraku noodle house, the yellow-haired teenager looked around and focused on the black-clothed teenager in the corner. Aoba. A smile instantly appeared on the yellow-haired youth's face as if he had seen an old friend. He directly walked towards Aoba. After hearing the voice, Aoba slowly turned his head. His face was slightly pale, and his drooping eyelids looked extremely tired. Minato, it's you. What a coincidence. Aoba's weak voice came out, giving people an extremely weak feeling. Chapter 38. You seem to be very tired. Minato sat next to Aoba, his blue pupils staring at Aoba's pale face, his eyes flashing with concern. Just as Minato sat down, Kushina also sat down. What a coincidence! A smile appeared on Kushina's face, and she said to Aoba, "We were just thinking about whether we would meet you on the way here." What a coincidence! Aoba grinned, his smile full of fatigue. Just the image he showed gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. Of course, these were all demonstrated by the superb acting skills condensed after reading countless memories. As the saying goes, art comes from life. Many old artists needed to be closer to life when they tempered their acting skills, felt life, and acted out their true feelings. Aoba, on the other hand, was experienced and knowledgeable. Through these memories, he had accumulated a lot of experience. What a coincidence! If Minato did not arrive on the last day of his holiday, Aoba would carry out Plan B. Did something happen? Minato frowned slightly. Just by looking at Aoba, he felt that something seemed to have happened to him. It's fine. Aoba waved his hand, squeezed out a forced smile, and said, "Nothing happened." Cough cough, cough cough cough. As Aoba finished speaking, Toki, who accidentally heard Aoba speak, choked on his saliva and hurriedly coughed twice. After that, Toki immediately began to calm down and pretended not to hear anything. At the same time, Minato and Kushina looked at each other and could see the doubt in each other's eyes. "Aoba, are you hiding something from me?" Minato asked. "Aoba, you can believe us. Minato has been thinking about you all this time, and he wants to go to Anbu Division to see you several times." Kushina said. "I'm really fine." Aoba waved his hand again, his eyes fluttered, looking left and right, not daring to look directly into Minato's eyes, showing a feeling of hiding something. "Aoba, do you not treat me as a friend?" Minato's face suddenly became serious. He was very enthusiastic, and Aoba was his friend in the ninja school. He was very concerned about his friends. "Yes. Yes. Do you not treat us as friends?" Kushina put her hands on her waist, and the atmosphere became tense. "This." Aoba pursed his lips and looked troubled. He slowly raised his eyelids and focused his gaze on Minato's blue eyes. When their gazes only met for a moment, Aoba immediately shifted his gaze away and also lowered his head slightly. "Ha!" Aoba breathed a heavy sigh of relief as if he was having a mental struggle. Minato and Kushina looked at each other again and could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. They were absolutely right. Aoba was in trouble. It was just. Aoba did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other. Minato looked at Aoba seriously. He did not continue to ask and decided to give Aoba some time. But his heart was even more determined to help his friend solve the problem. Actually, Aoba finally heaved a sigh of relief and looked down at the dark yellow wooden table. "It's nothing. It's just that I didn't live up to my expectations. Minato. You know that. I'm not in good health. And recently, I'm very tired," Aoba said intermittently, and his tone was full of fatigue. When he finished the last sentence, he looked up at Minato, and his eyes flashed with relief as if he was relieved after saying these words. "This won't do." Minato's face was grave. He knew very well that Aoba was not in good health. After all, the latter had dropped out of school because of this reason. "It's okay, and I just need to adjust it. So thank you for your concern." Aoba forced a smile. "No. This is not the way to solve the problem. How about I find a way to get you out of Anbu?" Minato said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with worry. He smelled danger from Aoba's tired posture. If this continued, maybe he would die of overwork. No, I like Anbu's work very much. I found the value of my existence there, and I don't want to leave Anbu." Aoba shook his head again and suddenly became serious. Through this change in demeanor, he told Minato that he was not joking. Then he continued, "I'm really fine. You don't have to worry too much, and you don't have to go through so much trouble. I'm fine now." Then, this. Minato was stunned, not knowing what to say, and the situation suddenly froze. "The noodles are ready." Just as Minato was thinking about what to say, Toki held the plate and faced them. There were 3 bowls of noodles on the plate. Then, Toki placed 3 bowls of noodles in front of the 3 of them. "Minato, let me tell you. I saw with my own eyes how tired this kid is. He can't even eat noodles without regulating his breathing. You have to help this friend of yours," Toki said with a smile. After that, he glanced at Aoba and winked at him. "I want to help, but I don't know how." "You heard it, he doesn't want to leave Anbu," Minato said with a wry smile. "Isn't that simple?" Toki smiled and said, "I'm also getting exhausted when I cooked noodles for a day and closed the shop at the end of the day. But if I rested and did not open the noodle house even once, I would be sad. But if you help me for a day and let me rest, I might recover. What he needs is not to leave Anbu but more time to rest." "I see." Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it?" At this moment, Aoba widened his eyes. He could not believe his ears. No way. He had pretty much paved the way and was just about to find a suitable opportunity to say this. But he had never expected this. Toki actually gave him godlike assist. This was simply too great. The surprise in Aoba's eyes disappeared in an instant, and then it turned into thinking as if he was thinking about what Toki had just said to rest. "Aoba, I think brother Toki is right. You are too tired and need to rest for a while. Why don't you take a day off to rest?" Minato said seriously to Aoba. He was really concerned about Aoba, and he did not want Aoba to have any accidents because he was too tired. "But, my vacation is finished," Aoba said awkwardly. "Anbu's vacation is indeed very strict." Minato nodded. He knew the operation of the village very well. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly made a decision. He patted his chest and made a promise. "Aoba, leave this matter to me. I will apply for a holiday for you, but you must promise me that you must rest well. Work is important, but health is more important." Chapter 39. Minato's tone was solemn, and there was even a hint of order. He needed to get Aoba's confirmation. It was not too difficult to apply for a holiday for an Anbu friend with his current identity, but it was definitely not that simple. Of course, he didn't think that it was inappropriate to apply for a holiday for Aoba. But, he was worried that after applying for a holiday for Aoba, the latter was stubborn and unwilling to rest. After all, he understood some human nature. According to his understanding of what Aoba had experienced, he could feel that Aoba had strong self-esteem. Although Aoba usually said that he was not in good health in a teasing manner. However, Aoba cared about this matter more than anyone else. Minato thought that he understood Aoba very well, and his heart was full of sympathy for Aoba's situation. Aoba put on a hesitant posture. After thinking carefully, he shook his head firmly. "Minato, I appreciate your kindness. But I can't rest. Captain Eden told us. During this period of time, the ninja world will be in chaos, and war might break out at any time. Not only did Konohagakure Intelligence Division collect information during the war period, but it also had to deal with the possible turmoil in the village during this short period of peace. Now is not the time for me to rest. I can't rest." Aoba's eyes suddenly became particularly firm, but his pale face looked like he was trying to show off, and his words reflected a great sense of honor for the village. Rather than saying that Minato knew Aoba well, it was better to say that Aoba knew Minato better. At this time, the Aoba that Minato saw was what Aoba took the initiative to show to him. However, Aoba was very clear that Minato was the future fourth Hokage, and he was someone who was favored by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was a person with the will of fire. A person who could think from the perspective of a Hokage. He absolutely could not slack off if he wanted such a person to help him. He was Minato's friend, but if he wanted to go through the back door using Minato, he should be in the right position. This was also why Aoba chose to refuse again and again. Not only because he was cautious but also because he wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to completely dispel Minato's worries. This was the first time that Aoba found Minato for help. But he felt that this would not be the last time. In the future, the two of them would have many more opportunities to deal with each other. Since it was not a one-time thing, then the first was very important. If not handled properly, in the future, it would not be so easy to get in through the back door. Why are you so stubborn? Minato was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. His heart was full of helplessness. At the same time, he was very respectful of Aoba's insistence. He recognized Aoba very much in his heart, and he felt that Aoba was the same kind of person as him. Aoba, listen to Minato. When it is time to rest, you have to rest. I understand your determination to contribute to the village, but if you think about it from a different perspective, if you are tired, it will drag the village down. Kushina immediately said softly. She hadn't said anything just now and was focused on listening to their conversation. She had a fiery temper, but her mind was delicate, and she understood that listening more often than not was more important. Yes. You need to rest now. Only when you have a good rest can you contribute more power. After hearing Kushina's words, Minato immediately found an angle to persuade her and continued, you just said that the world is in turmoil, and there may be war, but the war has not yet broken out, right? That is true. Aoba forced a smile. There is no war right now, so you can rest for a bit. Minato directly interrupted Aoba, not giving him a chance to explain. Think about it. If you persist in such state now, after the war, you will be exhausted and have no way to work. Instead, it will affect the village. Is that what you want to see? If you think about it again. If you take advantage of this time to have a good rest and fully recover your energy, you will be able to contribute more to the village when the war breaks out. Think about it, isn't that better? Minato urged. In this case, he said it according to Aoba's word. He understood in Aoba's words that Aoba loved the village and was willing to contribute to the village. Even if his body was weak and exhausted, he was unwilling to leave his post. This kind of person loved the village more than himself. This was the will of fire that the village continued to pass down. Where the leaves dance, the fire would continue to burn. Every leaf was burning itself to contribute light and warmth. Because of this, Minato wanted to make an issue about contribution to the village so that Aoba would know what to do. This. Aoba was stunned, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Minato didn't continue but gave Aoba time to think. Kushina also stared at Aoba without saying anything. Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House suddenly quieted down. You have a point, but... Just as Aoba was about to say something, a voice interrupted him. The owner of the voice was Ramen Ichiraku's boss, Toki. No buts. There are no buts. Minato is right, you should rest and don't dwell on this topic. If you don't eat, the noodles will become a lump. Toki said seriously. Okay, okay. Aoba knew that the time was right. If he didn't agree now, it would have a negative effect. This was the best time. Minato, I understand. I will listen to you and take a good rest to contribute more to the village. Aoba nodded. That's right. Minato grinned and became happy. He. Kushina also laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. But... Aoba spoke again, his expression serious and dignified, once again pulling back the attention of Minato and Kushina, causing the smiles on their faces to freeze. There is something I have to say clearly. I can only accept a leave. No transfer. I want to be in Anbu. I want to use my own method to contribute to the village. If I leave Anbu, I may become a useless piece of trash. Aoba said affectionately. Through his superb acting skills, he depicted a person who would burn his life for the village. Don't worry. Minato nodded heavily. His blue eyes stared deeply at Aoba's pale face. Aoba, to be honest, I admire you very much. You are a real Anbu ninja. Chapter 40. You're too serious. Aoba shook his head and said in a relatively weak tone, I'm just protecting the village in my own way. Aoba, you must rest well during this period of time. You must not be brave, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. The expression on Minato's face was extremely serious, and there was a faint hint of order in his tone. I understand. Aoba let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he did not object but accepted Minato's request. I am relieved that you can think it through. A smile immediately bloomed on Minato's face. At the same time, a smile also appeared on Kushina's face. The noodle house's environment became relaxed again. And just like that, Aoba achieved his goal. He successfully induced Minato to apply for holiday leave. He believed Minato could accomplish this. So their mood immediately became comfortable. Let's hurry up and eat noodles. With Minato's impatient tone, the three of them began to eat noodles. During the time they ate noodles, the three of them talked about some unimportant topics, and most of it was about Minato's concern for Aoba's life in Anbu. After all, in his knowledge, ninjas who spent most of their time in Anbu would be affected by many negative emotions. These kinds of ninjas could carry a lot of weight for the village were worthy of admiration. After the three of them finished their noodles, they separated. But before they separated, Minato once again emphasized to Aoba that he must rest well and not overwork himself. After Aoba promised Minato, he left Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House and walked into Anbu's dormitory. It's finally done. Aoba muttered silently in his heart. He had been squatting in Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House for a full 7 days. Finally, he had achieved his goal. Now, he had successfully gone through Minato's back door. Then, obtaining a vacation was just a matter of time. As a result, no matter how much Konoha's missing people case had gone during this time, it was none of his business. Of course, Aoba did not know if he was thinking too much. Moreover, he did not know if Yuda's plan was as he had imagined. But following his principle of caution, Aoba was unwilling to take any risks. He just wanted to quietly read memories in Konohagakure Intelligence Division bit by bit, obtains reward, and increase his strength. The next day, early morning, Aoba got up early, put on the Anbu ninja uniform, the cat face mask, and set off for Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Although Minato promised to apply for a holiday for him, it was not yet given. Now that the 7 days of vacation Captain Eden gave him was over, he needed to go back to work. Passing through the dark corridor where there was no sunshine, Aoba came to the dark compartment. He just stood still. After a while, he saw the guard leader leading a few guards to escort a middle-aged man over. You're back. The guard leader greeted Aoba. Yes. Aoba nodded. He and the guard leader were just acquaintances, and he was wearing a mask, the latter was also wearing a mask. Both of them did not know each other's true faces, and all of their relationships were only in this small black compartment. These days, when you are not here, the efficiency has slowed down a lot. I will leave this person to you. According to the witness, he sneaked into Konoha Hospital. There is a suspicion of stealing, but the specific event is not very clear. The guard leader said in a deep voice. Okay. Aoba replied indifferently. He had always been lukewarm and did not have much contact with the people here. This could prevent these people from having any connection with him after they had done something wrong. Good. The guard leader had long been accustomed to Aoba's temperament. He waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to tie the middle-aged man to the wooden stake. Then, he left the small compartment to carry on with the follow-up work. After waiting for these guards to leave, Aoba closed the door of the small compartment. Then, he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man tied to the wooden stake. Through the hole of the mask, a pair of dark eyes without emotion could be seen. "I didn't do it." The middle-aged man saw that the masked Konoha Intelligence Division ninja in front of him was quiet, and he was a little panicked. He took the initiative to defend himself. "You don't need to say anything." Aoba walked directly to the front of the middle-aged man and raised his hand to touch the latter's head. All of a sudden, Aoba's body trembled slightly. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, F. Ton, Kazekiri no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. A crisp electronic prompt rang out in Aoba's mind, and memories were loaded in his mind. "Hey!" Aoba was stunned for a moment, and his pupils slightly fluctuated. Something was wrong with this person. The people that Aoba was responsible for interrogating in this small compartment were ordinary people. The rewards obtained were either chakra increase or spiritual energy increase. But this time, what he obtained was a ninjutsu. This meant only one thing. The middle-aged man tied up in front of him was not an ordinary person but a ninja. Interesting. Aoba stared at the middle-aged man's face. He was sure that the latter did not have any ninja forehead protector on him. This meant that this person was hiding his identity. At least the guard leader did not realize that this person was a ninja. Look at his memories. Aoba immediately began to browse through the memories of this middle-aged man. Country of Wind, Tsunagakur. A Chunin. 2 years ago, he pretended to be a war refugee and sneaked into Konohagakur. He concealed his name. He used to work in restaurants in the village. The place he usually goes to was Konoha Hospital. Through this person's memory, Aoba understood the latter's task. He wanted to investigate Konohagakur's medical level deeply so that the advisor of Tsunagakur-cho could make a poison in a targeted manner. Good fellow. Aoba was amazed. He never thought that on the first day of his return to work, he would meet a spy from Tsunagakur. It's a bit troublesome. Aoba frowned slightly. How to deal with this matter was very important to him. If he let this middle-aged man confess according to the crime of sneaking into Konoha's hospital to steal medicine, he would at most be detained for a short period of time and compensated some financial compensation. Then, this Tsunagakur spy would be released. However, if he did not want him to be released, he had to hand him over to Captain Eaton. However, a question came. What should he say? He couldn't just casually interrogate an ordinary person and ask them to use the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan, right? How could he ask for leave then? Then I can only play a bit more ruthless. After pondering for a while, Aoba quickly thought of a solution to the problem through the huge amount of memories he had obtained. Chapter 41. That. I didn't do anything. The middle-aged man saw that the masked Konohagakur Intelligence Division ninja only touched his head and then fell into silence. He couldn't help but panic. Only he knew why he went to Konoha's hospital. Now, he could only try to defend himself as much as possible. After all, this Konohagakur Intelligence Division ninja in front of him did not look old and might not have enough experience. In the end, if he admitted a little, things might be over. Shut up! Aoba suddenly shouted, and his fierce tone seemed to change into a different person. After that, Aoba began to walk toward the toolbox in the corner of the compartment. There were the tools needed for interrogation in the tool column. However, he had never used them since he came here. Even he had not expected he would use it this time. This small compartment was not large, but there were many tools. Although it was not as complete as Konohagakur Intelligence Division's small black room, there were still more than 30 types of torture instruments. Aoba's gaze swept over these torture instruments and finally fell on a very thick and large chain. This chain was more than a meter long, and it was rusty and stained with blood that could not be wiped away. It was unknown how many people's blood soaked on it. Aoba immediately stretched out his right hand and grabbed the end of the chain. He lifted the chain and walked towards the middle-aged man. Clank! 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 The friction between the iron chains and the ground made a harsh sound, which greatly stimulated the nerves of the bound ninja. You! What are you going to do? The eyelids of the middle-aged man slightly jumped. Although he was Tsunagakura's Chunin ninja, he was now bound. Moreover, once he used ninjutsu to break free, his identity as a spy would be exposed. Torture. Aoba spat out these two words indifferently. His pitch-black pupils stared at the middle-aged man through the peephole of the cat-faced mask. Swish! The muscles on Aoba's right arm suddenly bulged and swung the heavy iron chain. The powerful strength he had trained during this period of time was instantly unleashed, causing the iron chain to slam heavily on the middle-aged man's chest. Whoosh! The iron chain collided with the middle-aged man's body, and a loud crashing sound broke out. Kaka! With the crashing sound, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Ah! The middle-aged man cried out in pain. He never thought that he would be directly hit by such a heavy blow. He could clearly feel that several of his sternum and ribs were broken. The intense pain filled his nerves, and a strand of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. No, it can't be. The middle-aged man resisted the heavy iron chain. Although he was not a torture ninja, he knew that this iron chain was for binding people and not for beating people. If this continued, who could bear it? If he was slapped a few more times, then he might die here today. Under the intense pain, his nerves could not help but produce a big question mark. Was Konoha Gakura's punishment that brutal? Wasn't he just sneaking into Konoha's hospital? Logically speaking, even stealing things was not enough to suffer like this. This was too ruthless. This thing is not easy to use. Aoba then threw the chain on the ground. He did not want to kill this Tsunagakura spy so easily, and he just wanted to show his strength first. I'm a newcomer to Konoha Gakura Intelligence Division. I haven't been here for too long, and I'm not very good at using these props. Wait for me to change them. I guarantee that you will feel comfortable and satisfied. The corners of Aoba's mouth curved up slightly behind the mask. He turned around and walked towards the corner where the tools were piled up. No, there's no need. As the middle-aged man spoke, a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. I confess. I confess everything. Don't touch those things. The middle-aged man believed Aoba's words. He had believed Aoba's words. If Aoba casually gave him a few more blows, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. It's really troublesome to meet someone like you who has backbone. Aoba sighed helplessly. The content he said combined with the current situation directly stunned this Tsunagakura spy. There's no other way. Aoba squatted down and picked up a huge plier that needed to be held with both hands. This plier had a metallic texture similar to a metal chain and was covered in rust. There were even countless bloodstains on it. I can only increase my effort. After saying that, Aoba walked towards the middle-aged man with a plier. Don't. When the middle-aged man saw the huge plier and thought of how this person had smashed people with the iron chain like a fool, he could not help but feel his chrysanthemum tighten and an inexplicable feeling of fear arose in his heart. Let's see if you are willing to confess this time. Aoba held the pliers and directly attacked the middle-aged man's face. This plier was used to break nails, and Aoba had seen how to use it in Eden's memory. It was the so-called 10 fingers connected to the heart. The pain of bending nails was not something that ordinary people could endure. Coupled with the visual impact brought by its huge pincer, it would slowly mentally break them down, and they would eventually be unable to withstand it. But Aoba, on the other hand, was like what he had said. He was a newbie and did not know how to use these tools at all. He directly aimed the giant pincer at the middle-aged man's face. You, what are you doing? The middle-aged man's heart was about to jump out. He instinctively wanted to break free of the rope, but the pain in his chest stopped him, making it difficult for him to do anything under the condition of being tied up. Your mouth is too tight. I plan to pull out your teeth and see if you can reveal your intentions. Aoba said indifferently. I confess. I confess. I confess. I confess everything. The middle-aged man was shocked. He felt strange, and he had said that he would confess from the beginning. How did he become so tight-lipped? I haven't seen such a firm and unyielding person like you in a long time. Aoba ignored the middle-aged man's words and directly opened the pliers and clamped them on the latter's mouth. He said in a very gentle tone, "Open your mouth." The middle-aged man did not dare to open his mouth. He immediately closed his mouth tightly, and his eyes flashed with fear. He was not afraid of serious and experienced interrogation ninjas, but he was afraid of this newbie who did not play by the rules. He had no idea what he was going to face. Your mouth is really tight. I can't even see your teeth. Aoba's tone had a feeling that he had guessed everything. The middle-aged man wanted to defend himself, but the plier was right in front of his mouth. He did not dare to open his mouth at all. He complained in his heart. He had been a spy for 2 years and never expected to end up like this. Then there is no other way. In order for you to confess, I can only open your mouth. Aoba suddenly raised the huge plier in his hand and directly slapped it towards the middle-aged man's mouth. He used his full strength and did not hold back at all. At this time, there was no need for any Holy Mother's sympathy. As Konohagakure's ninja, Aoba was very selfish. He just wanted to quietly read memories in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. But, this kind of trouble appeared before him. He had to take care of it properly. After all, no matter what, the information that came from this spy could cause the deaths of other Konohagakure's ninjas. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man widened his eyes and cursed in his heart. The plier in front of him was getting closer and bigger, and then he felt a huge impact and tremor, followed by a strong pain. Bang! Aoba directly smashed the middle-aged man's mouth. Along with a loud sound, several teeth of the middle-aged man were shattered, and blood spurted out from his lips, showing a bloody scene. It seems that I am too kind. To deal with a hard one like you, I have to show some real ability. Aoba then threw the plier on the ground and turned to look for other props. I confess. The middle-aged man's voice was a little distorted. As he spoke, blood kept flowing out. You don't even know how to properly do this. When Aoba heard it, he suddenly stopped walking and gave the middle-aged man a thumbs up. You really have a backbone. Chapter 42. The middle-aged man almost fainted after hearing Aoba's words. Was there a mistake? This bastard was joking, right? The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. The pain of his broken teeth stimulated his nerves to a great extent. In addition, the pain in his chest made it very difficult for him to speak. I confess. I'll confess everything. What do you want me to say? I'll tell you everything. You can stop. The middle-aged man said weakly. Just as he was slapped in the mouth by the huge plier, he smelled the scent of death. Too ruthless. This newbie was too cruel. Logically speaking, a newbie was the easiest to fool, but this person was like an idiot. If this continued, he did not know how many more hardships he would suffer. It's okay. Aoba said casually. He didn't even turn his head and squatted on the ground, patiently searching for the next tool. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. As Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninja, I will make you spit everything out. Aoba's slow voice echoed in the dark compartment. These words made the middle-aged man doubt life. I said. I confessed. The middle-aged man began to doubt Aoba's IQ. He had said it so clearly. Why did the other party still say that? I like your stubborn personality. Aoba picked up a long metal rod from the ground. The metal rod end was a wooden handle, and the front part was like a golf club. I stole it. I stole the medicine. I admit it. I admit it. I admit it all. When the middle-aged man saw the soldering iron, a frightening thought emerged in his heart. How do you use this thing? Aoba looked up and down at the iron rod. Of course, he knew how to use it. He just said it deliberately to bring more psychological pressure to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was about to collapse. He even felt that the person in front of him who was interrogating him was deaf. Forget it, I won't study it anymore. I'll just smash your head with it. Aoba flung the iron rod violently and put it on his shoulder. He strode toward the middle-aged man aggressively. Wait, wait, wait. The middle-aged man's eyebrows jumped wildly. He especially wanted to remind Aoba that this thing was not used like this. He had to heat it first and then burn it on a person. Although it was very painful, he felt that it would be safer. Aoba ignored the middle-aged man. He was keenly aware of the vigilance that emerged behind the middle-aged man's fear. This was the desire to survive that burst forth from the moment of life and death. This was what he wanted. In a split second, Aoba raised the iron rod in his hand and aimed at the middle-aged man's head. The muscles in his arms bulged. In an instant, he exerted all of his strength. Swish! The iron rod cut through the air extremely fast and headed straight for the middle-aged man's head. Such a blow! If the middle-aged man didn't dodge, it would be his end. Right at this time, the eyes of the middle-aged man suddenly changed. A second ago, he was still in fear. In the next second, he was like a bloodthirsty beast, with deep coldness in his eyes. The middle-aged man knew that this was the last chance. If he let this newbie continue to interrogate him, he would really die here. He could already tell. This newbie did not want to interrogate him at all, and he was simply abusing him. Konoha. It was a perverted village. If he did not use any means to escape now, what awaited him was the fate of being tortured to death. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body twisted at an extremely fast pace. The ropes binding his body loosened, and his whole body broke free. Bang! At this moment, the iron rod in Aoba's hand directly passed through the air and hit the wall behind the compartment, causing a heavy sound of impact and directly driving the soldering iron into the wall. Hey! Aoba deliberately made a confused sound, showing a very surprised look. In fact, he had seen the middle-aged man's movements clearly. If he wanted to, this middle-aged man couldn't escape at all. Go to hell! The middle-aged man's angry voice sounded behind Aoba. At this moment, the middle-aged man had a kunai that Aoba didn't know where it came from, and the middle-aged man directly stabbed the kunai towards Aoba's back. Ah! Just at this time, Aoba suddenly shouted in pain, as if he was in great pain. His sharp voice resounded through the entire Konoha intelligence division. The middle-aged man was shocked by Aoba's cry and almost lost his grip on the kunai. Big brother! Why were you acting? I haven't stabbed this kunai yet. Wait! The middle-aged man was shocked by Aoba's shout and instantly calmed down. What he needed to do now was not to fight to the death with this newbie in front of him, but to escape from this place quickly. Otherwise, even if he killed this person, he would not be able to escape. The middle-aged man instantly withdrew his kunai and glared fiercely at Aoba. His figure flashed and quickly fled away from here. Just as the middle-aged man fled, Aoba fell to the ground without a word. At the same time, Aoba took out a handful of kunai from his ninja bag. He scattered the kunai around him and clamped one on his armpit to look like he had been stabbed. Step, step, step. A moment later, the sound of footsteps came quickly. These people were Anbu ninjas, and the one leading them was Konoha Intelligence Division's captain, Eden. What is going on? Eden frowned. He saw Aoba lying in a pool of blood with a kunai on his body and immediately realized what had happened. "Ea! Captain Eden!" Aoba turned his head slightly and found the right angle. His gaze just happened to fall on Eden and greeted him weakly. "You are not dead." Eden was stunned. When he saw this scene just now, he thought that Aoba was dead. "Captain Eden, chase him quickly." The prisoner who ran away just now was not an ordinary person. Aoba panted as if breathing was a difficult thing to do. Oh! Eden was Konoha Intelligence Division's captain. When Aoba said this, he immediately understood what it meant. This was the place to interrogate ordinary people. But that person was not an ordinary person. He must be a ninja. According to his rich experience, he was probably a spy sent by another village. Eden suddenly winked at the ninjas around him. "Su! Su! 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 Su!" After receiving the order, these ninjas disappeared one after another, quickly chasing after the escaped prisoner. Chapter 43. Aoba, how are you? After sending out the ninjas, Eden walked towards Aoba with concern in his eyes. "I'm fine," Aoba said weakly. "I'll take you to the hospital." Eden raised his hand and was about to help Aoba up. "No, no need." Aoba immediately waved his hand. Then, he took off the mask on his face with his right hand and immediately revealed a pale face, and it gave people a fragile look as if he was trying to hold on. "Why are you still trying to be strong at a time like this?" Eden's tone seemed to be blaming him, but it was filled with praise for Aoba. "Captain Eden, I'm really fine. I was just frightened. These bloodstains are not mine." Aoba shook his head and said this. "It's not yours." Eden immediately re-examined Aoba and found that the latter was lying on the ground. Other than some blood on his body, he was not injured anywhere. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "What exactly is going on?" "It's like this," Aoba told Eden. "When I was interrogating that person, I found that he was very tight-lipped. He was very strict and didn't say anything. Then I planned to use the soldering iron to scare him." As Aoba spoke, he glanced at the iron rod on the ground on his right hand, indicating that this was the soldering iron he was talking about. "I just wanted to scare him. I didn't intend to warm and use the soldering iron at all. I didn't expect him to suddenly break free from the rope and then try to kill me with a kunai." With his superb acting skills, Aoba began to compile the wonderful stories that had happened in this little compartment. And then, Eden was stunned and even more puzzled. He asked, "Why aren't you injured? Is he injured? What a coincidence." Aoba slowly got up. It looked like he had used a lot of effort to point at the chains and pincers on the ground. "I don't know if it's because it's too dark here or because he's too nervous. Just as he was about to stab me with kunai, he was entangled by the chains on the ground, and it just so happened to hit the pincers and cut open his face. At that time, I was frightened and shouted. Maybe because I scared him, he immediately got up and ran away. Then you came," Aoba explained in a hurry. The moment he threw these props on the ground, he had already started to lay out the scene of the crime. He did not know what speed the nearby ninjas would come after he shouted. He definitely could not wait for the middle-aged man to run away before setting it up. Although he knew that there were loopholes. But as long as there was a reasonable reason. In addition, the middle-aged man was Tsunagakure's spy. No one would doubt that he, the victim, was lying. Just like that. The corners of Eden's mouth twitched. This was the result? Yes, that's it. Aoba nodded. All right. Eden raised his hand out of habit, wanting to pat Aoba on the shoulder. But, at the moment when his palm was suspended in the air, He thought of this kid's weak constitution. His palm swayed once in the air before withdrawing. That. Eden scratched the back of his head to avoid the embarrassment of making a move in vain. He glanced at Aoba and said, "Since you have nothing to do, I won't accompany you. I suggest you go to the hospital to have a checkup and then go back to rest. You did well today." "Well, I suspect that person might be a ninja." Aoba pursed his lips as if he had hesitated for a long time before he spoke his judgment. "There's no doubt about that. That person must be a ninja. He's a spy sent by a certain village. For you to find a spy this time, it can be said that you've made a great contribution." Eden said in a deep voice. "No, I didn't make any contributions, and I didn't do a good job and let that person escape." Aoba shook his head repeatedly. "He can't escape," Eden said confidently. "Thanks to Captain Eden's timely judgment of that person's identity, the village caught another spy. This is all thanks to Captain Eden." Aoba immediately gave a flattering at this time. "Oh." Eden took a deep look at Aoba and smiled. This subordinate of his was pretty cute. He was not greedy at all and even gave this credit to him. He had to say that this was very useful to him. He was in the position of Konoha Intelligence Division Captain. This time, in front of so many people, he found a spy and almost hurt his subordinates. If this matter was not handled well, he was likely to be criticized. But, after learning about the situation from Aoba, Eden found out. Not only was Aoba not injured, but he also helped him find a spy and gave him credit for discovering the spy. This made the bad things he was worried about just now directly turn into good things. He didn't say anything else and stood up directly. Then, he walked out of the little compartment's room. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. "Aoba, go back and have a good rest. I will try my best to apply for a holiday for you." After saying that, Eden disappeared into the darkness. All of a sudden, Aoba was the only one left in the dark little compartment. The road is wider. Aoba moved his neck left and right, maintaining the posture of falling to the ground just now. His neck was a little sore. Sure enough, flattery was useful at any time. Aoba didn't want any credit in the first place and just wanted to stay quietly in Konoha Intelligence Division. This matter might become the topic of conversation for the Konoha Intelligence Division in the future. He didn't want his name to be spread. Instead of finding a spy in such a funny way, it was better to package himself as a victim and won't be affected by this incident. It allowed Konoha Intelligence Division Captain Eden, with his unique wisdom, to discover that the escaped prisoner was Tsunagakure's spy, and thus achieved the effect of eliminating harm for the people. The vacation this time should be stable. Aoba slowly got up from the pool of blood, simply wiped the blood on his palm, and returned to the dormitory. At the same time, there were many people gathered around the river in the center of Konoha. These people pointed at the river with different expressions on their faces, and their eyes were slightly nervous and flustered. Konoha Military Police Force. At this time, a serious voice rang out, followed by a group of guards wearing Konohagakure's ninja clothes walking through the crowd. These guards looked towards the river and immediately saw a floating corpse. This person, a young man in his early 20s in the police force, said in a deep voice, "Isn't he the one who disappeared a few days ago?" Chapter 44. Fugaku, are you sure? Konoha Military Police Force's ninjas immediately looked at the young man who had just spoken. The outline of this young man's face was clear, and he looked quite handsome. His long black hair was refreshing and elegant, and his whole body exuded a kind of spirit that could not be concealed. Under the gaze of the police force's ninjas around him, the young man was not nervous at all. He nodded to confirm. "I have seen his photos. As long as I have seen it, I will not be mistaken. This corpse. It is Taiki," the young man said firmly, his tone full of confidence. This young man was the rising star of the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure, Uchiha Fugaku. It seems that the disappearance case is not simple. Konoha military police forces captain sighed and then began to carry out the order in an orderly manner. Now, you will be divided into 3 teams. First team, you are responsible for salvaging the body and sending it to Konoha's hospital for identification, confirming the cause of death and the specific time of death. Second team, you are responsible for sealing the scene and see if you can find any clues. Third team, immediately search for the river source and in the woods to see if there are any other corpses. Move out immediately. Konoha military police forces captain immediately ordered. Yes. After police forces ninjas responded, their figures flashed, and they went to do their own things. At the side of the river, Konohagakure's people watched as police force worked. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The village hasn't been peaceful recently, and not only do people often go missing, but now some people are dead. It's really terrible. I think that our Konoha military police force doesn't work well. They just take care of capturing people and don't do their duty to maintain law and order. Did you hear that? Just now, Konoha military police forces people said that this body was the one who went missing during this period of time. In this way, it seems that the missing people are in danger. I wonder when they will be able to catch the murderer. The crowd of onlookers discussed. Initially, many people did not think too much about it, but after hearing the discussion of others, they began to worry and began to panic. Not long after, the case of corpses floating in Konohagakure's river had spread throughout the village. As the saying goes, good things don't leave their names, and bad things spread for thousands of miles. All the places were discussing this matter that shook the village people, and under the embellishment of some good people, it evolved into many versions, causing an extremely bad impact. After all, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. In the afternoon, in Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a hurry for an emergency meeting. The people attending the meeting consisted of many division captains who maintained the security of the village. One of them was Konoha military police force. What's the specific situation? The third Hokage asked with a frown. It's like this. Konoha military police forces captain took a step forward and reported in a deep voice. This morning, we found a floating corpse in the river of the village. After confirming the identity, it was Taiki who disappeared a few days ago. According to the identification of the medical ninja of Konoha, the time of death was between 8 to 12 o'clock last night. The reason was that he was hit in the head by a blunt weapon, and there were traces of binding on his body. It was suspected that he was killed when he broke free from the bondage. Police force said in a deep voice. This matter has something to do with the missing people case. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding the look in his eyes. I suspect it has something to do with it. Konoha military police force captain nodded. Then let Danzo deal with it. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his eyes focused on Danzo. He took a deep look at Danzo and said, since they are related to the disappearance case, then investigate it together. Yes. Danzo replied indifferently without any expression. But Konoha military police forces captain wanted to say something, but the third Hokage interrupted him. This matter is settled. Hiruzen waved his hand and turned to pick up the pipe on the table. He held it in his mouth and picked up a match. After igniting a flame, he lit the pipe. Hiruzen took a deep breath. The smoke grass seeped into his lungs and slowly overflowed from his nostrils. You have worked hard during this period of time. Hiruzen glanced at the Konoha military police forces captain and nodded gently. What you need to do now is to calm down the public opinion of the village. You can't let this panic continue to ferment. Do you understand? Yes. Konoha military police force captain immediately responded. He frowned and felt that something was wrong, but he did not say it out loud. Dismissed. Hiruzen waved his hand and ended the meeting. The people in the office of the Hokage dispersed one after another. Many of them, including other division captain, who was in the meeting, left without speaking. Something is wrong. The captain from the medical division muttered to himself as he walked out. This is no longer a simple missing person case, and it is a murder case that has caused such a big impact. Shouldn't we send more ninjas to investigate? Why are we handing it over to Anbu? The captain from the medical division was puzzled. He had doubts about Hiruzen's decision but only dared to mutter to himself and did not dare to say it out loud. Of course, he was not the only one who had the same feeling. The people attending the meeting more or less felt that the way they handled this matter was a bit sloppy. At this moment, only 3rd Hokage Hiruzen and Danzo were left in the office. Danzo, I need an explanation. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. What explanation? Danzo's tone was very indifferent. Why did someone die? Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes wide, holding a pipe in his right hand, not wanting to smoke anymore. It's normal for people to die from human experiments. Danzo said slowly. I'm not talking about dying from experiments, but how did that person die in the river? Are you trying to catch him by force? There was anger in Hiruzen's tone, and he said sharply, how many times have I told you? When doing experiments, you need to find volunteers, and you can't forcibly take people to do experiments. You are too idealistic. How many volunteers do you think there will be? No one is willing to sacrifice themselves. How can we do the experiment? Danzo sneered. Every time this happened, he felt that the 3rd Hokage was too pedantic. I don't want to see such a thing happen again. If there is another time, no matter if there is any progress in the experiment, I will call for the cloning of Hashirama cells to be stopped. Hiruzen said coldly. He had been thinking about this for a long time and no longer wanted to continue this experiment, and this event just gave him a reason. In the Anbu dormitory, Aoba had already returned to his dormitory and was lying on the bed, waiting for his vacation. Chapter 45. Unknowingly. 3 days passed. During this period of time, Aoba did not go out to train. He just stayed quietly in the dormitory. Now was the short period of hibernation before the holiday. He was not in a hurry and had to act weak at this moment. However, he did not know that in these 3 days, Konoha had already experienced a huge storm of public opinion. At first, people were only discussing the floating corpses on the river, and because of Fugaku's words, they realized that this corpse had something to do with the missing people. The specific investigation of the case had nothing to do with ordinary people, so they could not get any internal information. But, on the 3rd day of the fermentation, one message after another came out of nowhere and instantly spread throughout the entire Konoha. In the beginning, the news that came out was that the river corpse case had been given from Konoha military police force to Anbu, and it has been dealt with along with the disappearance case. There was no problem at all. It only made people subtly believe that this case was part of the missing person case. After that, the news became even more explosive. I don't know where it came from, but it was said that Anbu's boss, Danzo, who should catch the murderer, was the person who killed this man named Taiki. In an instant, this news spread throughout the entire village, and everyone was skeptical. No one knew what was going on. Not long after that, another piece of news came out. According to the news, those who disappeared were all kidnapped by Danzo. The specific purpose was not yet known, but almost all of them should have been killed. After this news came out, many families with missing people couldn't sit still, and they gathered downstairs of the Hokage's office, wanting to hear an explanation from the 3rd Hokage. At the place where the crowd gathered, outer circle, under the shade of a small tree. I wonder if the public opinion this time can force the 3rd Hokage to be pressured and transfer the authority of investigation from Anbu to the police force. An old man said in a low voice. If Aoba was here, he would immediately recognize that this old man was Yuta. 80%. Another old man said. The old man who spoke was Yuta's good friend Tetsu and continued to analyze, Danzo has been splashed with such dirty water. Regardless of whether he cares or not, the third Hokage will definitely care. You must know that Danzo is his shield. If we don't get rid of Danzo, there is no way to get rid of the third Hokage. I think that to protect Danzo, the third Hokage will definitely hand the case to Konoha Military Police Force. I hope everything goes well. That way, Taiki's sacrifice will not be in vain. Otherwise, we will have to use another person. Yuta sighed. In order to complete the plan, sacrifices are inevitable. If necessary, we need to sacrifice. Tetsu said in a deep voice. I understand, and I have already come to a realization. I just want to make as little sacrifices as possible. Yuta nodded. The third Hokage is an old fox and has hidden very deeply. We can only use this method to open up the situation. Tetsu said helplessly. Just as the two of them were talking, the third Hokage Hiruzen came out from the balcony on the third floor of the Hokage's office. He was wearing a red and white colored Hokage robe and a cage hat with the word fire on his head. He was wearing very formal clothes. Third Hokage-sama. Third Hokage-sama is out. Third Hokage-sama, you have to help us. Third Hokage-sama, did Danzo-sama do this? Third Hokage-sama. What the hell is going on? With the appearance of third Hokage Hiruzen, the scene suddenly became noisy. Everyone was fighting to ask questions, and suddenly there was a hubbub of voices. When Yuta and Tetsu saw this scene in the distance, they could not help but smile at each other. This was the result they wanted. To put pressure on the third Hokage. The third Hokage had no choice but to give up part of his power temporarily. As for when to recover, that would depend on when Konoha Military Police Force would solve this case of missing people to prove Danzo's innocence. Cough cough. The third Hokage Hiruzen coughed to calm and focused everyone's attention on him. Everyone, quiet down. He raised his hand calmly, signaling everyone to stop talking. His face was very serious. All of a sudden, the scene quieted down. Everyone was waiting for the third Hokage to respond. In the past few days, the village has been filled with all kinds of rumors, which have caused great trouble for the village. I promise everyone here that Danzo will definitely investigate this case thoroughly and give everyone justice. Hiruzen said loudly, his voice clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Yuta and Tetsu were stunned at the same time. This was different from what they expected. The third Hokage did not hand over the authority of Danzo. Faced with this kind of pressure from public opinion, he protected Danzo. This is very unfavorable for our plan. An anxious expression appeared on Yuta's face. After repeated calculations, the third Hokage should not take the risk to protect Danzo. Wait. Tetsu stared at third Hokage Hiruzen, who was standing on the balcony of the third floor. At this time, the third Hokage was defending Danzo while comforting everyone and making promises. Something is wrong. There's a problem. No, there's really a problem here. Tetsu's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. He realized something extremely terrifying. What's wrong? Yuta looked at Tetsu's nervous appearance and asked doubtfully. This missing person case that shook the entire Konohagakure was Danzo's doing. Tetsu's eyes were wide open. After he made this conclusion, even he found it hard to believe. What? Yuta couldn't believe his ears. I really didn't expect that when I came up with the reason for framing Danzo, saying that Danzo was the one kidnapping people. The corners of Tetsu's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes became playful. If this matter has nothing to do with Danzo, and he is innocent, then the third Hokage will definitely hand over the investigation rights of the case to calm the public opinion, and this will not cause him any loss. But in the face of such pressure, he did not let go of Danzo. There is only one explanation for this abnormal behavior. The third Hokage knows that Danzo did this. Danzo is not innocent at all. We accidentally found the real mastermind behind this case. Since the fox's tail has been exposed, then things will be much easier in the future. Yuta. We are going to start the next step. Tetsu revealed a smile of victory. He had wanted to find the third Hokage's weakness for many years and never expected to find it in such a situation. Chapter 46. Half a day later. There was a knock on the door of Aoba's dormitory. The person who came this time was not an ordinary ninja. He was not an ordinary Anbu ninja, and it was Konoha Intelligence Division's captain, Eden. Captain Eden, why are you here? The moment Aoba opened the door, he saw Eden standing at the door. His eyes flashed with surprise and doubt as if he had not expected Eden to come here personally. I can't come. Eden smiled and looked at Aoba with a relaxed smile. Of course, you can. Come in quickly. Aoba immediately stepped aside and motioned for Eden to enter the dormitory. Yes. Eden nodded and walked into Aoba's dormitory. After looking around, he found that this dormitory was very simple, and there were only necessities needed for the simplest life. Other than that, there was nothing else. You must already know why I came to find you, right? Eden asked meaningfully. I guessed it. Aoba nodded. Tell me about it. Eden said with a deeper meaning. Have you caught the suspect who escaped a few days ago? Aoba knew that Eden wanted to talk about the holiday, but he would never take the initiative to say such things. Thus, he deliberately pretended to be stupid and talked about the suspect that day. It seemed that he was very concerned about his work. Ha ha ha. After hearing Aoba's words, Eden immediately raised his head and laughed. Of course, I caught it. But it's all thanks to you. After the follow-up interrogation, I found out that the real identity of the suspect was Tsunagakure's spy. He sneaked into Konoha's hospital not to steal medicine, but to pass Konohagakure's ability to detoxify poison back to Tsunagakure to prepare for the follow-up war. You have done a great job this time. Eden stared at Aoba as he said this. He wanted to know what Aoba was thinking. After all, this topic had just been brought up again by Aoba. Captain Eden, this is the result of your interrogation. How can I have any credit? You don't blame me for almost letting this Tsunagakure spy go, and I am already very grateful. Aoba said with a smile. You. A gratified expression appeared on Eden's face. He had already guessed that Aoba would say this, but he was still very happy when Aoba really said it. He clearly knew that it was flattery. However, he liked this flattery. How have you been resting for the past few days? Eden's gaze once again fell on Aoba, his tone filled with inquiry and concern. I've already rested, and I can return to my post at any time. Aoba immediately stood up straight, showing the determination to fight for the Konohagakure Intelligence Division cause. Of course, that was what he should say. According to his judgment, now that Eden could come to his dormitory, it already showed that something was obvious. That was, his vacation had arrived. So, no matter what was said, it won't hinder his holiday, but it was still better to put it in a better way. You. Eden took a deep look at Aoba, and there was a complicated expression on his face. There was appreciation. But when you look at it carefully, there was also a trace of doubt. Your vacation has been applied. From now on, you can enjoy the holiday time. As for when the holiday will end. When Eden said this, he paused for a moment and stared at Aoba. Theoretically, you can take a break until the war begins. But I think you don't need to rest for that long. Come back when you feel that you have rested enough. After saying this, Eden instinctively raised his right hand to pat Aoba on the shoulder. Just as he raised his hand, he suddenly remembered Aoba's body and immediately retracted his hand. Thank you, Captain Eden. I will be back soon. A satisfied smile appeared on Aoba's face. Okay. Eden nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, That's it, I will be going now because I still have things to do. Come find me when you want to come back. After saying that, Eden turned around and walked towards the entrance of the dormitory. Yes. Aoba replied, feeling very happy in his heart. It didn't matter whether he was overthinking or not. This holiday had come. Then, it wouldn't have anything to do with the missing people case that had caused such an uproar in the village. Avoid these dangers. Then, you could continue to live in peace. Right. When Eden reached the door, he stopped and turned his back to Aoba. He slowly turned his head and said, "Don't forget to exercise during this period of time. When the war begins, the workload will be huge." Yes. Aoba responded again. This kind of thing did not need Eden to remind him because he would make good use of this period of time. Eden directly left Aoba's dormitory and closed the door behind him. He had no intention of letting Aoba send him off. What a strange kid. After closing the door, Eden couldn't help but shake his head and walk back to the small black room. In the morning, he went to the Hokage's office. After reporting to 3rd Hokage Hiruzen about his work, he mentioned that he wanted to apply for Aoba a holiday. He initially thought that this matter would be somewhat difficult. He did not expect that the 3rd Hokage would agree at that time. Moreover, he seemed to know Aoba's name. If he was not mistaken, with his many years of experience in interrogation, Eden vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this. But he did not think too much about it and did not ask much. After getting the holiday, Aoba felt much more relaxed. Let's go train. Aoba immediately thought of going to the woods to train and left Anbu's dormitory. He had just walked out of the dark underground. He heard the crowd outside discussing something. Hey! Aoba keenly caught a special message from these people's chat. Danzo? What happened? Could it be? Aoba did not take the initiative to inquire about it. Instead, he pretended to be idle as he walked towards these people who were discussing. He secretly listened to their conversation. All of a sudden, Aoba seemed to have discovered a new world. After these people finished speaking, not far away, there was still a group of people discussing. He walked over to those people. After listening to the contents of their discussion, he heard other people discussing the same thing too. And just like that, Aoba heard it all his way on Konohagakure's most bustling core area. He even heard more than 10 versions. Some people said that Danzo was the reincarnation of a Tengu who could eat people, and the missing people were all eaten by him. Some people said that the floating corpses on the river were imprisoned by Danzo, and when he escaped unsuccessfully, he was killed. Some people said these versions were almost all related to Danzo. Good fellow. After listening for a while, a playful smile appeared on Aoba's face. As expected, it has begun. Since that's the case, I won't talk about training for now. Aoba was very cautious. After all, where he trained was a deserted forest. Once he was framed, it would be impossible to explain it clearly. During this period of time, in the bustling area, he would eat melon seeds and watch the show. Aoba immediately made a decision. Of course, he was not idle either. He directly walked towards a young man not far away and raised his hand to slap the latter head. Chapter 47. Hi! Minato. Aoba patted the passerby's head enthusiastically. The strength in his hand was not heavy, and it looked like he was greeting a good friend. Who is it? The young man who was slapped on the head by Aoba frowned and turned his head impatiently. He stared at Aoba with dissatisfaction. He did not know this person. His head was suddenly slapped, and he was a little unhappy. When Aoba saw that person's face, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Aoba bowed and apologized. Be careful next time. When the young man saw that Aoba's attitude was very good, he immediately calmed down. He can't blame him, so he just let it go. I will pay attention, I will pay attention. A smile appeared on the face of Aoba, who bowed and apologized. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. At the same time, a series of memories appeared in his mind. As for what had happened during this period of time, it immediately became much clearer. It turned out the young man didn't know what really happened either. However, he heard several versions of the story from different places. It was similar to him. Aoba immediately turned around to look for other targets, his gaze fixed on another young man. Aoba immediately quickened his pace. His acting was up, and it was as if he had met a good friend. Hi! Minato! Aoba patted the young man's head gently from behind, putting on a very enthusiastic look. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Along with the crisp electronic sound, memories appeared in Aoba's mind. Is there something wrong with you? The young man who was slapped by Aoba turned his head and glared at Aoba with deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. How do I look like Minato? My hair is black. Minato's hair is yellow. The most important thing is, I am much more handsome than Minato. The young man continued to complain. From the expression on his face, it seemed that he was very unhappy about being mistaken for Minato. At the corner of Aoba's mouth twitched. Good fellow. This person actually knew Minato. But that was normal. With Minato's talent, it was not surprising that he could become famous even though he was still young. It was just that this person didn't seem to like Minato very much. I apologize for my mistake. Aoba suddenly felt a little awkward, especially when this young man felt that he was even more handsome than Minato, and it made him feel like he was in a difficult situation. Really? The young man rolled his eyes at Aoba. Aoba circled around Konohagakure's downtown area. Even he could not remember how many people he had slapped on the head. Every time, it was the same routine. Hi! Minato. Then, he apologized because he recognized the wrong person. It was a little awkward when it was in the beginning. But after trying a few more times, his skin became thicker, and he didn't care at all. After all, he would be nervous initially, and he would become a veteran after doing too much. Aoba patted heads in the downtown area for a long time. When he returned to the dormitory, he suddenly realized the profit from this half a day was actually higher than in the little compartment in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Although they were all ordinary people. However, what he came into contact in the compartment was also ordinary people. As long as he did not read the memories of ninjas, then the profit was almost the same, all of which was the increase in chakra and spiritual energy. However, Aoba thought about it carefully and understood the reason. The chance to read the ninjas' memories in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division was definitely higher than outside than ordinary people. After all, there were only a few ordinary people who committed crimes. Most people in the village were good people. What Aoba was reading now was the memories of these good people. These good people would rarely appear in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's little compartment. Of course. In this half a day, not only did he gain chakra improvement, but also the memories of the village. Aoba combined the memories of these people as if he had obtained many mobile cameras set up in Konohagakure and read the information of the village in all directions. If I am not wrong. Aoba's eyes flickered with thoughts as he analyzed Konohagakure's current situation through the memories he had read. Tetsuo has already started to make his move. The corpse that was floating on the river called Teiki. It should be one of their people. When Aoba said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. I'll know when I see it. I have Yuta's memories. Aoba closed his eyes. His mind moved and accurately found a folder with Yuta's memories in his consciousness. It was as if he was watching a movie, and Yuta's memories began to play in Aoba's mind one scene after another. Aoba began to watch what Yuta had seen and heard while he was active in the organization. In particular, he paid special attention to some inconspicuous existences. After all, in such an event of sacrificing his life, it must be someone with a low status in the organization. The big shots were all standing behind the scenes. A while later, in a secret meeting organized by the organization, Aoba saw a man similar to a floating corpse. It really is him. Aoba suddenly opened his eyes. Now he was sure that Taiki was a member of the remnants of the old era. Only, he had no idea what they had discussed after Aoba got this memory. This period of time will not be peaceful. Aoba sighed and immediately washed up and went to sleep. He searched for these things not because he was concerned about the truth but because he wanted to avoid the risks that these things could bring. These people could do whatever they wanted. It had nothing to do with him, and he did not want to care. He just wanted to ensure that he would not be swept in. The next day, early in the morning, Aoba woke up early. He changed into a casual outfit without a ninja suit. He looked like a boy next door, but there was no sunny smile on his face. After tidying up, Aoba went straight to Konohagakure's downtown area. He wanted to complete today's quota in the chaos and not waste this hard-won vacation. He wanted to read memory as many people as possible. Hi, Minato. Aoba made a mechanical sound of excitement and joy, then gently patted the head of the young man in front of him. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. A crisp electronic prompt resounded in Aoba's mind. However, just as he was waiting for the other party to explain angrily, a startled scream came from the left side of Aoba. Is this true? Another floating corpse has appeared on the river. Let's go and take a look. As soon as this was said, the crowd immediately began to boil and ran towards the direction of the river. How ruthless! Aoba stood in place and did not follow the crowd to join in the fun. His first reaction was that another person had been sacrificed. Chapter 48. That's right. It was a sacrifice. Aoba's view of this matter was different from the onlooker. Under the guidance of public opinion, these people thought that another victim had appeared. But, in fact, this dead person was not a victim. Instead, he was a member of the organization that opposed the third Hokage. He was not killed, but sacrificed himself on his own initiative. Time to go home. Aoba did not have any thoughts of watching. The more this kind of focal point occurred, the more he had to avoid it. Otherwise, if he accidentally appeared in Tetsu and Yuda's line of sight, he might be caught. So Aoba walked against the flow of people. He looked completely different from those curious people. After a while, Aoba returned to his dormitory. When tomorrow comes, I will go around and pat a few heads. I will know what is going on at that time. Aoba was not worried about missing out on anything, and the people watching just now were all his recording cameras. When he extracted the images, he could even see what happened from different angles, which was more realistic than seeing it himself. Aoba did not think too much about it. He directly laid on the iron bed to rest. As for the matter of training, it has to wait for a few days. It was dangerous outside now. 3 days later, Aoba felt that it was about time that he needed to step out of the dormitory. Just as he walked out of the dormitory, his gaze suddenly fixed on an old man not far away. At this moment, the old man was also looking at him. Captain Yuda. Aoba immediately greeted him warmly, and a smile bloomed on his face. He looked as if he had met an old friend. Ha ha ha, Aoba, I didn't expect that I would meet you before I could knock on your door. When Yuda saw Aoba, he smiled and said this. He had already expressed his intentions, and he was here to see Aoba. It was not a coincidence. Captain Yuda, what do you want to see me for? Aoba pretended to be puzzled and asked. I learned from Captain Eden that you were on leave. I came to see you and invited you to have a cup of tea. Yuda immediately invited. Sorry, Captain Yuda. I can't go and drink tea with you. Aoba directly shook his head and refused. What kind of joke was this? He did not want to have anything to do with this person right now. Oh. Yuta frowned slightly and said, aren't you on vacation now? That's right, I'm on leave. But this vacation time is to take care of it myself, and drinking tea is too much of a waste of time. Aoba waved his hand and rejected Yuta's invitation as usual. This time, I won't ask for your help. Yuta said with a smile. Goodbye. Aoba did not waste any more time. He waved his hand and left. Yuta did not expect Aoba to disregard the least bit of politeness and courtesy. Just like that, he left right in front of him. He stared at Aoba's back, a helpless expression on his face. Sigh. What a strange person. Yuta originally thought that Aoba could be of help to his plan. However, after finding Eden yesterday, he found out that Aoba was already on leave. Today, he came to find Aoba, but he did not expect that he would not have any chance to stay. Now, he could only find another way. Although Aoba's mouth was very tight and was particularly suitable for their plan. But in Konoha Intelligence Division, there was no lack of people like him. Aoba quickly left. Seeing that Yuta did not chase after him, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This rotten old man is very bad. Aoba curled his lips. He actually directly found his dormitory. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would have been tricked again. It's almost safer after this time. Aoba had a general judgment in his heart. The plan of these people was imperative. There was no turning back when the bow was drawn, and he must not be stuck in his position. According to his understanding of Yuta, he would now find other candidates. He had escaped the storm. No matter what happens next, it has nothing to do with me. However, I will wait for the matter to ferment for a while before returning to Konoha Intelligence Division. After thinking it through, Aoba directly strode towards the place where Konoha had the most people. Hi! Minato! Aoba saw a young man in front of him, and he impatiently ran over and gently patted the latter on the head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Along with the crisp electronic prompt, images appeared in Aoba's consciousness one after another. What are you doing? The young man was suddenly slapped, and his face revealed a displeased expression. Especially when he turned his head and realized that the person who had hit him did not know him at all. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Aoba bowed and apologized skillfully. His movements were clean and neat, and he directly stunned the young man who was slapped. Then Aoba walked to the other side. His gaze was fixed on another young man. Hi! Minato! Aoba started his head-smacking plan again in the crowd. He kept reading memories. Obtained continuous reward. Hi! Minato! Hi! Minato! Hi! Minato! As time went on, even Aoba didn't know how many times he had mistaken Minato for the wrong person. In the end, he was a little tired. Good fellow. Even recognizing the wrong person was a very tiring thing. It's him. All of a sudden, an unusual voice sounded in Aoba's ears. It sounded familiar, it was as if he had heard it today. But he could not remember who it was. Aoba looked in the direction of the voice. In his line of sight, there were 4 or 5 youths. One of them had a face full of curiosity and confusion as he stared at Aoba with his blue eyes. He is the one looking for you. The young man pointed his finger at Aoba precisely. After confirming that the yellow-haired young man next to him saw it, he left with the people around him. Aoba looked at the yellow-haired young man not far away. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then it immediately returned to normal. As long as he did not feel embarrassed. The one who would be embarrassed was someone else. Aoba silently read this sentence in his heart and suddenly felt calmer. After that, an excited smile appeared on Aoba's face. He waved at the yellow-haired youth not far away. "Hi, Minato." This time, Aoba was not mistaken. The youth in front of him was Minato, and he did not expect that he would actually call Minato over. "Hi, Aoba." Minato smiled and made the same gesture. He imitated Aoba's tone and greeted him. "Hey." All of a sudden, countless eyes fell on Aoba, and they looked at him strangely. Most of these people had all been slapped in the head by Aoba and admitted mistakes. They looked at Minato, and a big question mark appeared on their heads. Do we look alike? Chapter 49. Aoba felt the suspicious gazes of the people around him. He was already a little embarrassed, and now, he felt even more embarrassed. Especially, the stares of those people were gradually changing, and it was as if they were looking at a fool. At this moment, Aoba suddenly understood the words that he had not taken seriously in the past. Social death. If he had known earlier, he would constantly change the name and not keep looking for Minato. But Aoba was also very helpless. He didn't know many people in the ninja world, and he couldn't just randomly make up a name to look for them. It had to be someone who existed. Besides, he was looking for Minato just now. He couldn't immediately turn into looking for someone else. He miscalculated. He never expected a naughty child would bring Minato here. "Aoba, I heard that you were looking for me all over the street. Did something happen?" Minato enthusiastically walked towards Aoba. The opening speech made Aoba feel even more embarrassed. No, let's talk somewhere else." Just as Aoba was about to say that it was nothing, he suddenly felt that it was even more inappropriate. He could only take the initiative to change the topic and quickly walk towards Minato, pulling Minato's elbow and dragging him away. "Why didn't you pat his head?" All of a sudden, someone's voice sounded from the crowd. His tone was full of doubt. "Yet. Why aren't you doing it? Didn't you take a good shot just now? I seriously suspect that you are deliberately looking for trouble. Can't you recognize yellow hair and black hair? Kid, don't let me see you again." Voices of protest erupted from the crowd. These people had all been slapped in the head by Aoba. Now, when they saw the real Minato with yellow hair, their defenses were slightly broken. Aoba lowered his head and didn't speak. He just quickly pulled Minato and ran. This place was too dangerous for them to stay for long. "Pa!" Right at this moment, Aoba felt his head being slapped. The person who patted his head was Minato. "What are they talking about? Is it like that?" Minato asked, puzzled. "About the same," Aoba said casually. "Then why didn't you pat me?" Minato continued to ask. "Didn't I already recognize you?" Aoba smiled awkwardly. "It doesn't matter if you recognize." Minato turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "If you just pat me, they won't be angry." No, absolutely not." Aoba shook his head repeatedly and refused without hesitation. "Why?" Minato was suddenly curious. "It's not time yet." Aoba pulled Minato hard and left the chaotic crowd. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. "When will it be?" Minato obviously did not intend to let this matter pass and continued to ask. "Minato, how about this? When you become the fourth Hokage, I will personally come and touch your head," Aoba said with a serious face. He kept telling himself in his heart that he could not use the wrong method to admit mistakes again. This method was not suitable, and he almost overturned the car. "Then why did you pat their head when you mistook them for me?" Minato was still puzzled. "Shh." Aoba raised his right index finger and placed it before his lips, making a gesture of silence. The moment this posture appeared, Minato's curiosity was immediately piqued to the extreme. "Minato, listen to my explanation. I'm on a secret mission. I'm looking for spies in the village. So I'm just using your name as a cover for my mistake. Do you really think I'm stupid? How can I mistake your yellow hair to such an exaggerated extent? Aoba quickly used these words to make things clear. Fortunately, he had a half-year foundation of reading memories in the Konoha Intelligence Division. Through various methods of lying and making up lies, he learned some ideas. So that's how it is. Minato was suddenly enlightened. He was still confused just now, and it wasn't like he hadn't seen Aoba for many years. How could he possibly admit his mistakes everywhere? He even thought that there was something wrong with Aoba's body and that it was connected to his head, resulting in a problem with his vision and brain. So, why are you looking for me? Wrong. Should I say that you are not looking for me at all? Minato was stunned for a moment, and a helpless look flashed through his blue eyes. The clown was actually me. The curiosity that had just emerged from Minato instantly collapsed. Thank you for helping me apply for a holiday, Aoba said with a serious face. Since he had already met Minato, he still had to thank him. Although he did not know the details of his vacation application, he believed that Minato must have said it. Otherwise, Eden would not have given him such a long vacation so easily. You are too polite. A sunny smile appeared on Minato's face, but it suddenly disappeared halfway. If you didn't mention the holiday, I would have forgotten. Didn't we agree for you to have a good rest during the holiday? Why did you come out on a mission? Can't we let other people do this kind of task? What the hell is going on with you in Konoha Intelligence Division? Can't they let people rest? Minato's face showed dissatisfaction. When he applied for leave with the third Hokage, he specifically emphasized letting Aoba have a good rest. Why was it that he had to carry out a secret mission during the holiday now? Could he still rest? SHH. Aoba once again made a silencing gesture. He moved a little closer to Minato and whispered, "Secret mission. This is a secret mission. Secret mission is also not good." There was a deep dissatisfaction on Minato's face. He stared at Aoba helplessly and said, "I know that you love the village deeply, but you have to take care of yourself, and it is not a good thing for you to carry out a mission like this." I know. Aoba could feel that Minato was really concerned about him. Aoba, I know many things have happened in the past few days. I hope you don't care about these things. Rest well and let yourself relax for a while. Don't be so stubborn and listen to my advice. Minato grabbed Aoba's shoulders with both hands and said in a tough tone. Okay. Aoba nodded, and he did not have any mission at all. Moreover, he knew that Minato had already reached this emotional point, and he still wanted to maintain this friendship with Minato. Naturally, he would not go against Minato's intentions. That's more like it. When Minato saw Aoba agree, a sunny smile appeared on his face again. I don't have a mission today. You just happen to be on vacation. Let's go eat in Ramen Ichiraku. Right. It's your treat. Minato suddenly changed back to his childlike appearance, completely ignoring Aoba's opinion, and directly strode towards Ramen Ichiraku. Chapter 50. Aoba looked at Minato's back as he walked. He could not help but reveal a smile on his face. All right, my treat. Aoba simply agreed. Even he did not notice that the arc on his face had become much softer. As a transmigrator, he believed himself to be a person who had no feelings and was in a kind of a feeling of incompatibility. This was the ninja world and not the world of socialism he was originally in. Moreover, after he came to this world, he faced, felt, and was in contact with all the dark sides of the ninja world. This made his heart gradually become cold so that he could deal with anything calmly and cautiously. But this time, when he asked Minato for help to ask for leave, he felt warmth. He did not feel this warm feeling at all when he came into contact with others. There was a power that could heal the heart. It would make people who were in the abyss yearn for light that was beyond their reach. What a pity! Aoba looked at Minato's back and shook his head with a smile. Minato was an elegant and handsome young man. If it was a young girl, he might want to devote himself to her. Now, looking at it, we can only be friends. After that, Aoba slowly followed behind Minato. The two of them walked towards Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. The two of them walked to Ramen Ichiraku's door. Before they even entered the door, Minato directly shouted towards Ramen Ichiraku's door. "Brother Toki, it's the same, 2 portions." Minato's voice was very loud and unique, and it seemed to penetrate the surrounding space and directly enter Toki's ears. There was no response. This was already the tacit understanding between Minato and Toki. At this time, Toki had already started to work. "Let's go in." A sunny smile hung on Minato's face. He waved at Aoba and walked towards Ramen Ichiraku's noodle house without stopping. "Okay." Aoba nodded and followed behind Minato and walked in together. Just after the two of them walked in, Ramen Ichiraku's boss, Toki, raised his head and glanced at Minato with narrowed eyes. He nodded slightly at Minato and then shifted his gaze to Aoba. Toki was stunned for a moment. Then he returned to normal. "Interesting." Toki looked at Aoba with a playful look. He thought that it was Kushina who followed Minato in. After all, it was always the same in the past, but he did not expect Aoba to come today. Toki did not say anything and began to cook noodles quickly. Minato directly sat in the first 2 seats where he met Aoba and left the corner seat for him. Aoba also sat down. "Aoba, tell me the truth. Do you not want to rest?" Minato suddenly stopped smiling, his eyes serious and sharp. He picked up this topic again. This was not his fault for thinking too much. He thought that he was helping Aoba. But he saw that Aoba was still on a secret mission during his holidays. So he wanted to sit down and understand Aoba's real thoughts. "Just tell me the truth." Minato had a good impression of Aoba. The two of them were good friends in the ninja school, but he also admired Aoba's attitude of carrying out a mission. So serious. Aoba had never seen Minato like this before. Even when he advised him to rest just now, he was not so serious. But now, he looked especially serious. "Well, how should I put it? This holiday is just right. I am indeed very tired. To be able to rest is a good thing for my body. But I will not rest for too long. When I think it's about time, I want to go back to Konohagakure Intelligence Division." Aoba put on the same serious attitude. He did not tell the truth in the details, but the general meaning was similar to his plan for the holiday. "Okay." Minato was obviously relieved. He really cared about Aoba, but he was afraid that his concern would cause trouble for Aoba. He was able to obtain a very high reputation at his current age because of his outstanding talent in ninjutsu and because his EQ was very high, and he was willing to think for others. Now after hearing Aoba's words, he was relieved. "Aoba, then I advise you to take a good rest when you are resting and recover your body," Minato said with concern. "Yes, I will." Aoba nodded. He felt Minato's sincere concern, which made his heart surge with warmth. "The noodles are ready." All of a sudden, Toki's voice rang out. He brought over 2 cooked noodles and presented them to the two of them. "I've added eggs for the two of you. Consider it my treat. Enjoy it slowly." Toki narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Thank you," Aoba and Minato said in unison. They still had basic manners when it came to gifts. "I can't help it anymore. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to start." After smelling the fragrance of the noodles, Minato couldn't help but clap his hands and make a prior ceremony. Then, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "I'm starting to eat too." Aoba made the same gesture and picked up his chopsticks. However, his speed of eating noodles was not that fast, so he did not focus entirely on eating. He had been dealing with Minato just now. Now that Minato had already started eating noodles, Aoba immediately immersed his mind into the memories he had just read. He had read so many memories and hadn't had the time to check them. He still didn't know what had happened in the past 3 days. For a moment, Aoba maintained his mechanical eating motion as memories flashed through his mind. He quickly browsed through everything recorded on the live-moving cameras. So, when he left that day, the people in the downtown area all watched. It was still the same river. It was still the same place. Another corpse floated out. Such a thing instantly caused a huge sensation and pushed public opinion to the climax. Of course, someone must be adding fuel to the fire. It was just that Aoba could not determine who the people who spread the rumors were from the memories he had read. After a while, the Konoha military police forces ninjas arrived. In the memories of these people, Aoba saw a familiar face. Uchiha Fugaku. Itaka's biological father. It could be said that this was the indirect mastermind behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan. After all, if Fugaku had not been so impulsive at that time and had restrained himself a little, things would have been different. Or, if Fugaku converted his impulse into traditional art performance, maybe he could leave the disaster of the Uchiha clan on the wall.